Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What if Deku becomes Necromancer? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Mirio, and the rest of the team, you get the civilians and heroes. Bubble Girl, do what you can about the fires with your support items. Reaper, handle the Numu and then help Bubble with the fires, he commanded. There was yelling and sounds of fighting on the other side of the line. Good, we found the erasure bullet dealers. There are sounds of fighting rather close by, probably that arrest you mentioned, but we should be clear for now, the hero reported. Mirio sent back an affirmative while Izuku swooped in and froze the Numu in their tracks. He touched the two Numu within seconds. Wait. Two? Panicking, Izuku spun around to see the flying on getting away. It was beelining for the southern part of Hosu, no doubt targeting the hero killer. Thinking quickly, he gathered the fire from the buildings and condensed them. He then threw the fireball at the Numu, but it dodged much faster than it should have been capable of. Thankfully, the fire dissipated into the air due to its speed instead of landing somewhere. He didn't need a new blaze. He quickly informed Night Eye of his pursuit of the Numu before taking into the sky after it. There was more yelling on Night Eye's end while Mirio and Bubble Girl reported the civilians to be safe. Good. Reaper, I need you to take care of that thing quickly and make your way over. Mirio, Bubble Girl, you too. Everyone else, protect the safe zone with the other heroes. It seems the Endeavor capture went south, the building next to us exploded resulting in the loss of the erasure bullets and multiple injuries. Most of it is from the rubble, some were buried but alive. Those on top of the building are severely burned. Medical is on the way but we need retrieval, and we don't know when they'll get here, Night Eye rattled off, anger and pain lacing his tone. Sheet, understood. I can see you now, Endeavored better brace for impact, Izuku stated, slamming into the Numu, who immediately went limp body lifeless once more. It fell, landing directly onto Endeavor who screamed in rage. The police line had been decimated, Shoyuta and Hitoshi were against the remains of the alley unconscious. Never before has Izuku been glad their suits were fireproof. A few houses down from the police, though, was the medical tent. They were already scrambling to help the police, but at the very least they had medical supplies the heroes could use. Night Eye. I have an idea for medical. A few houses past the police line, they have a medical tent. They're overworked, but they've got medical supplies and would likely get to you faster than the team you called in. From the look he's now giving me, I've already drawn Endeavor's attention, he explained. I saw. Very well, you draw his attention, and we'll get what we can of our injured to the station. Mirio and Bubble Girl will get the rest and any of the capture teams injured when they arrive. Centipeder will stay to defend them, Night Eye ordered, gathering his colleagues. Izuku barely had time to confirm before he had a fireball launched at his face. You! This was your doing, wasn't it, you villainous brat, the hero, villain? Accused. Considering the murderous look on his face, Izuku's going to go with villain. Izuku flew upwards to dodge and manipulate another fireball, only to clench his fists in frustration as the slammed back first into a helicopter of all things. DMN paparazzi and their news crews. At least the pilot was kind enough to apologize and steer them away. The crew just completely ignored him. No, focus Izuku. He snuffed out the next fireball instead of dodging it, the helicopter still not far enough away from the battle yet. Night Eye, permission to engage Endeavor in non-defensive maneuvers? The DMN news crew's going to get hit at his rate. Is it possible to sue them for getting too close? I feel like it should be. I can hit him without collateral and I'm fireproof, but I need permission first, he requested, wishing his face was capable of snarling at the news crew even if his glare seemed to be doing the job. He had to finish this quickly, the sun had almost set, and he didn't want to find out if the smoke was enough to block the moonlight. Usually, his skeleton form was a boon, but right now he needed his corpse form at the very least to keep the mask, and thus his comms and communicators, on his face. Note to self, make a communication system for night patrols. DMN it, alright fine. But be careful, we haven't retrieved the heroes behind him yet. Mirio, how much longer? Night Eye barked, his team already at the medical center. Izuku swooped in, sending the fire Endeavor gave him straight at the man's chest. It wasn't Hellflame this time, instead being white. It was hot enough to overpower Endeavor's heat and fire resistances while not causing soul-deep damage like Hellflame did. The hero roared in anger, using his flames to boost him into the air meeting Izuku at the lowest point of his swoop. But Izuku was expecting that, gloves already off. He gleefully slapped the man in the face, draining his energy and infuriating him at the same time. He then flew around the hero and slammed another white fireball into his back while pulling away the fire he was propelling himself with. POV change. The villain managed to get a hold of Izuku as he fell, using his strength to crush the boy's wrist, only to watch in horror as he stared back unflinchingly, even more so as he was kicked away and sent falling. Endeavor watched as the hero student put away the mask he'd been wearing and looked at his hand, a skeleton where flesh sat previously. When the crushed wrist mended perfectly, despite the clear breaks and shatters that should have allowed the arm to fall to the ground below, Endeavor didn't bother getting back up. Even he knew that you cannot kill what is already dead, the dead don't sleep, so he can't knock him out, and injury has proven impossible. He was beat. He didn't dare fight when the police came to cuff him, nor when they put him into the back of the van. The Reaper was watching him, he dare not dig his hole deeper. The great Endeavor had proven himself useless, he was so weak he could not beat a single first-year student. This shocked him to the point that he was already halfway to prison before he realized it. There was supposed to be 2 people in this police car. Instead, an empty set of HNDCFFs slid around the vehicle with him, their criminal long forgotten by the drivers. The rest of the night was spent taking care of the injured and locating missing persons. Izuku caught a glimpse of Stendall watching him every now and then but messaged him advising that the meeting time would be the same as before. Night Eye wouldn't allow Izuku to go unsupervised, always having at least Mirio or one sidekick with him at all times. On top of that, the heroes needed his surveillance ability and coordination too much for him to leave and talk to the vigilante. Surprisingly few heroes complained about being ordered and coordinated by him despite his age and ongoing vigilantism. By early morning, every civilian, dead or otherwise, was found. The 2 groups soon returned to their agency, well aware that the erasure bullet dealers would no longer be found in the city. They'd just have to wait until it resurfaces. Izuku just hoped it wouldn't be perfected before then. The rest of the internship was spent learning the paperwork, legal procedures, and behind-the-scenes work of underground heroics. Night Eye also taught him the basics of starting and running an agency. It was a lot more complicated than he'd imagined, but far from impossible. By the end of the internship, Izuku had a rough plan for his agency and how to set it up. He'd also figured out how to interconnect the heroes. He'd use the money from his analysis work, and later hero work, to save up for land in UA's area as well as the construction of the agency building. He didn't need it to be near UA, but it was his home, so he'd prefer to keep his main base nearby. While it was being built, he and those who would work at the main branch would increase patrols in the area and get to know the other heroes and agencies. Then, he'd take his position at the head of the agency and start setting up their brand, an agency that focuses on teamwork and covering all bases and areas, and rules. Including rules and or tests for who can be employed. Then, he'd set up patrol routes for himself, Shoto, Katsuki, Hitoshi and maybe Shoyuta if he joins. After that, Shoto and Katsuki would be in charge of managing and hiring the heroes and sidekicks of the limelight industry, keeping an even number or quality of each type. Izuku and Hitoshi would be in charge of the underground and twilight heroes. Hatsum, who'd already offered, would be in charge of hiring and managing their support department. Izuku would also manage the analysis division until he found someone more suitable. He still needed someone for the management and legal teams, but he'd manage. Every section would leave monthly reports for him to go through. Income would come from the sum of every hero's service income, aka how much the agency is sent in payment for their work. The agency would also be funded by the income the Limelight heroes donate from their sponsorships, investments and advertisements or brands. The heroes and sidekicks' income would have a percentage taken for the agency while the rest went to them. The agency would then use this income for maintenance and resources, both physical and human. Once enough was saved, they would open up branch agencies in other areas of Japan, each run by one of his soulmates. Any after that would be run by those that had joined them, Azui, Tokoyami, Tsu, Mirio, etc. Some of them would have to move from other agencies if they didn't originally join the main one, which they would notify their agency of once they join. From there, each agency would form relations and coordinations with the agencies and heroes around them. The one running the branch would be the one to hire and employ anyone who joined it, but they would still need to adhere to the main agency's regulations and report to them monthly. The end result would be a nationwide network of heroes working together to cover any incident big or small, just as Izuku had envisioned. In the background, Stendall and maybe a few others would be their informants and backup when needed. They would watch the streets while also doing background checks on anyone trying to join the agency. All in all, Izuku was pleased with his internship's results. At 12 a.m. on the last day of the internships, Izuku met Stendall on the rooftop and shared his ambitions and his plan on how to achieve them. He answered every one of Stendall's questions and showed him what his role would be, well aware that his interests lay in fixing the system, not heroism as it had once been. By sunrise, Stendall was capable of navigating and using Herm's systems. The vigilante was not given access to Izuku's note or analysis on anything, nor was he shown how to hack into anything himself. Izuku would give him information if he needed it, not to mention he had to prove trustworthy with the power he just gained. The man did not complain about the reduced resources, seeming more than pleased with his role in Izuku's plans. That night, he left with a tablet capable of accessing and using Herm's vast network of information, though not his contacts, while still allowing all standard functions to be used, meaning he could take notes to correlate that data. Izuku and Mirio never did get their spar, but they promised to do so the next time they got the opportunity. He was on the train home by midday. 2.5 hours later, he was home, his soulmates already standing on the platform waiting for him. They'd all been stressed when they heard of what he got caught up in Hosu, but were all rather relieved now that he was in sight. They exchanged their greetings and quickly headed home. With his soulmates by his side, Izuku's life was peaceful once more. The next day was nowhere near as peaceful. Izuku entered the classroom, only to be instantly barraged with questions and concerns about Hosu, Stain, and Endeavor. Oi! Settle down. How the FS he meant to answer you when you crowd him like that, huh? Katsuki snapped, glaring at the class. Everyone backed off but stared at him expectantly. Hosu was handled easily. There were 3 Numu and a lot of fire, but both were easily handled. I was with Nightai's agency investigating a time-sensitive case at the time. Unfortunately, thanks to Endeavor, we only achieved half of our goal, he explained. The Stain thing was my doing. He was once known as the vigilante Stendall, but when the corruption of the HPSC prevented the prosecution of corrupt heroes and heroes started turning a blind eye to crime when it didn't benefit them, he turned into Stain the hero killer. He wanted to turn hero society back into what it was meant to be, just like me. He just didn't know how and got lost. Now, he has been punished for attacking good heroes in his confusion and has apologized to said good heroes. He is back to being Stendall, who will take over Herm's systems and send anything he finds and his observations to me, where things will be dealt with, he continued. I was not meant to be part of the Endeavor arrest. However, when he destroyed a building and buried my other team in rubble, I was called in to assist with retrieving the injured. He destroyed the other half of our mission and then attacked me. I then distracted him until night. I made it to the med bay. I only started fighting him after getting permission, because the stupid news crew was in danger if I didn't. They've now been sued heavily. Everyone who was injured in the attack is now recovering, he finished, looking around for more questions. Tokoyami of all people was translating today. Okay, but what about the rest of your internship? You were learning how to build an agency, right? What's the plan? Cause I plan on joining. He instant. It's up, man, Kaminari asked, hand raised. Shoyuta chose that moment to enter the classroom but waved his hand for them to continue. Grinning as best he could, Izuku brought out his notebook and waved for everyone to gather around. Everyone's excitement grew, all surrounding one table trying to peek over each other at the pages. Izuku quickly explained his plan and the rough timeframe it should take to complete it. What I need from you guys is a rough idea of where you'd like to work. We can base the first branch locations off of that. Uraraka, you've got the most knowledge of construction, so I need you to keep a list of construction companies capable of building what we're after. I've got a list of what the agency will need here. Everyone else can help with choosing the design of the main building, he stated. Aside from that, I need a list of who would be willing to run one of the branches. This, combined with the location, will help with our network. After that, those who'll run a branch will be given a list of what their branch needs so that they can design it. Sound good? The other hero courses will get the same offer. Everyone cheered at that, each taking notes as to what was needed. 2 lists were written up on the whiteboard. One for locations, one for branch positions. A few people put themselves down for secondary positions in the branch agencies. Most people chose places close to home or places that would benefit their quirk. Shoji and Koda wanted forests and mountains. Tsu wanted aquatic locations, preferably fresh water. Shudo didn't want anywhere near agriculture due to their sensitivity to temperatures. Ida preferred cities but didn't mind so long as the ground wasn't uneven. For branch leaders, they had Shoto, Katsuki, Kirishima, Tsuyu, Ida, Shoji, Tokoyami, Momo, and Ojiro. For second in charge at the branches, they had Achiko, Mina, Hagakure, Kaminari, and Sato. By the end of homeroom, everyone had their list of necessities and general locations for the branches. They were now designing their branches based off of that and taking notes on agencies they'd have to communicate yet. They didn't choose specific areas or heroes to connect with, realizing that they had another 2.5 years until the plan would even start. By which point current information would be invalid. When English started, everyone returned to their seats. They were instantly surprised when the hero simply moved their list over on the board and made a third. This one was labeled affiliated agencies. The hero put his agency and UA down, then started the lesson as if nothing happened. Shoyuta must have informed the rest of the teachers, because by the time literature was over most of Athena's heroes had their agencies listed on the board. Even Power Loader's support company was on there. Lunch rocked round and their plans grew even bigger. 1B, the second years and even the third years joined their ranks. Their branches doubled. The heroes they were each connected to would be beneficial to the network, too. Then, the support and business students joined in. The business students salivated at the idea of guaranteed employment, quick to offer assistance in the design and theme generation for the agency. Meanwhile, the support students were excited at the offer Izuku proposed. A place to start off their companies in the support workshops of the main agency. The one that does the best would work alongside Power Loader's company to provide support equipment to the main heroes of the agency. Anyone else, should they do well enough, would take the workshops at the branch agencies. From there, they could accept commissions from heroes outside the agency to gain renown. Then, they could become a company rather than a workshop if they so wished, so long as they kept their contract with the agency. To say they were overjoyed was an understatement. Their surprise grew when the general students, who they didn't know had been listening, offered their applicable services. Cafeterias, furniture, resources, maintenance, legal teams, medical wings and the like were all obtained for the future. In return, these students gained future work and access to resources from each other. The legal team gained editors and transcriptors, the cooks gained resources from the agriculturists. The marketing team gained makeup artists, cameramen, directors and non-hero marketing teams to network with. Those marketing teams and the like gained connections to up-and-coming fashion designers and brands. Emergency service wannabes got to know each other and forensics teams. By the end of lunch everybody knew everybody. It wasn't just a network of heroes anymore. It was an entire community, every single person working together to support the heroes and each other. Heroes who'll then support them in turn. Watching this over the cameras, Nedzu was filled with pride. Every single one of his students was, in this moment, someone to be proud of. At the end of the day, 1A gathered in their classroom and added everything to the board, completely filling it. They each took a photo, then wiped it clean. That day was the beginning of the Heroes Alliance Agency. They headed home with smiles on their faces and hope in their hearts. The next day was far less eventful, with most classes passing without incident. The only class that did not do so was, of course, heroics. This time, they were doing a rescue race with hawks. Izuku was paired with the mobility experts, Shiro, Ida, and Kaminari. He had electric roller skates now. He felt slightly guilty when the three of them turned to glare at his wings. Yeah, they had little chance of winning this. Especially considering the speed boost his wings gave him. Depending on the temperature of the flames, his could beat Hawk's top speeds. He simply chose not to avoid the spotlight it would bring. He already had way too much after Hosu and as a vigilante. However, this was an untelevised simulation on private property. He had no reason to hold back. The race started and Izuku took off, rapidly rising to the right altitude before leveling out. As soon as he got his momentum and speed going, he angled himself for Hawks and lit the blue-white fires at the end of his wings. He shot forward with a boom, the sound barrier broken, and a trail of smoke. He reached Hawks in almost 5 seconds. It took a little bit to get the altitude, timing the flames carefully and landing smoothly on the water tower. Hawks stared at him for a second before sighing and shaking his head. He pulled out his radio, which was connected to the observation area and the ground's PA system. Please be advised that Izuku will not be counted in today's leaderboard as I semi-expected this outcome, he stated, much to the delight of his group's racers. In the end, Shiro won this race. This gym was perfect for him with all the things he could grab onto and swing off of. Ida came second, with Kaminari coming close in third. Both were slowed down by having to climb the water tower's ladder. The next group was Katsuki, Shoto, Mina, and Yayorozu. Katsuki won using his flight ability. Yamamoto came second using an electric scooter and a grappling hook. Shoto came third using the ice skating and fire propulsion combo he figured out during his internship. He'd tried to use the explosion technique from the sports festival but ended up slamming into the side of the water tower. This gave Momo the time to pass him before he then climbed the ladder to the top. Mina came last, using her acid to slide faster along the ground. She couldn't run or slide as fast as Shoto, and the propulsion accident simply didn't give her enough time. Izuku didn't get to see the other races, as he took a slightly dazed Shoto to the infirmary, but heard that Tokoyami got first in the leaderboard thanks to the flight technique he and Dark Shadow learned during the sports festival. The rest of the day passed peacefully, with Shoto briefly asking to introduce the rest of his family to his soulmate family. Katsuki stated that after he explained everything to his parents, they'd been constantly bugging him to see Izuku. This resulted in Izuku offering to meet them all for dinner at their place on the weekend. He figured he could get a pair of cheap party table sets and set them up in the grassy area of the backyard. He and Shoyuta would be in charge of making the food, as per usual. However, as per usual with UA, the piece didn't truly last more than 24 hours. For those of you who've forgotten, the end-of-term exams start in a week. You have the practical exam for heroics and the standard written exams. Akatani, you also have the support exam in place of maths and science. You'll need to do both the written and the practical. Study hard and do your best. Plus Ultra. If you fail the exams, you will be unable to attend the summer training camp, Shoyuta stated during homeroom, tone bored as ever. Instantly, nervous chatter started up around the classroom. The more educated students worried over the practical component and what it might entail. Everyone else, on the other hand, panicked over the written exams. Many of them had not been studying for their exams. Izuku ended up offering to study with Shoto, Katsuki and Hitoshi. The general studies non-elective classes were the same. Only Hitoshi probably needed it, but it was an excuse to hang out together and help each other. They would likely end up quizzing each other on different topics and helping when the other got something wrong. Izuku would also teach them tips and tricks he'd learned for the essay questions. The rest of the class split into study groups between the two class representatives. Eventually, lunchtime rocked around and 1B shared their information on the practical. Sorry Kendo, but that information's false. The support department is in charge of repairing the robots every time they are damaged, regardless of whether or not they are needed. It's in the maintenance contract. Besides, with the League of Villains out there and seemingly out for us, I doubt the exams will be the same as usual, Izuku explained. Shoji was translating, cutting off Kaminari and Mina's celebrations. The two classes murmured for a bit after that, trying to figure out what they were going to be doing. I'll keep my eye on the support projects we've got going on. It might give us a clue on what it'll be. It won't be easy though. Most support students will be working on their own projects for the support practical, Izuku offered. Now Azui was translating, noting the lack of Monoma on the crowd. Where was he? Nedzu hadn't found his proof yet. In fact, he was snooping Monoma's house for it today. If you wouldn't mind, we'd appreciate it. We know you'll be busy with projects of your own, Kendo replied, clearly concerned about how much he had on his plate. Oh, it's fine. I've already got my practical piece completed. Besides, I'll need that information just as much as you. Speaking of, where's Monoma, doesn't he need to know this, he replied, now Jiro, with a few mistakes. Are they taking turns, pretending to look around for him? He's not in today, which is strange because I know I saw him at the gates this morning. But honestly, if he's going to skip class and act the way he has been, we may as well not give him the information. It's pretty clear he's not as serious about heroics as he'd claimed, another girl, Setsuna, replied. He sent the Stoat a message, warning him that Monoma wasn't where they expected him to be, as well as where he was last seen. He simply shrugged and gestured for everyone to go back to their food. It felt strange to have everyone start and pause their conversations around his tapping. The fact that they all went out of their way to hear whatever he had to say, sometimes even if it wasn't their conversation, indicated a level of respect and power he'd never imagined he'd receive. Until now, he'd always thought he'd need to convince the heroes to network to achieve his dream. Now, here he was organizing an agency the size and style of which no one has ever seen before, with him at the head. He would be in charge of what could be the world's largest interconnected network of heroes. He was starting to understand why the League saw him as such a threat and why Monoma was so set in pulling his plans apart. On a separate note, he now had roughly half the class translating for him. This of course meant that they'd gone out of their way to learn Morse code. Not to mention he was using the international version, not the Japanese one. So far, the following people had translated for him: Ida, Shoyuta, Shoto, Tokoyami, Shoji, Azui, Jiro. He knew most of the UA staff had learned it and a few people at Tsukachi's station out of necessity. However, 1A had people who could already translate for him. They didn't need to learn, yet they did anyway. Speaking of, although they hadn't translated, he was sure he'd seen Kota, Momo, and Kaminari writing out what they could of it too. Maybe he should bring it up with Nedzu about making it an optional class? They seemed determined to learn it, considering Kaminari was still practicing it now that the exams were coming up. Nodding to himself, Izuku sent a second message to the principal labeling it as non-urgent unlike the last one. After lunch, Izuku headed to the support classrooms. There, they were informed of the practical part of the assessment. One complete prototype or finished piece each, the blueprints for it and a presentation. As everyone started brainstorming, he saw Power Loader walk up to May and ask her for something, based on her excitement. Clearly, he didn't remember his partnership with May. He analyzed what her gear projects needed, and she'd design, build or edit them accordingly. They each made their own items, naturally, but if something interesting came up or if they were having problems, they'd help each other out by bouncing ideas off of each other. So, May, what's Power Loader got you doing? From your excitement, I can tell it'll be interesting, he asked, using his mask to translate. Izuku. Oh, what are you making for the exam? Actually, knowing you it's already finished, what is it? Power Loader has me making these wrist weight thingies to slow down or weaken people. It's interesting, imagine the applications. I just need to figure out how to make them adjustable. Oh, and they should probably only be heavy when activated, huh? May rambled. Izuku noted down the gear, suddenly well aware of what they'd be doing for the practical exams. Who would he be fighting though? Only Shoyuta and Kigo would provide any challenge, and Shoyuta would be too dangerous to put against him. So, probably K? As he mentally strategized, he also gave May ideas for the cuffs. For the weight, he suggested something that would pull water and non-essential molecules out of the air. This way it would be heavy and deactivatable. Afterwards, he happily explained what he'd been building. May was practically vibrating out of her chair by the time he was done. She was already buzzing with ideas on what could be done with or added to such technology. At the end of the day, Izuku sent out a message to the 1A group chat about the practical. 1B would be informed tomorrow. He was pleased to find all of his soulmates waiting for him at the gate. The younger ones were waiting for their first study session, which he'd expected. But apparently Shoyuta and Kigo had finished all of their work for the day, meaning they could head home with them. Turns out, they were all slightly mad at him because he didn't tell them about his birthday. As a result, Katsuki was only able to give him a last-minute keychain at the train platform, and the others didn't get to celebrate. Izuku tried to point out that he wasn't used to celebrating his birthday and that there was no point because he physically could not get any older, but that only made them more upset. Because of their petty argument, the 6 of them just barely noticed the portal opening up underneath Izuku. Luckily, he was able to dodge it. Shoyuta then closed it with erasure, much to Kurogiri's disgruntlement. Hawks pinned Monoma, who was trying to hide in an alley, phone still out. Izuku tried to get control of Kurogiri, but the warper was already disappearing, having failed to kidnap Athena. They all turned to Monoma, who was struggling against the feathers pinning him to the wall. Boy did they have questions for him. Quickly realizing he'd been abandoned by the League, Monoma gave up on fighting his way out. Instead, he resorted to cussing out and insulting every person and object he could as he was marched to the nearest police station. Nedzu was quick to arrive, along with Tsukachi. However, their presence was swiftly proved unnecessary. Monoma was more than forthcoming with his answers. Why did he spy for the League of Villains? To prove he was powerful and to get the spotlight he deserved. How did he meet the League? He was approached by Sensei, his biological great-grandpa. Were any of Sensei's relatives still alive? Not from Monoma's family, he doesn't know of any uncles, aunts or cousins. What did he report to the League? Just about anything he could get his hands on. Who's making the Numu? Haven't a clue, they always call him the Doctor. Did you genuinely want to harm the heroes? Yes. Wasn't that obvious? You goody two-shoes lot make me sick. It was safe to say he was quickly thrown in jail. Monoma would be constantly monitored in case the League decided to take him back. As soon as the interrogation was over, Izuku and Ko returned home. The younger soulmates continued their study session as planned, though it was slower going than they would have liked. It was hard to focus after what just happened. Izuku was able to help them all with their math and science questions. Shoto helped with history and Hitoshi helped with art. Katsuki helped with a little bit of everything, but mostly English punctuation. Izuku helped with English spelling, which is an extremely nonsensical language in his opinion. They went at it for a few hours before Hitoshi's brain melted. They spent the rest of the afternoon playing Smash Brothers, Animal Crossing, and Lumo. Lumo was done turn by turn with each one ending after the player died or they progressed to the next room. The next 3 days were spent much the same. Classes were mostly revision at this point, and most of the group's studying was done in the school library after food. Many of their classmates complained that lunch was too quiet and empty without them. Then, the weekend rocked around. It was quite the emotional affair, with the Bakugos fussing over Izuku and Rei and Shoto's siblings constantly thanking him. The awkward look on Kigo and Shuta's faces when they realized that they had to socialize with their students' parents was hilarious. On the flip side, his soulmates were amused by his flustered state when the get-together somehow turned into a later birthday party without his knowledge. Hitoshi got him an Animal Crossing plush, Shoto got him a Volcanian figurine, the Bakugos got him UA hero posters, Shoyuta got him a stack of fancy notebooks, in his favorite brand, and Hawks got him a few shirts for avian mutants. The fact that Izuku kept altering all his shirts drove the man nuts. The evening passed with light conversation, salads, fruits and roots from the garden and sliced sandwich meats. All in all, it was a wonderful afternoon. Izuku savored the peace while he had it, as he knew it would disappear on Monday. That's when the exams started after all. He was right. He walked into class on Monday, and everyone was stressed, anxious over the coming exams. They had maths and science first, which meant Izuku had support. The written exam was a breeze. Izuku was finished well before everyone else. The practical, however, was a bit more difficult. This was due to one of the judges being an ableist BSTRD and another being an imbecile. At least Power Loader agreed with him. When the first judge told him to present properly and speak like a normal person and to stop hiding the fact he was too ugly and injured to make something like this properly, the hero promptly kicked him out and banned the man from ever returning to UA. The second kept asking him to test run the machine and prove that it worked. When Izuku showed that the chip worked and that the suit moved properly, he said that he wanted Izuku to show them that a person could use it. No matter how many times Power Loader and he explained that it was impossible because that would require a medical procedure, a subject and more, all of which needed legal permissions, the man didn't seem to get it. After a while of questioning, Power Loader found that despite the man owning and running a competent support company, he had no proof of owning any of the necessary licenses to own or run said company, let alone actually produce any of the products. The man was similarly kicked out and banned. This left 3 judges. Thankfully, they all loved his work. Some were even able to link it back to its origins, which was some pre-quirk papers he found theorizing the possibility of such a machine. These papers weren't easy to find, as they were never released to the public and the project was never fully developed. He walked out of that exam with 3 business cards, the judges all wanting to know if the support item succeeded its test in a week. After support was all the normal written tests and the written test for the theory side of their heroics class, rescue training methods, law and ethics, etc. Then, finally, it was the heroics practical exam. 1A gathers in the UA foyer, scared but as prepared as they could be for the practical. Everyone but Izuku was still trying to figure out who they were up against and who they were paired with, if they were paired. In front of them stood all of their teachers, grins on each of their faces. Nedzu's head popped up out of Shuta's scarf. "Hello everyone. It's time for me to explain your exams. Though, I'm sure you've all got your own idea as to what it will be," he stated, cheery as ever. "We'll be fighting on of the teachers." Kaminari called out. The teachers' eyes went wide, not expecting them to already know. One by one, they each turned their heads to him accusingly. "What? We were planning to find out what it was. I said robots were too easy and get repaired either way." Power Loader then asked May, my support partner, to make the cuffs you'll be using, and she told me all about them. She even got my help figuring out a deactivatable weight system for them, he explained, trying to look innocent. Kaminari had gotten a lot better at translating, though Izuku did have to slow down a bit for him. Izuku walked over to stand next to Hawks while everyone else looked expectantly at Nedzu. "Oh, you're no fun, Akatani." "Fine, I'll read out the pairings," Nedzu complained. The pairings were Ida and Aoyama vs Power Loader, Kirishima and Sato vs Cementos, Hagakure and Shoji vs Snipe, Siro and Ojiro vs Midnight, Momo and Achiko vs 13, Tsuyu and Fumikage vs Ectoplasm, Jiro and Koda vs Present Mike, Mina and Kaminari vs Nedzu, Katsuki and Shoto vs Eraserhead, Izuku vs Hawks. Kaminari and Mina looked like they wanted to cry but started resolutely going over their gear and tuning into electrical frequencies. Ida seemed to be looking at Aoyama in contemplation, likely trying to figure out what to do with him. Siro and Ojiro looked at Midnight in despair. They then turned to each other and huddled together, trying to form a plan. Achiko and Momo were trying to figure out what 13 wouldn't be able to SCK up. As far as Izuku was aware, the answer was nothing. Unless it was nailed down. Black holes could absorb other black holes after all. Jiro simply looked at Mike and winced, putting on the decibel-blocking earmuffs that were part of her new costume. Koda was staring at the ground, but at least he was staring resolutely. Now, children. You'll have plenty of time to whisper and plan on the bus to your locations. Each of you, please follow your teacher to your designated areas. There will be observation rooms there for you to watch the other participants, Nedzu called. Ida and Aoyama were sitting together on the bus, trying to figure out Power Loader's plan. They noted that their teacher had no support items on him aside from his standard hero gear. Meanwhile, Power was already giving them a hint without them knowing. He was humming the tune to the English song, "Dig Dig Dig for You Dinner," to himself. They soon arrived at their destination, Power Loader getting to run ahead and set up while they plan. By the time their exam started, they were no closer to a real plan. The two progressed quickly to the goal, confused as to where Power Loader was hiding. They soon found out as they arrived close to the goal, only to find a giant dirt field full of random holes in their way. Power Loader was happily popping in and out of the holes like a giant game of whack-a-mole. Aoyama tried shooting him, but the hero was too fast. Ida was suddenly very glad he'd taken Izuku's advice to study the different types of packed earth and snow, even if it felt unusual at the time. Now, it was coming in handy. He could tell exactly where he had to run to get across, but it would only get him halfway. Aoyama, I believe I have a somewhat strange but effective plan to pass this obstacle, he states. Meanwhile, in the observation rooms, everyone watches in confusion as the two hide around a corner. Even more so what Aoyama takes of the heavier pieces of his armor. Then, in another show of strangeness, Ida proceeds to pick Aoyama up and hold him above his head. Izuku and Nezu start cackling, startling Hawks, Kaminari and Mina. Ida makes it halfway across the field in a burst of speed and proceeds to throw Aoyama across the field and past the gate. Aoyama did a funny but rather ridiculous Superman pose as he flew through the air. The armored support gear on his stomach protected him as he slid along the ground, the gate calling out their victory. Class 1A and several of the teachers had one collective but childish thought. YET. Kirishima and Sato had a similar issue to what the previous team did. They had no idea what, exactly, Cementos was going to make out of their concrete. The possibilities were endless, especially considering they were in the middle of one of UA's city zones. Early on, Kirishima noticed that Cementos was only making walls out of his cement. Since he couldn't go through the walls, he figured he could be smart like Ida and go over them. However, his communication of said plan wasn't the best. He simply turned to a sugar-induced Sato and yelled, "Throw me." Instead of going over the walls, he was thrown through them with speed. It still got the desired effect. He was past the walls and had slammed into Cementos, dazing him. As quick as he could, he got the cuffs around Cementos. With that, the second team passed the practical exam. Just how many of my students are going to be thrown today? Shoyuta muttered to himself, exasperated. Katsuki and Shoto snickered behind him. Shoji and Hagakure stood at the entrance to the gym Snipe was setting up in. So, Shoji, how good are your acting skills? Hagakure asked randomly. I'm not sure. Why? He asked turning to her. I was thinking you could act like I'm with you to distract Snipe. Your ears are perfect for telling where I actually am while you mislead him to think I'm somewhere else. Don't worry, my suit goes invisible with me now, Hagakure explained. Shoji's mouth-arm grinned and the boy nodded. He was going to confuse the hell out of their teacher. And that's exactly what they did. Shoji had one ear behind his back focused on Hagakure and another pointed in completely different direction, following her. Occasionally, he'd do the same with his eyes. When he snuck behind cover, he spoke as though she was next to him. Not even 5 minutes later, the gate called their victory, confusing poor Snipe. Gosh darn it. You're one good actor, Shoji, the hero sighed. Shiro and Ojiro used long-range attacks against Midnight, with Shiro having made a series of tape webs beforehand. The two ran around the rocky zone, using stones they found to attach to the end of the tap as weights. Sure enough, it worked just like the net traps in Shiro's analysis notes. When Ojiro used his tail to fling several of them at her and a couple rocks under her feet, the rocks tripped her. As a result, the tape nets hit and wrapped around her. This had the advantage of covering the holes she made in her suit. She hadn't yet convinced her design team to implement Izuku's advice, and making her look like a giant cocoon. They waited for the mist to settle while Midnight wriggled, jumped, and rolled around. Then, they ran through to the gate, securing their victory. They almost forgot to free Midnight in their excitement, which got them quite the mean glare. If Mike and Shoyuta just so happened to take a video of her attempts to get free of the tape, and subsequent attempt to roll after the leaving students, then none of the students said anything. Momo and Achiko's fight was nerve-wracking for almost all of the viewers. Within minutes of the fight commencing, they were left hanging on to a railing for dear life. 13's vacuum was pulling in everything within sight, though Nezu and Izuku noticed that they were constantly prepared to close their glove. Even their hearts stopped though when Momo's grip slipped, her other hand trying to grab something she was making. Thankfully, 13 closed the vacuum. Something which Momo used to her advantage. She snapped the cuffs around their ankle while they panicked. That round was finally over. Tsuyu and Tokoyami's battle was a game of stealth. They also bent the rules a bit, as it was never explicitly stated that they had to enter to building through the main entrance so long as they didn't enter through the gate, which they figured would be cheating. So, they instead went through one of the higher windows. Tsuyu then quietly crawled along the roof while Fumikage flew directly below her, blending with the shadows of the roof awnings. Whenever Ectoplasm or one of his clones looked up, they stayed perfectly still until they looked away. In the end they were able to drop down silently right behind the real ectoplasm. Tsuyu ran through the gate at the same time Dark Shadow put the cuff on ectoplasm's ankle. The winner message rang twice, making them smile to themselves. The students cheered and the hero swelled with pride. Jiro and Kuda already had a plan for Mike when they went in. Two, actually. First, they went in with Jiro cancelling out Mick's yelling and Kuda grabbed what birds he could. Thankfully, it worked. Otherwise, Koda'd have had to do step 2 himself and he was too scared to do so outside of dire circumstances. Step 2 was Koda having the birds collect bugs, spiders, beetles and the like. Step 3 was them throwing them at Mike, who was even more afraid of bugs than Koda. The boy whispered a near-silent apology to the hero before enacting the plan. The bugs crawled all over the hero, freaking him out. The man passed out in less than a minute. From there, they run past him. As soon as the gate cleared, Koda ordered the birds to remove the creepy crawlies from the hero while Jiro went and woke him up. Eraser and Midnight facebombed while several of the students outright laughed. The poor hero was never going to live this down. Next was Kaminari and Mina versus Nedzu. Izuku was incredibly proud of them in this one. Nedzu was caging them in, turning the place into a maze by knocking Gantt construction equipment over, but they didn't panic much. Kaminari was able to locate the comm system Nedzu had for emergencies. This in turn meant that he found Nedzu. From there, Mina would find or melt paths towards where they needed to go. She made sure that Nedzu could never see exactly where they were. After that, Kaminari zapped the crane just enough to fry the technology. With that, they believed Nedzu to be stalled. Kaminari then located the gate's connection to the PA systems. The tow then just melted their way through their obstacles to the gate. It wasn't until after they won that Nedzu admitted that he was stuck in the crane. Apparently, the doors had electronic locks. As a result, when the crane's electronic systems were fried, so was the unlocking system for the door. In the end, Power Loader came and got him out. Eraser may or may not have gotten a photo of slightly shocked Nedzu, all his fur standing on end. No harm was done, but he'll be discharging static for a while. Just don't let the stoat know he had the photo, he did not want to incur his boss' wrath revenge. Katsuki and Shoto were next against Shoyuta. They knew better than to plan in the same room as their enemy, so they waited until it was their turn. I know you aren't the type to run, so I'll do it while you fight Sensei. Maybe blind him with that flashbang ability? Shoto suggested. Katsuki grinned, glad they were on the same page. Of course I'm gonna fight him. And yeah, one of us needs to get away if he whoops my butt again. Just don't go slamming into any more buildings, yeah, he teased. That was one time. One, Shoto hissed. Katsuki simply chuckled as they turned towards the city. The light went green, and they separated, running in two different directions. Katsuki waited back against a railing on the top of a roof. Sure enough, Shoyuta pulled himself up the roof. Katsuki rushed forwards as quickly as possible, blinding the man as soon as he looked up from the ladder. Shoyuta automatically jumped away from him, falling back down the ladder. He barely got a hold of one of the rungs. Katsuki jumped down after him, using his flight ability to stay in the air as he swung at the man, kicking him off the ladder. He pounced as the man hit the ground. Unfortunately, the hero recovered quickly. The man was quick to erase his quirk, so he started fighting with his fists instead. He was much better at quirkless fighting with the heroics training and the combat training he'd managed to drag out of the man during his visits to the house. As a result, he lasted much longer before the hero knocked him out. He just hoped he bought enough time for Shoto. Meanwhile, Shoyuta was looking for said teen. He'd expected the boys to be backing each other up and working together. Had their independence and drive to win worked against them? In which case, Shoto may be looking for him on his own. But if that was the case, he'd have started heading this way when the explosion started. Wincing and rubbing his back, he hit the ground hard. He started climbing back up the ladder for a better viewpoint. He saw nothing. Hopping from roof to roof, he started combing the faux city for the boy. He was on the other side of the city and getting frustrated when he saw it. Right against the buildings, in an almost straight line, was a trail of slowly melting ice. The boy had stuck to the base of the building so that the trail wasn't easily seen from the rooftops. But that meant he wasn't trying to find Shoyuta, he was trying to escape. The two were working together after all. Shoyuta started running, beelining for the gate, but it was too late. He'd barely hopped 3 rooftops before the gate cheered the pair's victory. Katsuki was picked up by the medbots while Shoyuta trudged back to the observation room. Or at least, he tried to get back to the observation room. Instead, he was chased and pestered by the medbots until he allowed them to take him to the infirmary too. The final match was Izuku versus Kigo. Izuku waited until the green light before taking off in a burst of fire and speed. He and Hawks didn't bother hiding, instead heading straight for each other. Izuku used his entire arsenal, draining, manipulating the buildings, fire, feathers, summoning and ghost world. He didn't drain the hero much, but he didn't need to. The fire burned several of his feathers, he was fending off the flying demons he had summoned, he had several pieces of concrete wrapped around his various limbs, slash wounds from the feathers and general exhaustions. Meanwhile, Izuku hadn't been hit once. He kept returning to the ghost realm whenever he was about to, much like Mirio did in his sports festival. Eventually, Kigo had to land. He was absolutely exhausted and one of the cement pieces had worked its way up to and around his left wing. The instant his feet touched the ground, he was swallowed by it up to his hips. Izuku landed in front of him, and the hero just sighed, holding his wrist out for the cuff. The gate called the teen's victory, with only a few minutes left to spare. The demons returned to hell and Kigo was freed. In the observation rooms, 1A was cheering. They'd all passed. Soon, they were all sent home. Everyone was more than looking forward to the holidays. It wasn't even a full day into the holidays before Izuku was contacted by one of his heroes. It was Night Eye, with an offer he couldn't refuse. An invitation and plane ticket to Island for the Expo. It was in 2 days. He let his soulmates know he was going. The 5 of them were a mix of sulking and jealousy. It seems a few of them had been planning dates during the holiday. He very much wanted those dates, but the Expo was an opportunity no one would pass up. Thankfully, his soulmates understood and were happy to send him off at the airport. Night Eye met him there. Apparently, Miro had family commitments this year and was unable to attend. The island was an amazing sight from above. Night Eye chuckled as he watched Izuku's wings ruffle and flutter excitedly behind him. Arriving at the island, they went through customs and immigration. The two chatted about heroics and what they knew about the island as they went. Izuku was more than happy to take note of the advertisements and holograms promoting the Expo while Night Eye interacted with the fans that recognized him. Just as Night Eye was finishing up, a blonde-haired girl bounced her way over on a pogo stick of all things. She then proceeded to make the pogo stick shrink down, nanotechnology, and launch herself at Night Eye. "Uncle Night! You're here," the girl cheered. "Melissa. Good to see you again. It's only been a month or so, yet you seem to have grown even more," Night Eye smiled, hugging the girl. "Don't be silly, I'm exactly the same height as last time. Now come on, who's this?" she asked turning to Izuku. He finally recognized her now. She was Melissa Shield, the girl he'd recommended for One for All. "Ah, my apologies. This is Akatani. Izuku. He is the one that recommended you for that? Athena, Hermes, and Reaper are all names he goes by," Sir Night Eye introduced. Was he bragging? He wasn't sure, the man could be just introducing him, but the title seemed unnecessary. Melissa's eyes went wide, and she zipped over to him, scanning him with her eyes. She started vibrating in a distinctly May-like fashion. Sure enough, the questions started pouring. "So you're him? Thank you. Hey, what are your wings made of? Why the hood? Is it the same reason your fingers are crooked?" she continued rambling. Izuku simply froze, very uncomfortable with her line of questioning and closeness. Night Eye watched in amusement until finally lurching forward. In his panic, Izuku hadn't noticed the girl reach to touch his wings. Thankfully, Night Eye stopped her. That could have been dangerous. "Melissa, I know you're curious but calm down please. I know you did your research on Athena, so I think you have the answer to at least a few of your questions. The rest are a bit personal. Also, please do not touch his wings," the man sighed, clearly used to this. "Oh. Sorry, I get kind of excited whenever I see something interesting," the girl looked extremely apologetic. Briefly, Izuku wondered if this is what he would have been like had he grown up normally. He decided not to dwell on it too much. "It's all right, I understand. A few of those questions were a little personal is all. Also, due to my quirk, direct physical contact is very dangerous to others at times. It is safe at the moment though," he finally got out, his mask translating for him. He cautiously extended his wing, letting her reach out and touch his feathers. Her fingers would briefly brush the soft black feathers, then phase through them, the feathers rippling like smoke. She pulled her hand back after a moment, eyes full of curiosity. She pulled herself together, seemingly remembering something. "Right. Business first, curiosity later. Come on, I've invited you and Uncle Might here as a surprise for Dad. We've got to go find him before he absorbs himself into his work again," she giggled, leading the way. She completely missed the grimaces on both guests' faces at the news. They had no problem with Mr. Shield, but All Might was going to be a problem. Especially considering he'd learned through the grapevine that Reaper was Athena. Nedzu may or may not have forgotten to remove him from the UA group chat. The three head towards the tower, with Izuku explaining how he got to know Night Eye and the internship they did. To say she was interested in the Hell Flame was an understatement. This led to him explaining his quirk. She was unexpectedly saddened by the news of his death, despite not really knowing him. He decided then and there not to tell her about how exactly he died. It would hurt the poor girl too much. Meanwhile, back at the airport, a random civilian pulls out their phone. Reporting in, "We've successfully infiltrated I-Island. The goods will arrive tonight, boss," they spoke. "Melissa's been doing very well in her research lately. Perhaps you could take her out for lunch somewhere, David?" "To celebrate," Sam stated, trying to pull him away from work for a bit. "I know, she's brilliant. But she's been so focused and determined lately, I can't bring myself to interrupt her," the man must. "Hey Dad, how you doing?" Melissa asked, popping her head through the door. "Melissa. I'm doing well. Are you looking forward to the expo?" David smiled, turning to her. "I am. But first, I've brought you a surprise," she called. She was somehow oblivious to the tension behind her, coming from All Might, Night Eye and Izuku. All Might was trying his very hardest not to stare at the boy, but he knew for a fact that the boy died that day. Yet, here he was still alive as though he never made that terrible mistake. He knew that was too good to be true though. Especially not when others had punished him for it. That would make him and the entirety of UA crazy. No, the boy died for sure. So how was he alive? Melissa stepped aside to show her father their guests, the heroes quickly putting smiles on their faces. David looked at the two, absolutely flabbergasted. "I am here. To reunite with an old friend," All Might cheered, coming over to hug the man. "Wadash? Toshi? Mirai? How did you?" the man stammered, looking around. "I had extra tickets for the expo and figured it would be a nice surprise to invite them both to come see you." Melissa cheered. The group chatted for a bit. Night Eye, while happy to see an old friend, was desperately looking for an excuse to get Izuku out of there and away from All Might. "Oh, who's this?" David asked, finally seeing Izuku where he was partially obscured behind the other two. "Oh, Dad, he's Athena. And Hermes and Reaper. His quirk is so interesting." Melissa cheered, muttering on about his quirk. The three spoke for a bit, David rather impressed by how much Izuku knew about him and the support field. He was just as curious as Melissa about his quirk. However, Night Eye finally found their escape route. "Ahem, Melissa, how about you show Izuku around the expo while David and us talk? It's been a while since we caught up," he suggested, looking between David and a steaming All Might. David nodded along rapidly, also subtly eyeing the steam. Izuku perked up at the mention of the expo, so Melissa quickly agreed. She dragged him out of the tower and down to the expo, the two of them recognizing several heroes from around the world. There were a fair few pieces of interesting technology around, even though it wasn't fully set up yet. Izuku mentioning a few of his own creations and Melissa doing the same. "Oh yeah. Are you coming to the reception party tonight? I know Uncle Knight and Might are going." "So am I," Melissa asked, turning to face him. "I guess so. That would explain why Night Eye asked me to bring more formal wear. Though, I'm not entirely sure I should wear it to the party. I'm not exactly pretty," Izuku explained. People have different definitions of beauty, you know. Besides, I know a few heroes and aristocrats who look atrocious, be that physically or in fashion sense. It still doesn't stop them from attending every year," Melissa stated. Izuku huffed a laugh and nodded. "All right, I'll be there," he sighed. "Hey Akatani. That you?" a familiar voice called. It was Achiko, along with Jiro and Momo. He wandered over to them, making sure Melissa followed. "I thought so. What are you doing here? Getting even more people for the agency?" Achiko teased. "Not this time. The scientists aren't allowed to leave the island after all. Night Eye invited me. Everyone, this is Melissa Shield. Melissa, this is Achiko Uraraku, Yayorozu Momo, and Kyuka Jiro. They are my classmates at UA," he introduced. They all greeted each other and headed over to a cafe for lunch. It turns out that the girls were going to the reception party too. They'd gotten the tickets from Momo's parents. Kaminari and Shinso then surprised them both by showing up as workers at the cafe. Hitoshi was more than happy to play waiter for Izuku, much to his embarrassment. He introduced them to Melissa too. It turns out that the cafe hired them as extra wait staff in return for tickets to the expo and the reception. That, and the cost of the plane ticket was the equivalent of their pay for working there. Ida then zipped over to remind them to get back to work. He'd been invited along with the rest of his family, but they were too busy. He was introduced to Melissa. 2. Hearing an explosion nearby, they all headed over, minus Hitoshi and Kaminari. Turns out it was a villain attack simulation. Kirishima and Katsuki both had a crack at it, with Katsuki taking the top score. While Katsuki was happily showing off, Kirishima explained that Izuku was meant to get 2 tickets to the expo for coming first place. But since he already received one, it was given to Shoto, who had one that was sent in advance to Endeavor. So, he gave them to Katsuki, who invited him, as the rest of his soulmates were already there, and the older ones were busy preparing for the camp. Izuku takes on the simulation, the ground swallowing the villains in seconds. This puts him in the top spot and draws Katsuki's attention, who seems more than happy to walk over and lean on him. Wait, no, he was glaring at the girl staring at him in the corner. He was staking his claim. In reaction to this, Izuku happily snuggled into the rare physical affection, turning the boy's face red. Everyone else cooed. More commotion came from the site. Shoto was taking a crack at it. He froze the whole thing, taking milliseconds longer than Izuku. He then melted the glacier and wandered over, looking at the two of them expectantly. They both rolled their eyes and made space for him, where he nuzzled into Izuku's other side while wrapping an arm around Katsuki's shoulder. More cooing. Melissa looked rather surprised at the number of soulmates he had. If you think this is a surprise, he's got 2 FING more back home. Both full-grown adults, Katsuki huffs. Her eyes go wide. She's quickly introduced to the newcomers. She'd now met 9 of the 21A students. Yes, he was counting Hitoshi, he'd be a member soon enough. There were so many powerhouses and interesting quirks to observe. Meanwhile, a red-haired man in a mask receives a phone call. The goods will be here by tonight, boss. The plan was going off without a hitch, but All Might showed up, the phone said. That's fine, not even he can do anything against what we've cooked up. Keep the plan going as is. These people won't know what hit them, the man laughed to himself. Over in David's lab, Night Eye and All Might have just finished explaining the reason behind All Might's drop in power level. The man sits shell-shocked at the news of such a power, mind racing with questions and possibilities. All Might sat there, shocked at the news of what One for All would do to a quirked person. But then, what will happen to Japan now? Surely, the country would go into crisis without the symbol, David panics. Not necessarily. May I borrow your projectors? Night Eye asked, pulling out his phone. David nodded, turning to the screens. Night Eye pulled up the message he received from Izuku and the recording of Shiketsu's and Yue's response to his speech. His plan for the future. He then pulled up a photo he received from Nedzu of all the people who would be working together to make it happen. You see? Japan's in good hands. It's time to let the next generation do their thing. Yes, One for All may still be needed to fight you-know-who, but not for society. And, from what I've seen of the powerhouses we have now, we may not need them from even that if they train well enough, he reassured them. All Might and David were literally crying with joy and relief. The boy had brought them a miracle. Something they'd thought completely impossible. I was so wrong about that boy, Mirai. I'm glad he chose to be a hero, Toshinori sighed. David looked at him quizzically, but the two just shook their heads. The 3 of them parted ways to prepare for the reception party, Night Eye praying that Izuku actually showed up and wore what he was supposed to. The hero hopefuls and Melissa all meet back at the cafe and plan to meet up at the entrance to the party. The 6, Katsuki tried to get out of it, but Kirishima brought a suit for him, and he was quickly bribed by the fact Izuku would be attending. In a suit no less. Hitoshi and Shoto looked no less excited than him. Traitors, the lot of them. If I'm going to be shoved in a even remotely tight space full of people, one of you had better show up with something I can drain. Unless you want random heroes and aristocrats dropping like flies, he grumbled. They nodded enthusiastically, all taking off towards their respective lodgings. If you want, you could drain the money grub aristocrats with their marriage proposals, Momo offered hopefully. Izuku huffed a laugh. No, I'm good. They'd taste horrible. On the topic, though, I think we need to have a chat about your meal plans. I know you read and confirmed my analysis, yet you haven't changed accordingly. Something's going on, he stated, looking at her knowingly. He'd seen how she often looked longingly at high-calorie meals and offers to get extra serves of food. The two had figured out that she made things based off the energy stored in her food or body, not the fat. This is why she was able to make a cannon and remain relatively the same weight. The girl looked close to tears as she nodded rapidly. It looks like she'd have to get in touch with Fat Gum again. The hero had plenty of capable analysts and focused on minor crimes or police cases, so Izuku rarely needed to assist him with anything. However, as Momo's uncle, he was going to need to know what was going on in case he needed to take her of her. But that was for later. For now, they had to prepare for the party. Thankfully, their accommodations were nearby, so they wouldn't be late. The masked villain stands in a warehouse full of people unloading boxes and crates. One of them runs up to him. It's all here, Boss Wolfram. Should we gear up? The lackey asked, a maniac grin on his face. The man received a nod and took off. Wolfram chuckled to himself darkly. It was time to raise hell. Izuku, on the other hand, had thought he wouldn't be late to the party. However, he very quickly found that ties, buttons, and crooked fingers do not mesh well. Night Eye ended up leaving without him. It didn't help that they were also delayed by his hair, which had kept growing this entire time. Usually, it was hidden by his hood, so he hadn't bothered to cut it. But he had to look presentable at the party. Perhaps not for the heroes, but for his boys at the very least. So long as the lights didn't go out in the party and the windows were not opened, he should be able to remain in his human form for the party's duration. If not, he had his hero costume. Both for coverage and to account of one as terrible luck with villain attacks and random dangerous happenstance. He was just leaving the hotel when Ida called him, scolding him for being late. He explained his hold-up and that he was leaving now. Suddenly, the boy was much more understanding. When he made it there, everyone but Katsuki and Kirishima were there. Ida said he couldn't get in contact with the two, though the boy was obviously trying not to stare. Everyone else, on the other hand, was openly staring. Shoto and Hitoshi were openly looking him up and down with glee, bringing a small amount of heat to his face. The others took a few seconds to stare sadly at his scars and singular eye before snapping themselves out of it. They all greeted him happily and teased him about finally wearing a suit, slowly walking into the first floor of the tower. According to Melissa, who'd been the most shocked at the sight of him, the reception party was on the second floor, so they headed for the elevators. Meanwhile, Katsuki and Kirishima walked in. Uncomfortable silence. After a long few moments, Katsuki sighed and finally spoke. Admit it. You have absolutely no idea where you're going, do you, shitty hair? Kirishima breathed a nervous laugh. No. No, not really. I was going to use my phone to get there but I left it behind. I don't even know what floor we're meant to go to once we get there, he said defeatedly. Grumbling to himself, Katsuki launched himself into the air with his explosions. He quickly got above the buildings and found the tower. Landing again, he started leading the way. He refused to admit that he didn't know what floor it was on either. In the reception party, Night Eye sighed to himself. The children were well and truly late. The coordinators did their starting speeches before calling a completely unprepared All Might up on stage. However, just as he started talking, the alarms started going off. The security system triggered in what was clearly not standard procedure, then proceeded to capture all of the partygoers. On the streets, people panicked as the security robots forced them all inside and all exits to the island locked down. Inside the tower, the doors and elevators locked. Defensive walls lowered and more security bots activated. The enraged chatter of the heroes and aristocrats went silent as a group of roughly 20 men in masks and combat gear stormed in, all carrying a weapon of some type. Listen up. From here on out, you and this entire island are our hostages. Misbehave, and you die. We'll get what we want, leave, and deactivate the systems. In other words, let us have our way and we'll set everyone free when we're done. If you fight back or mouth off, you die. Now, where is David Shield and his assistant? Wolfram growled. A hero is shot as they try to bite one of the villains, left to bleed out on the floor. David, in his oh-so-infinite wisdom, answers. What do you want? We have nothing for you. Island technology is all coded to prevent sale to all registered villains, he cried, clearly thinking he could dissuade the man. Not all of the technology. Experimental tech and items not put into development aren't given that coding. There's one specific piece we want, Mr. Shield, and you're going to give it to us, he sneered, hauling the scientist up. He took Samuel too, when the man cried out in protest, calling him David and outing himself as someone close to the man. It seemed he'd be the incentive for David to behave himself. All Might curses to himself, realizing he couldn't afford to be reckless and save the people in the tower. If he did, the island inhabitants would be hurt. Outside of the reception party, Shiro, Sato, Tokoyami and Shoji are all forced to retreat inside by the security robots, who had no qualms with shooting them. Mina, Tsu, and Toru all watched from their hotels as the entire island was put under house arrest. Izuku and Ko hear the alarms and watch as the elevators lock. That's not standard procedure, Melissa murmurs, looking at the elevators, concerned. We don't have reception, either, so we can't call for help, Jiro must, staring at her phone. We'll have to find the heroes then, they'll likely know. If you'll just wait there a moment, Izuku states, ducking around the corner. They all look at each other in confusion but comply. He comes back 5 minutes later dressed in his hero gear and phone out. Achiko facepalms. You know, with our class's luck we probably should have thought of that ourselves, she sighed, the rest of the class nodding along. There are emergency stairs up to the 3rd floor on the side of the tower, we can look down into the room from there, Melissa suggested. They all nodded and followed her up. They were all shocked at the sight that greeted them when they arrived. Focusing, Izuku used Soul Speak to contact Night Eye. Night Eye. 3rd floor, what's going on, he asks, the hero startling slightly and falling over shouldn't have been as funny as it was. He gestured for Jiro to listen in on him. Thankfully, Night Eye cut straight to the chase, explaining the issue and the villain's plans. Right, we've got it. Don't argue with me, it's not like anyone else is going to save you, he responded, cutting off the hero's protests. The man visibly sighed and managed to sit himself back up. Akatani, I know you likely want to help, but we do not have our licenses. We could get in serious trouble if we do. I think our best option would be to leave the island, Ida stated, clearly uncomfortable with both options. Everyone else looked torn. That won't be possible. Island security is as tight and technologically advanced as Tartarus. No one can leave unless it's deactivated, Melissa whispered sadly. That, and if we leave, what will happen to the people here? No one else is coming to save them, Ida, and I doubt the villains will actually leave them unharmed. We may not even have to fight them if my idea works, but if we do, I'm already a known vigilante with Nedzu's pardon, Izuku explained. The others realized with dawning horror that he was right. No one knew what was happening on the island, there was not signal, and no one could leave. Their only option was to fix this themselves. Okay, I sense a plan. Hit us, Akatani, Momo consented. If I can hack into Nedzu's security and every system in Japan, chances are I can hack into the security system. I just need to connect to it. Kaminari, do you have a phone cable on you? Also, Shoto, Hitoshi, did you bring food? He explained. Kaminari handed over the cable. Hitoshi handed over the food. Izuku drained the food and plugged one end of the cable into his phone. If you're going with that plan, then you'll have to connect yourself directly to the server room. It's the only way other than the control room to connect to the security system, Melissa explained. Alright, where is it then? On level, this staircase stops periodically across the entire tower and goes to the 120th floor and the top's floor. The control room is there, Melissa explains. I promised no violence or vigilante ing from you guys, so we'll stick to the control room. Come on, Izuku stated, starting his way up. The group forms a tight formation around Melissa, well aware that she was just a civilian. However, they needed her knowledge of the building. Melissa and Hitoshi were starting to lag behind by the time they reached the 80th floor, the girls having taken off their heels by the 40th. A metal shutter prevented them from continuing up the tower past floor. Izuku was just about to manipulate the shutter when Kaminari had the bright idea to open the door. What was that signal that came from the door? Kaminari asked, staring at it apprehensively. That, Kaminari, was the door telling the villains we're here. Congrats, Izuku tapped, Shoto translating just as blandly and incredibly unimpressed. The door swung open and Izuku did a happy dance. Everyone was rather confused until they realized what was there. Their grins turned dark and mischievous as they all stepped out of the way, Melissa doing so more than a little confused. Izuku snuck behind on of the gardens and summoned a Hell Legion, then drained, but didn't kill, the garden. He repeated this process going around the garden while the elevator came up. He had 5 Hell Legions and Cerberus by the time the villains arrived. They were taken out easily. His friends just stared at Cerberus, deciding they'd just roll with it from now on. They realized by now that he wasn't going to stop surprising them. What the F, Zuku? When will you stop pulling random shit like this? At least we found you. What's going on? Katsuki questions, running over with Kirishima trailing behind him. Oh, now you decide to show up. Jiro complains. We may or may not have left our phones behind and gotten lost, Kirishima admitted while Katsuki, Hitoshi and Shoto huddled around Shoto's phone. Were they seriously looking at photos from the entrance? Now. Shaking his head, he got Ida to explain the situation and the plan to fix it. Hey Akatani. The doors are all closed, including the one back to the staircase, Kaminari points out while Cerberus goes back to Hades. The legions were still there, though. They were just waiting for orders. Thinking for a second, Izuku suddenly looked up at the ceiling. The entire thing was made of metal. He warped the metal, making an opening for them and turning the leftover into a ladder. He had the legion climb up the ladder and scout the floor before having the rest climb their way up. He followed last, warping the ladder back into the ceiling like it was never there. Meanwhile, the villains were scrambling. The control room group were asking Wolfram what to do, informing them that the 2 that were sent up were beaten. What do you mean they were attacked by Cerberus? That's just a myth, what are you on? And children don't disappear into thin air, damn it. Find them. Wolfram roared, David glancing at him warily. By the time the villains wound back the video from the cameras and figured out what happened, it was too late. The children could be on any floor by now. Each and every one of their cameras on the floors after that one was destroyed. They activated all of the robots on the floors past. Izuku's team were carefully destroying the cameras on every level, the demons of the Hell Legion hiding inside the shadows and alerting them of where the robots were patrolling. They climbed their way all the way up to the server room, where they formed a defensive formation around Izuku and Melissa. The instant Izuku plugged the cable into the server, the villains knew exactly where they were. Within moments, thousands of robots were filing into the room. Each and every one was destroyed by the Legion. Ida then pointed out that there were no rules against them fighting in self-defense, as these weren't even technically villains. They were malfunctioning security robots. With those words, the team happily exploited the rules and started tearing into the robots too. Meanwhile, Izuku continued to hack through the rather difficult cyber defense systems. They were almost as good as Nedzu's. Almost. Having hacked systems like this before, he was done in just under 20 minutes. It seemed some villains joined the robots at some point, but they were all taken out by the Legion. Using his newfound access, he sicked the robots on the villains on the control room floor, individually targeting friend and foe so they wouldn't hurt David or Sam. From there, he deactivated the security around the island and in the tower, returning it to normal parameters. Doing so freed the heroes and captured the villains. It detained any carrying visible weapons. He then opened the elevators on their floor for his Legion, sending them to the top of the tower, where Wolfram was easily ripping the robots to shreds. He deactivated the keypad for the vault too, this way they wouldn't be able to unlock it even if they won against the Legion. He sets the screen in the reception hall to project what was going on in the two locations, so the heroes knew what was going on. Finally, seeing his army and Wolfram were at a stalemate, he headed up to the villain himself. The others followed, claiming they'd stay until they could get the civilians down to the hero floor. However, upon arrival they overhear a rather demeaning conversation. "I called off the attack last night. The device isn't needed anymore and would cause chaos in the open market. Sam, why on earth did you continue it? And clearly, these are not the actors I hired." David cried, glaring at the assistant. "Because, Shield. I don't care. I worked for years to help develop that device. I spent years practically a servant to you and your family just for the chance to get the money and glory I deserve. But not only did almost all of the credit go to you, I don't care how much of it was your idea, they locked it away, forbidden to be acknowledged, sold or patented in any way. And you let them. I don't care if it's dangerous, this device will change the world and I'll be rich from it. These are just my first benefactors," Sam ranted, laughing in David's face. Izuku had just started walking forward to fight the men when Wolfram suddenly shot Sam. "Yeah right. Like I'd ever help a weak and gullible fool like him. Now that the tech's built, it'll be easy to replicate. I just need to get it to my benefactor. Now, behave yourself Shield and open that vault," he snarled, shooting Sam again to finish him off. David's eyes hardened, clearly determined to prevent them from getting what they want. Before he could do or say anything to get himself killed, Izuku ran forward and aimed a weak fireball straight at Wolfram's head. The man howled in rage and pain, rolling on the floor to put out the spreading flames. He hissed as he tried to pull the metal mask from his face, burning his hands, before finally using his quirk to tear it off. He tried to send the metal of the building at his assailant, only for Izuku to wrest away control and wrap it around him instead. Because the metal was in Izuku's control, he couldn't unwrap himself. Trying to attack Izuku only added to his restraints. With the moonlight shining through the windows on the top floor, why were there windows near a vault? Izuku's form changed. And so, when Wolfram finally snarled and turned to meet the boy's gaze, maybe to glare and cuss at him a bit, his was terrified at the sight he saw. A clean, bone-white skull stared back at him where the boy's face should be. The top of what could be seen of said skull was riddled with cracks, partially obscured by dark green curls. In place of eyes were dark sockets and glowing bright green orbs, so eerie, as though they could see into his very soul. Pitch-black horns gleamed in the moonlight, sharp enough to gore. His clothes and the feathers of his wings were blacker than night, constantly shifting and flickering like flames in a non-existent wind. He could swear he heard whispering. An aura of death surrounded this creature. There was no way in hell it was a boy. An aura even stronger than Sensei's. For the first time in years, Wolfram was well and truly afraid. He looked away from the creature and stilling his struggling with a nervous gulp. The heroes finally arrived at the top of the tower, stopping at the sight before them. "I caught him and dealt with the villains. The others protected themselves and the civilian with them from the security system. He will not be bothering you again," the creature said, jaw not moving. Wolfram heard the words in his very soul. A promise to both the heroes and himself, it was clear. The heroes dragged Wolfram away while the police someone had summoned surveyed the body of Sam. David was taken away for questioning. None dared to approach for Izuku's statement. "And who might you be? To fight off a villain with your quirk is a crime unless you're a hero, even here, no matter how much good you've done. I've never seen you before, so I doubt you are one, a Chinese hero asked in English. They seem to be an underground hero, based on their costume. I am Reaper. Japanese vigilante and first-year hero student by pardon of Nedzu. It is allowed due to the fact that I do not need sleep and the dead cannot truly be killed twice. I also go by Athena and Hermes, but as none of those titles have official status, you may call me Akatani, Izuku stated, the clouds finally covering the moon transferring him back. Several heroes murmured to themselves in surprise. A few had heard of him, others were more amazed or interested in the connection to Nedzu and the power he possessed for his age. A UA student? You barely look the age of a middle schooler, one cried. Yes, well, that's what happens when you're thrown off a building at age 14. I doubt I'll ever age past this point, nor decay, his mask translated for him. He tells the truth, he was my intern and the classmate of the hero students gathered here. With the power and sway he holds and will hold in the future, I suggest you don't take him lightly, Night Eye states, coming up behind him. His classmates nod rapidly, taking the chance to make their way through the crowd to stand behind him. Sometimes, he forgot he was the leader. Even with the way he led them earlier, it was still a surprise to have them stand behind him instead of at his side. There were a couple more seconds of murmuring before everyone finally made way for them to exit the tower. The police finally had the guts to ask them for their testimonies, causing the group to finally make it back to their hotels well after midnight. In the morning, they would all fly home. The event was cancelled due to the damages that were done by the robots across the island. Besides, no one would be in the mood to look at exciting inventions when they'd all been victims of a villain attack and hostage situation. The rest of the early morning passed blissfully peacefully. By the time they all arrived home, new news of what happened on Island had spread to the news stations across the world. As a result, the few classmates that didn't go, Kuda, Ojiro and Aoyama, and Izuku's final two soulmates were gathered as close to the planned exit as possible. The five swarmed them. Izuku barely got time to say goodbye to Night Eye. They were all placated easily enough once the full story was told. On the way out of the airport, they all made plans to meet up at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall to get the things they need for camp. Izuku needed bug spray and a new pair of shoes, so he agreed to come along. Everyone else had something they needed too, so it turned into a class outing. Almost instantly, Shoyuta offered to come along, not trusting them to not get into yet another incident. Izuku also planned to talk to Momo about her situation 2 days after that, the day before camp. This way, he and Fat Gum can work on any plans they need to put into place while she's safe at camp. It also means that it'll take place the day after Ingenium's test run of the bionic exoskeleton. For now, however, he was going to enjoy a lovely day with his soulmates. Soulmates which were already looking at those cursed pictures behind his back. But he already had a pretty good idea of what would draw their attention. As soon as Izuku got home, he was more than happy to kick off his shoes, chuck his socks in the hamper and strip the entirety of his upper half. He'd been slightly anxious when he went back downstairs, but the look on their faces was more than worth it. His human form was ripped, and he knew it. Now, they did too. All five of them seemed to freeze mid-action and stare as he walked over to the couch and flopped down. He'd completely finished setting up one of his Pokemon games before they finally snapped out of it. They all either cleared their throats or did an embarrassed shuffle before turning back to what they were doing. In Kigo's case, that was tidying up his papers before whistling at him and flopping onto the couch. The avian passed him a piece of fruit and, upon seeing it stay perfectly healthy, collapsed boneless on top of him, shamelessly drinking in the skin contact and the muscles of his shoulder. If looks could kill, the avian would have died 4 times over from the boys in the kitchen. This is so not fair, Izuku. We're all underage and you're showing off a sight like that. We aren't even allowed to touch. Hitoshi whined, turning the greenette's face a pretty pink. The other 4 all nodded along, having gathered with their food in the living room. None of them were even looking at the game on screen, too busy staring at his torso. Izuku had expected them to move on with their day after the initial bit of eye candy, as they liked to put it. But no, they seemed perfectly content to spend it salivating. Izuku got up to put a shirt back on but was quickly captured by a multitude of arms and dragged back to his spot on the couch. It seems he wasn't escaping from this day of embarrassment. Seeing his slight discomfort, the boys shared a look he couldn't quite decipher. All he knew was that it likely spelt trouble. And he was right. Within moments all of them had their shirts off. As if that made sense or solved anything. Even if they were all rather pretty? No. Bad Izuku. Don't encourage them. Naturally, Izuku wasn't the only one who was enjoying the situation. The teens were happily eyeing each other off while the older two looked just about ready to disappear upstairs for an hour or two. Izuku couldn't help but pout when they did, in fact, disappear upstairs. The others just looked jealous. Izuku quickly turned the volume up on the game, not wanting to test the house's soundproofing. Hitoshi and Shoto were quick to jump up other side of him. Katsuki looked between him and the spot in front of his legs for several moments before promptly scooping him up and taking his spot, leaving Izuku sitting in his lap. The blush on his intensified twofold. It seems that even if they weren't allowed to touch, they were going to take every opportunity available to make skin contact today. Izuku happily took a photo of their cuddle pile with his phone before resuming his game. His boys were fast asleep within the hour. A few hours later, the older two came downstairs sweaty but practically glowing. They soon took their place on either side of his legs and joined the others in their nap. Izuku took a photo of that, too. He also took the liberty of sending them to Shoto and Kaken's families. Kaken. Yeah, Kaken. The next morning, everyone gathered at the mall. It turns out Hitoshi was attending the camp, too, so he joined them. The class cheered when he arrived, claiming he was finally part of the class. Everyone needed different things, so they split up into groups. Izuku, Ida, and Hitoshi needed new outdoor shoes, so they went together. Shoyuta went with the largest group. Izuku was done first, so he decided to get the other things he needed, long-sleeve swimmers and a can of bug repellent. Would the bugs even come near him of a night? However, he soon realized he was being followed. He sat down at a nearby bench, leaning against the garden wall behind him. He summoned a few shadow demons and sent them off to Shoyuta and his soulmates. They'd be there shortly. His stalker sat down next to him. Shigaraki. He turned and stared at the man with the blandest look possible as he wrapped his hand around his neck. You and I are going to have a little chat, Akatani, he sneered. It seems Kurogyari wasn't with him his time. Keeping his eyes just as emotionless, he reached up and lowered Shigaraki's final finger. The man's eyes widened. Even more so when Izuku didn't disintegrate. What the F are you? He asked, horrified. No one had failed to disintegrate before. Izuku just grinned as best he could and patted the man's hand. The villain snarled and stood up, realizing that his only leverage against the boy was gone. He didn't get very far, Shuta's capture weapon snaring him the instant he moved. Quirk on at all times, the hero ran forward and put the quirk suppressant cuffs on him. However, the villain simply coughed up that strange mud once again and disappeared. Both of them snarled, staring at the empty cuffs and capture weapon on the ground. There wasn't much they could actually do about it though, so they simply reconvened with the rest of the class, counting everyone off. It seems it was just a coincidence that Shigaraki was there as no one encountered Kurogyari, any backup or kidnapping attempts. Everyone had a quick lunch before heading home, no longer wanting to extend their time at the mall. Was every one of their class outings doomed for failure? The next day was just as eventful, but thankfully had far less villains. He had a morning session with Hound Dog, which he could honestly say was helping even if it wasn't smooth sailing, before picking up Recovery Girl, who was coming with to heal Ingenium after the surgery. Shoyuta was driving one of UA's cars, the exoskeleton carefully secured in the boot. It would no longer be a prototype after today. They then drove all the way to Hosu, where the nurses were quick to let them up. An hour or so was spent meeting the surgeons, doing the last-minute paperwork and speaking with Ingenium and his family. The family was understandably nervous, while Izuku was of the opinion Tensei was putting too much faith in his abilities. The hero had no worries whatsoever concerning the operation. Finally, the man was taken away by the surgeons. They waited in the hospital room for his return. Izuku filled the silence what talks of the exoskeleton, how it worked and what he'd do to get it into the market. He also spoke of how Ida was doing in school, much to the boys' embarrassment and the parents' interest. They rarely had the time nor presence to ask their youngest about how he was doing and what they were up to. They were just laughing, or groaning, at the story of emergency exit Ida when the nurses finally came back in with Tensei. Recovery Girl was quick to heal the man, who was already waking from the anesthesia. Another half hour was spent checking that he healed properly and that the chip was installed properly. The divider curtain went up and Izuku explained how to put the exoskeleton on and take it off. He also explained how to clean it and how long to go before washing the inside. From there, Tensei was able to put it on himself, just as he'd hoped. Good, the legs are lighting up. That means it can sense the chip. It should attach to it itself. Then, it'll start adjusting to your nervous system. That'll take a few minutes. The lights will turn off when it's ready for use, Izuku explained. Just as he finished, the exoskeleton started rearranging slightly around the hips until finally smoothing out and clicking into place around the chip. The lights pulsed for a few minutes before finally going dark. Hesitantly, Tensei took its step. It worked. The man grinned, walking over to the divider curtain and pulling it open, tears in his eyes. The entire family and nursing staff cheered, the head of the hospital already explaining to Izuku his eagerness to get a supply of these suits once they were available. All in all, the day went brilliantly. It took an hour or so to get the family to stop thanking him and to contact the companies from the support exam about starting production. That day, a product was made that would revolutionize the medical field. Finally, the day before the camp started, Izuku, Momo and Fat Gum sat in Izuku's study. Fat Gum was using one of the sturdy workroom chairs. Momo was quick to explain how her parents were extremely strict with what she ate and her image. They would always tell her that it was unsightly to eat so much and were constantly looking for any legitimate reason to prevent her from being a hero. Her mother was particularly obsessed with forcing her into a marriage of convenience, while her father wanted her to take over the company as she was their only child. Neither actually cared what she wanted, and the teen was almost constantly hungry. When she showed them a copy of the meal plan Izuku suggested and why it was important, even from a health point of view, they destroyed it and claimed that she would be sticking with her current quirk description. They made no move to disclaim the analysis but also refused to accommodate to her needs. They fired the workers that tried to help her. Fat Gum was furious by the end, determined to take in his precious niece. Unsurprisingly, the family had tried to keep Fat Gum as far away from themselves and Momo as possible. So, even though they adored each other, they weren't able to stay in contact. Fat Gum's habit of feeding everyone extended to his niece, too. Whenever they saw each other, he used to sneak her extra food. By that afternoon, Izuku had managed to call in Tsukachi. The man was able to confirm the truth of everything she said, and investigations were on the way before the day was over. Until then, Momo would be staying with Fat Gum. Thankfully, the girl wasn't actually fond of luxurious things and thus had no issues with the change. She admitted she would have to adjust to the change in monetary value and room sizes but was excited for the challenge ahead. She seemed especially excited to see travel and shopping from a civilian point of view. She had loved going to the mall with her friends. Most of all, however, she was ecstatic about how much she would be allowed to eat and staying with her uncle. She had to go home while her parents were still busy to sneak her things out. She still had a few staff who would be willing to help her, but Fat Gum stayed behind to talk some more. The hero was curious about what Momo liked, her school life, and the specifics of what she would need in her diet. Izuku was happy to explain away. The hero was quite excited when he heard about Jiro. He got the hero in contact with the rocker, as she would likely know better than him as to what Momo was actually interested in. With the plans they had in place, Fat Gum would have full custody of Momo by the time the training camp was over. Yet another successful day. Now it was time to pack. The camp starts tomorrow. He'd help Hitoshi pack while he was at it. The day of the camp was finally here. 4 of the 5 soulmates huddled together against the side of the bus. It was cold, early and slightly windy, making for quite the unpleasant wait as 1A slowly trickled in. Ida's bag was massive, and it seems everyone had filed permission to bring at least their support gear with them, learning from Izuku's example at I-Island. All of 1B finally arrived, too, and they were all quickly counted off and rushed onto the nice warm bus. By this point, Ida had given up on organizing bus seating, so he left them to themselves as he sat in the middle of the bus with Achiko and Tsuyu. Izuku sat next to Shoyuta at the front, his other 3 soulmates taking the seat behind him and swiftly falling asleep. So, Akatani. You never really answered us last time? What exactly is your quirk? Kirishima asked, an hour into their trip, eyes hopeful. His soulmates were suddenly much less sleepy. Even Shoyuta, the traitor, was curious. After the USJ, the heroes had been informed of the circumstances of his death and the specifics of his revival ability. With all of the abilities they had seen since, he'd thought it was obvious what his quirk was. Especially considering Shoyuta knew he could talk to and had received missions from the death god. Sighing, Izuku figured it was time to let the cat out of the bag. My quirk's name is Hades. It gives me the abilities of the death god of the same name. Naturally, this piqued the attention of said god, who decided to watch me grow up. He waited until I died to confront me and explain my quirk. He seemed rather eager to have something so similar to a son. However, in return for letting me use resources from his realm, he also gave me a mission. All for one. The big bad behind the League and the Numu. He has the power to give, take, and manipulate quirks. However, quirks are part of the soul and the man's existence is unnatural. He kills people before their time, so fate registers them as alive despite them landing in Hades' realm. This leaves them unprocessable. Not to mention their missing quirks leave the souls complete, so they could not be processed anyway. Finally, he has also cheated death for some 300 years now. It is safe to say that the gods want him gone. Hades has the power to make that so, but the gods are unable to directly enter or interfere with the human world. Any they have sent after him has failed. Thus, when I came along with all of the death god's abilities, I was tasked with returning the souls and quirks of the dead he stole. From there, I either kill him myself, which is likely illegal, or leave him to be finished off by the fate's plans for him. So, yeah, my quirk's kind of a lot and so are all of the strings attached, he said, Shoyuta translating this time. The man had actively glared at poor Kaminari when the boy tried to take the job. Silence took over the bus for several long moments, before the entire class let out a collective sigh. Only you Akatani Izuku, only you, Karo, they said in unison. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly before ducking down and hiding behind the back of his seat. Slowly, chatter started back up among the class. It started with Kaminari joking about Shiozaki's reaction to the news about the gods. Then with Mina paying out the cheesy name of All for One. And finally with Ida and Momo trying to figure out what their roles would be while Izuku fought All for One. Everyone was of a similar opinion. They'd protect Japan, those close by would keep the lackeys off of Izuku, because since when didn't the supervillain have lackeys? Izuku's chest swelled with pride. He'd been thinking this for a while now, but it seemed his list of heroes was getting even longer. They just needed their licenses. He was snapped out of his thoughts when the bus stopped. Alright you hellions, off the bus and stretch your legs, Aizawa grumbled, walking off. Izuku was suspicious. Aizawa had warned them once they were on the bus that they weren't going to have an snack or toilet breaks. There were no buildings near the bus either. Only a single black sedan. He stayed on guard, even as the wild pussycats did their intro and a small child glared at them. Because of this, he was more than ready when the ground rose to sweep them away. He was also, however, wound tight enough that instead of simply stopping the dirt, his reaction was to send it back at the attackers and sweep them off the cliff. DMN it problem child. This was meant to be an exercise. Aizawa grumbled from the base of the cliff, covered in dirt. The class started laughing amongst themselves. Sorry sensei. I was tense 'cause the story didn't add up. Come on guys, if it's an exercise we'd better get started. Either jump down yourselves or meet your original fate, he stated, turning to the retreating class. They all froze, including Hitoshi who was translating. They turned to glare at him in betrayal. He simply crossed his arms expectantly, tossing Kaminari down with a wave of dirt when he ran for the bus. Sighing, they each walked down the cliff, Izuku jumping after them. Aizawa stared at him expectantly, pointing at the top of the cliff. Izuku turned away as though he didn't see him, ignoring the cursing and the sound of Pixie Bob sending them back up themselves. He'd hoped they'd have to walk themselves. The lodge is that away. It should only take you a couple of hours to get there. Anyone who doesn't get there by noon gets no lunch. Mandalay cheered. Everyone groaned but got ready for the fight ahead. They soon had the melee fighters in the front, the defense at the middle and sides and the long range at the back. Izuku decided to be nice and not fly off without them. Instead, he walked at the front, shoes off, and dissolved most of the monsters in his way. Everyone else took whatever he let past him, mostly smaller and medium-sized mud monsters. It only took them 2 hours to make it to the lodge, where the heroes were waiting for them. Pixie Bob pouted at Izuku, who simply shrugged. The angry child tried to kick Izuku when he came over in greeting, only to fall over with giggles as Izuku retaliated by tickling the boy repeatedly with his smaller shadow feathers. The pussycats smiled fondly at the sight, picking the boy up before sending them all inside for a wash in the hot springs. Izuku's boys happily followed Izuku, more than happy to feast their eyes again. Izuku simply rolled his eyes at them and changed back to his human form. No one wanted to bathe with a corpse. As they washed, Izuku couldn't help but notice that his boys weren't the only ones eyeing him. Some were staring in horror at his back, more deep scar tissue than skin, others were eyeing his muscles. One by one, they each sat in the water. Eventually, Kaminari was the one that spoke. Dude. You. Are. Ripped, he blurted, still looking at his chest. Mine, all three of his soulmates responded instantly, clinging possessively. Alright. Just an observation, geez, he cried, putting his hands up defensively. His nervousness caused sparks to buzz through his hair, making the two either side of him rapidly vacate their spots. He patted each of his boys consolingly and pulled them closer, well aware of how such an action would distract them. Not that he wasn't similarly distracted. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the kid, Kota, walking along the edge of the wall, keeping his eyes on the boys. Izuku paid him little mind until a shriek came from the girl's side. Snake! Toru cried, Ojiro jumping to attention. Poor Kota had turned around at the scream and gotten an eyeful, now falling backwards from the wall. Thankfully, Izuku caught him, but the boy fainted. Kaken, you tell Aizawa. Kota, see if you can control the snake from here. I'll get him to Mandalay, Izuku rattled off, completely unaware of the blue-screening Katsuki sitting in the water. He took off, wrapped in a bath towel, to find Mandalay. Katsuki eventually snapped out of it and ran for Aizawa, smiling to himself as he went. Kota tried to reach out to the snake, but it had already been startled off. The girls found a nest behind a few rocks, though, so it would likely be back. Mandalay had panicked at first but was quick to calm upon realizing her nephew wasn't in danger. Aizawa was equally concerned about the snake, the description matching that of a mamushi, one of the most poisonous snakes in Japan, and had the teens clear from the area until they could remove the nest and locate the reptile. Kota, on the other hand, was only concerned about the chances of the eggs being abandoned now that the nest was touched by humans. On the way back to their rooms, Izuku couldn't help but tilt his head questioningly at Katsuki, who was still staring at him. "You called me Kaken," the boy muttered under his breath. Izuku barely heard it. Izuku stared at his soulmate until the blonde looked at him, then nodded decisively. He'd made his decision a few days ago, but he only now realized he'd never told the teen. Nonetheless, this was his Kaken. He was his Zuka. Nothing was ever going to change that again, he was sure of it. The blonde grinned like an idiot and tackled him into a hug, smothering him. The other two, who'd paused to watch the interaction, soon piled on top of them. Sensing a presence watching him from a nearby hall, Izuku set them ahead to the rooms. Then he trotted over to a startled Aizawa, who clearly hadn't expected to be caught. He wrapped his arms around the man, snuggling into him. Despite the man's efforts, Izuku was well aware of how jealous the man could get of his fellow soulmates. Due to his busy schedule, he got far less quality time with Izuku than the others. He worked day and night and slept in the twilight hours. As a result, he didn't get as much time for physical affection either. As expected, the man melted into him, happily snuggling and burying his face into Izuku's fluffy viridian curls. "The others will be exhausted after dinner, I doubt they'll be awake long. What do you say to just the two of us tonight?" Innocently, of course, Izuku proposed, still not letting go. Shoyuta hummed happily, leaning back to look at his soulmate. "Sounds great, I'll meet you in the lounge. But, once camp is over, all three of us are going on a date. Then the boys can have their turn," he said decisively. The man wanted quality time with both his soulmates, not just one, but he'd happily soak up all the affection and attention Izuku was willing to give him. He rarely got the chance to be alone with the teen. They stayed like that for a few more moments before pulling away. Izuku still needed to get changed into clean clothes and lunch would be called soon if the smell was any indication. Since the class had arrived earlier than expected, they would be starting their training early. The Pussycats were kind enough to keep dinner as the last meal they made for the two classes rather than dinner, as the second class still hadn't arrived yet. The group had insisted that they do the same hellish exercises as 1A, well aware that they needed to up their training if they were going to stand on par with them in the future as heroes. It seems their sister class had become afraid of holding everyone back. Eventually, the class arrived worn and dirty. 1A passed out water bottles and towels before leading them to the hot springs. Kota made sure the coast was clear for snakes, warning the class all the same. The training was hellish and exhausting to many of the students, but they persevered. Izuku personally loved his training. He would learn new earth attacks and try to increase the speed at which he changed the shape, density, etc. of a variety of minerals or mixed minerals. He did, eventually, have to stop once his energy levels depleted. When dinner rocked around, it was a veritable feast of all varieties of food. Izuku was handed a smoothie and several bowls of fruit while everyone else dug into the mountain of food. Once their excitement had died down and their bellies were filled, the majority of the two classes started to quiet down or nod off, all separating into the rooms of their respective genders. Except for Izuku, who joined the teachers in the lounge. He flopped down into Shuta's lap without remorse, snuggling back into him. He had roughly an hour or so before his time in his human form was up, at which point this position would make his wings suffer, so he enjoyed it while he could. Blushing at Izuku's actions and the pussycat's teasing, Shoyuta hugged the boy closer, hiding his face in the boy's hair. Kota yewed at them, receiving a quiet scolding from his aunt. The two held each other's hands, absently watching whatever movie the pussycats had playing. Their soul marks filling them with warmth as their wrists touched. The night passed peacefully, with Izuku not so much as touching his phone and any subsequent work until all four soulmates were fast asleep. Yaoyorozu and Fat Gum were important, but so long as they were safe his soulmates came first. The next morning, the students were woken painfully early for more training and to make their own breakfast. The sun hadn't even fully risen. Everyone trudged to the outdoor cooking area, only to find Izuku already serving up several dozen plates of omuris, scrambled eggs, bacon and roast vegetables. The classes cheered, many thanking him for the food, before diving right in. The plates of food were devoured within half an hour, left practically spotless. Said plates were then gathered by Izuku but then snatched away before he could make it to the kitchen. Shoto sat him back down while Hito and Kaken took the dishes away to be washed, a few 1B students following them. Izuku tried to get up and help them or the teachers with setting the day up, but every attempt was met with Shoto sitting him back down. Eventually, the boy decided the best course of action to keep Izuku seated was to sit in his lap. Izuku wasn't sure what embarrassed him more, the fact that the boy did it or the fact that it worked. The other two eventually leave the kitchen, greeted by the sight. Aizawa observing from a nearby training area. With the most deadpan voice he could muster, Izuku stated, "I have a precious creature in my lap, and therefore by law I cannot move." His soulmates laughed and Shoto happily snuggled further into him. "Come on you hellions, flirting isn't going to get you out of training," Aizawa called, drawing Kaken and Hito over to him. "But comfy," Shoto pouted. "No." Shoto sulked, but climbed off of Izuku's lap, freeing him. Their training soon resumed, everyone slowly but surely improving. Lunch and dinner were cooked by the other students, who stubbornly refused to let Izuku do all the work. So instead, Izuku tasked himself with feeding Kota, who had disappeared up a mountain trail. "Hey kid. You eaten yet?" his mask translated. The boy jumped. "What? How did you find my super secret base?" "Go away," the boy cried, just as hostile as ever. "Sure. Just as soon as you've eaten. Your aunt was worried about you," Izuku soothed. "I don't need it. Go away and play hero somewhere else," the boy screamed. "You see, it's statements like this that always bother me. Does one have to be a hero to be a good person, Kota?" "Because I don't think so," Izuku responded, remembering his earlier conversation with Mandalay about Kota's hostility. "No, but I still hate all you stupid hero types. You're all freaking nuts. Calling yourselves heroes or villains and going around killing each other like idiots. Talking about your quirks all the time. All just to show off. Idiots." Kota cried, tears in his eyes. "Too true. Which is why hero society needs to change. Being a hero was once about doing what was right. Putting yourself and your life on the line not for fame, glory, or a love for legal violence, but to protect the people. Mind, body, and soul. To give them a reason to keep smiling. Heroes are meant to protect others from the darkness, no matter what form it takes, and prevent others from being consumed by it one way or another. Your parents were two of those heroes, as few of them as there are now. Not because they died for others or their suffering out on the field, but because they fought for the smiles and lives of others with all that they had. Because they saw those civilians, children, just like you, and chose to spare them as best they could. The water hose duo were people I'd always hoped to meet and work alongside one day, as I do now with many others like them. Alas, I took too long. Fate took them before I had the chance," he continued, watching the tears run down the boy's face. "It's not fair. Why'd they have to leave me all alone?" the boy wailed. "I don't know, Kota. All I know is that life is rarely fair. And what I know about death, Kota, is that it is a set amount of time a soul is born with, before it is returned to the land it came from. Therefore, in most cases, a hero does not save the life of those truly about to die, but instead prevent them from suffering more than they should. Had your parents not died in that attack, they'd have likely died in some other accident or in their sleep. The truth isn't pretty, I know, but you deserve the truth. Know that they left you not by choice, but due to a lack of one," Izuku soothed, touching the boy's chest and showing him his own soul as he spoke. "So, they're really up there? In the sky? Will they really keep watching me? I thought Auntie just said that to make me feel better," Kota mumbled, looking up at the stars. "Always, Kota. Unlike those sent to hell, Heaven Elysium dwellers are allowed to watch their loved ones grow and move on. Nothing can harm them there, nor do they have any reason to fight. It is said that once they are truly happy, having no reason to watch the land below anymore and no ghostly attachments binding them to the earth, they are given the opportunity to start again," he explained, hugging the boy closer from where he'd leant against his side. The curry was long since finished, the boy devouring it between explanations and tears. "What will they start again as? More humans? That, I'll never know. The fates decide these things, not the gods or the souls. They weave the threads that make up the lives of others, making the soul's experiences as a whole completely fair, but making sure it reaches its fullest potential and happiness at least once, always." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Mini-Hero," the boy mumbled, falling asleep at his side. Izuku chuckled to himself at the nickname and carried the boy back to his aunt, then the dish to the kitchen. The woman was relieved to see he'd eaten and rather amused at the sight of him sleeping in the teen's arms. Her worries over his tears were soon put to rest when he explained what it was that they spoke of. With that done, he retired to the couch for the night. Training passed peacefully the next day, with Izuku once again making breakfast and being barred from further chores. It was that night that they were all excited about. A test of courage. They got to scare each other witless. When 1A drew the lot to be the scarers, they grinned evilly. Huddling together, they tried to find the best method to use their quirks to terrify their sister class. It was then that Kaminari pointed out 1B's lack of knowledge on Izuku's quirk. They knew he could control metal, minerals, and fire. They knew he could fly. They did not know he could summon demons, undead, ghostly flames and the like and turn into a terrifying demon god. So, they set up their costumes. Some were dressed up as occult members worshipping the great demon lord, others were dressed to blend in with the forest, they were in charge of the creepy whispering, chanting, and screams, and others were dressed up as more of Izuku's undead or corpses hanging from or in the trees. The outfits were designed and provided by Momo and Ciro's tape. Izuku was going to light the torches the setup throughout the forest with hell flame, summon a horde of monsters, demons and hellhounds to scare people, and hide in a fake sacrificial altar cremation pit built from his stone manipulation and with the others gathered. When people approached, he would light the wood and turn into Hades, going on a long-winded speech about how his loyal subjects gave him sacrifices and eating ripe souls. More of his classmates at the base of the altar, dressed as corpses. However, just after the very successful test of courage started, they were informed that villains had invaded the camp. Apparently, they were after some of the students. "Sensei, we can't return easily or safely with us all scattered like this and no idea as to the villains' whereabouts. Instead, could 1B join us in the current activity? I have my army spread throughout the forest, half the students are in very effective hiding places or with me in my Hades form. The other half look just as dead as my minions," Izuku explained, managing to share mental soul images of the class, proving his point. They could scare the villains out of here or apprehend them without being noticed, Mandalay must, the heroes already heading into the forest. With a tired sigh and a nod from the two homeroom teachers, Mandalay sent back an affirmative. The classes cheered and passed out extra uniforms, quickly choosing positions and hiding places. The teachers chose to play along and join the middle of the group, the pussycats going so far as to don their own costumes. Aizawa just sighed and took to the trees, hiding in wait for the villains. Vlad's blood quirk and a few bandages made it look like he'd at least been attacked, but Shoyuta found it all ridiculous and energy-wasting. And so, the hero versus villain test of courage began. "Shigaraki, we're in position. We intercepted the teachers, who took out the clones. However, it seems the students are in the forest," I heard screaming. "The heroes then ran in, and we haven't heard from them since. Do we continue as planned?" Magna asked. "What? Did someone else get to the kids first?" Continue as planned. Don't bother with anyone who isn't one of the targets," the man responded, scratching at his neck angrily. "All right, but I'm saying this now, that forest gives me the creeps. Couldn't we have done this during the day?" Spinner complains, staring down into the forest from the cliff they'd teleported to. It was smart of Monoma to put a tracker in his classmate's bag so early on. They tracked the bag all the way here, even after they ditched the bus. Several of the team paid him out, calling him a wuss, while Mustard only nodded in agreement. "Well, come on, then. Though, has anyone got an idea of what those lights are? They're too dark a red to be torches and I doubt a forest would have electric lights," the teen pondered. And he was right. Between the trees, a path of deep crimson light seemed to lead deep into the forest. They split into groups, Magna with Spinner, Compress and Muscular, Toga and Mustard, and the Numu with Twice. The instant they stepped into the forest, the Numu seemed to hesitate. It looked scared, showing the first sign of emotion since they met the thing. "Right. Well, that's not ominous at all. Everything will be fine. Let's get this over with," Twice stated, walking off to the far left of the forest. Shaking themselves off, the team split up. Toga went middle left, Magna went middle right, and Muscular went to the far right, the deepest area of the forest. As the three teams continued, they stayed vigilant. They constantly heard strange sounds in the forest. Then, they heard a distinctly Twice-like scream before silence. "Twice? Report in." "What was that?" "Twice." Compress barked. Silence. Little did they know, Twice was currently unconscious and being dragged away by a hellhound, the Numu fighting a seemingly endless horde of skeletons. "Shigaraki. What the hell kind of place did you send us to?" Twice just screamed somewhere in the forest and now he's radio silent. "He's never silent." Magna barked. "I told you. Those kids aren't to be underestimated," Shigaraki huffed. Grumbling, the groups continued onwards. They soon came across the source of the screaming and lack of students. The clattering and growling sounds were their first indications. Toga and Mustard tensed as something grabbed their ankles. They looked down to find armored skeletons crawling along the ground on every side of them, bones slowly reconnecting from whatever they previously fought, probably twice Numu. Mustard couldn't help but scream at the sight, trying to kick the hand off of him. Despite its lack of muscle, the create was incredibly strong. He couldn't even use his quirk because the thing didn't breathe. Toga found the same problem with their lack of blood. Chopping them up with her knives just split them up even further. The skeletons proved to be just as strong as they were fast, dragging Mustard away screaming within seconds. Screams that soon fell silent. Sheet. Anyone else seeing these things? They just got Mustard and I'm useless against them. Toga reported, dodging another skeleton and finally breaking her ankle free. What thing? Holy sheet. What the F are those? Dogs? And shadows. They don't bleed, why aren't they bleeding? Spinner screams. Toga curses as another skeleton gets a hold of her. This time, it had some sort of purple glow to it. Her energy rapidly faded. Stupid skeletons, she muttered, falling unconscious as they start dragging her away. What skeletons? Toga? Toga. DMN it, Mustard? What the hell's going on here? Spinner yelled over the line. I don't know, but I don't think it's the heroes. Just found a couple of the kids and Ragdoll. All dead as a doornail, looks like those skeletons mauled them. Some green-haired girls in FING pieces, Muscular muttered, looking around. That's not all. Anyone else been hearing that creepy muttering? It's freaking me out, I've been hearing it since the bodies started appearing. Sounds like they're chanting something, Mr. Compress added, scanning the area. One of the dogs the others described was dragging off some kid with a tail. Shigaraki, I think we've confirmed the secondary villains. Whoever they are, they've got twice, Mustard, Toga, a whole bunch of the students and Ragdoll. The teams mentioned skeletons, shadows, and dogs. We haven't seen the Numu either, Compress reported, sticking closer to Muscular. Add Magna to that. She disappeared somewhere. Oh sheet, it's got me. Spinner. What the hell's going on? Muscular swore. You mean it's just the two of you? Last I heard, there weren't any necromancers after UA. See if you can find the leader, but don't engage. It's clear they're too much for you guys, Shigaraki ordered, mind racing. Sure, Compress and Muscular shared a look but kept going. The muttering was getting louder. They passed the rest of the pussycats and a few more students, none of which were the ones they were after. They found Vlad buried under a pile of bones, unconscious, and decided it was better to leave him as is and get what they came for. Finally, the chanters were within sight. All dressed in black cloaks, masks, and shoes, the entire group didn't spare a glance behind them. The altar was surrounded by fallen students and villains. Compress stepped forward, about to speak, when the pyre lit with crimson and black flames like what lit the torches on the way there. To his horror, a ginormous, fiery being rose from the flames, humanoid in shape but with massive horns and wings. You have done well to bring me such ripe souls as offerings, my minions, they shall be quite the feast. But it seems you missed one, my pets. My army with gather the rest of the poor souls you led here, but first let me see your skills. Offer this one to me yourself, show you have the right to be SLV to the death god. If the creature's voice and claims didn't send a chill up his spine, the fact that Muscular had somehow disappeared without him noticing, did. Death god? What? Compress, what's going on? Did you guys seriously lose to some random cult? Shigaraki cried. But he received no answer. Compress was already taken down by Eraserhead. Muscular was dropped down next to him. Izuku had transformed back and was in the process of tracking the earpiece while the others were packing up their props. The instant Shigaraki hung up on the call, which Izuku had already traced, everyone exploded into cheers and laughter. Even Shoyuta was smirking. The night had gone well, and not even the villains had ruined their fun. Even the Hell Army was laughing. Izuku sent them all back, absorbing the energy he sorely needed from some of the unburned wood from the pyre. Izuku joined and guarded the students as they shared the baths, having chosen not to bother with individual bathing times, while the teachers secretly searched each bag and the bus for whatever could have led the villains to them. Eventually, they found it in Kendo's bag, haphazardly sewn onto the side under some sort of good luck patch. When later asked about it, she claimed the patch was added by Monoma after she gave one to each of her friends before graduation. He must have put it there knowing the girl would get into UA. This, unfortunately, led to Kendo asking about Monoma's whereabouts, despite her distaste for him. She was quite distressed when she received the answer. Nevertheless, the problem was solved, and the heroes now had the location of the villain's base. For now, however, they would continue their training and hand the villains over to the police. The rest of camp went by peacefully, with Izuku learning several new attacks using mineral manipulation as well as increasing the speed and range of his control. Katsuki found that he did indeed have his quirk igniters in his feet, and he could get his sweat to pool there, but he didn't have the reinforced muscles that his arms did to handle the pushback. He'd need better shock absorption in his boots, and the soles would need to be made of the same material as his gloves. Hitoshi learned to control multiple people at once and could access recent memories but not warp them. Shudo could now use his two sides simultaneously. Overall, it went quite well. Momo's parents had also lost custody of her, Fat Gum now in charge of her care. It caused quite the public scene, the Yaoyorosis names now being dragged through the mud. It seems a reporter snuck into the trial somehow. On the other hand, the heroes and police danced around each other for a week after the camp. Izuku was peacefully attending classes and laughing at their antics of a night. The police were trying to ask for Athena and/or Reaper's assistance in the Kamino raid against the League of Villains without looking bad or breaking protocol. The heroes, knowing Izuku's quirk and mission, were trying to get Reaper in on the mission so he could fight all for one. All while not breaking any laws or making themselves look bad. However, they both kept dodging the topic instead of communicating what they actually wanted, too afraid of it blowing up in their faces. So, naturally, Izuku messaged the government official overseeing the management of the new HPSC. Nedzu couldn't give Izuku a temporary license because he was the principal of UA, it'd be seen as favoritism. The police had no sway. Thus, he contacted the official about what it was the heroes and police wanted, with evidence, while also expressing his willingness to join said operation and the reasoning behind it. Telling the government about the extent of his power and his connection to the gods would usually be a dangerous move, but he already knew he had enough power, skills, and allies that they couldn't touch him even if they did get ideas. Safe to say, the official was more than happy to set up a meeting with Nedzu and the chief of police. She seemed quite relieved at the thought of finally ridding Japan of AFO. Izuku had his temporary license and a plan by the end of the second week. The plan took place on the weekend, 3 weeks after the end of the training camp. Any later and it would overlap with moving into the dorms and the provisional license exam. When Izuku had heard about that, he'd suggested that they do the raid after the exam so that he didn't need the temporary license, but the heroes didn't want to risk the villains moving location. So, they continued on schedule. The plan was simple, in Izuku's terms. The top 10 heroes would surprise attack the villains, but Might would be the bait for all for one, and Izuku would swoop in and kick his butt. The top heroes' agencies would handle evacuations and surveillance while but Might assisted in the other half of the operation. The other half was another hero team that would follow the tracker Momo put on the Numu as it threw up black sludge. They would be in charge of destroying the Numu factory and saving anyone that had been captured but not Numufied. And that's exactly what they did. Or, what most of them did. FCKU but Might, you seriously can't help yourself, can you? You ruin a perfectly good plan because you want the villain all to yourself, seriously? Izuku screamed internally. You see, it actually went like this. Mirko knocked loudly on the bar door. Pizza DLVRY. Seriously? Genist groaned under his breath, face-palming. Kurojairi swung the door open, saying something, when Genist captured him and All Might barged past to make a scene as planned. Edshot then captured Shigaraki while Shoyuta used Erasure on the two of them. Kurojairi glitched, doing something weird with Erasure active on him, but both still threw up the sludge stuff and disappeared. Then, so did everyone else. Izuku had to exit human form and take off his mask so it didn't get gunked up. They found themselves at ground level where a city block used to be. The whole things was flattened. It was when Izuku flew up to AFO that but Might really failed the mission. The two were trading blow after devastating blow with each other, each one damaging more of the city, the evacuation team scrambling to keep up. But, when Izuku arrived to swap out with All Might, the man dared to smile and say, "It's alright young Akatani, I've got him. You go join the other squad," seeming to have completely forgotten the fact that that was his job. That, and the fact that AFO was right there and now knew about said squad. Though the villain seemed more interested in All Might and himself than what the other heroes were doing. This man was a complete idiot. Wasn't he retiring? And that led him to where he was now, chasing them around the sky and ground trying to get just one hit on the man. After a good 15 minutes, he finally got his hit in. He barely got half a second of contact, releasing a large chunk of accumulated quirks. Roughly 50 or so, but not nearly enough. Then, but Might punched him away again, breaking the contact. Whatever quirks Izuku managed to free must have weakened the man a fair bit, as he didn't get back up after that. He wasn't dead by any means, and Izuku was about to free the rest of his quirks while he could when but Might stuffed it all up again. Move aside Akatani, this villain must be taken to Tartarus immediately, but Might called, shouldering him out of the way and jumping off. Izuku saw the other heroes facepalming from the edge of the fight. Izuku managed to resist the longing to copy them all the way until that afternoon when All Might deflated on live television and passed out in front of Tartarus. What did he expect was going to happen? He'd had only remnants of his power for months now. It was a miracle he could even fight at all. Not only that, but thanks to him AFO was behind bars with Izuku not allowed to access him. And the second squad gained severe injuries because he wasn't there. Some of the Numu even got out of the facility before they were captured. Not to mention the civilian casualties in Kamino. Izuku said, "If that buffoon doesn't retire after this, I am saying right now that I will never work with him again." Izuku growled from his seat in the police station. He'd just finished giving his report and none of his audience was particularly pleased, even if they didn't share his belief in AFO's ability to escape. "Honestly, I wouldn't expect you to. The fact that you even included him in your plans after everything that's happened between you was a surprise to all of us. Considering how thoroughly he ruined your plans, I'm certain I'd say the same in your place," Tsuragami soothed, frowning to himself. Shoyuta and Kigo left their debriefing rooms a moment later, filling the station with relief as they slowly guided a still fuming Izuku out into the early night. That night, as everyone else slept, Izuku and Nedzu had a ball releasing what truly went on in Hosu. The media had gotten the grand idea to paint Izuku as someone who was interfering in All Might's work and being a hindrance, trying to claim that he clearly wasn't following protocol. Izuku didn't fail to notice that this was the same company that was previously sued in the Hosu incident. Once it was released that the initial plan was not adhered to, left the villain incapable of harming others again, returned the quirks to the living that lost them, and would have resulted in much lower casualty rates, the public was furious with All Might. People started digging up older cases of failed protocol, severe property damage, casualties, his new hero ranking and more. Really, it was no surprise when someone finally found the recordings of those All Might had killed for knowing too much. By this point, All Might had already announced his retirement and was nowhere to be found inside Japan. The coward had either fled or was hiding. In wake of this revelation, the police explained the circumstances in which All Might was not arrested. After being kicked from his job at UA, the police made a deal with All Might that he would peacefully retire within 6 months and stay that way. From there, he would be monitored by members of the police for the next 3 years. However, the police were no longer able to locate All Might and thus that contract was now broken. In less than a year, the country had gone from adoring their number one hero to demoting him and now sending what was essentially a manhunt out for him. With All Might gone, villain activity started rising only to be shot straight back down by the heroes. Many had mysteriously received a video from Nedzu, containing a certain speech done in the school's cafeteria. The heroes all over Japan were rallying, getting the groundwork done for when the newbies show up, as one put it. They were organizing their patrols around each other and actually conversing with agencies in their area. Those who scoffed at the notion or refused to adapt and do unpopular work soon found themselves unemployed or out of work. Nedzu and Izuku had already spoken about the target that this would place on his back and those of the other hero schools, but in the end, even after they spoke to the other schools, they deemed it the best course of action. The downfall of Japan was happening a lot faster now, thanks to that buffoon, so they needed to speed up Izuku's plans too, even if he wasn't able to complete them yet himself. So, to compensate, UA implemented the UA dorm system. This did mean that Izuku and his soulmates had to vacate their house for a while, which they weren't happy about, but they compromised when Nedzu offered to get one of their building maintenance teams to take care of the gardens and cleaning for them while they were away. Everyone pouted a little when they realized that whenever they got around to a date it would have to be on campus. Nevertheless, everyone had moved into their rooms by the end of the week. The two classes were more than pleased to find that they were not kept separated again, the teachers having long since realized they were far too close for such things to be necessary anymore. Chores were quickly divided between the students, mostly decided based on who was best at them. For example, Kaminari, Kirishima, Hagakure, Ojiro, Pony, Tetsutetsu, Manga and Kendo were quickly banned from the kitchen. Shoji and a few of the taller classmates were put in charge of dusting. Komori and a handful of others were put in charge of vacuuming. Tetsutetsu, Kirishima and Bondo were put on the boys' laundry. Mina, Momo, and Jiro were put on the girls' laundry. A fair few people rotated for cleaning the bathrooms. Ida, Kendo, Setsuna and Shoto were in charge of grocery shopping. Finally, Izuku, Katsuki, Sato, Shoji, Komori and Kamakiri were in charge of cooking. They all chatted a bit and ate lunch before Toru and the girls got the idea of doing a room design competition. The boys got dragged into it too, and soon they were touring the building floor by floor. It was a great way to learn where everyone's rooms are, as not everyone had name plates to put up. For Shoto, Hitoshi and Katsuki, They just moved their rooms from Izuku's house over to their dorm rooms. People were a little confused with Izuku's, as his was basically his study with a couch and small TV. There was no bed in sight, though he did have spare futons for if his boys wanted to stay over. He was already missing Shoyuta and Kigo. Even Hito said it felt strange without them, but at least he had more time with Kaken and Shoto now. There were a few other interesting rooms, and everyone was probably bribed by the cake, but in the end Sato won the room contest. By this point, Shoyuta and Vlad had already arrived at the ground floor and was looking for them, only for all 40 students to come spilling down the stairs. They just automatically flocked into one big group rather than splitting into the 2 elevators and the stairs. What on earth? Why are all of you together? And on the stairs not the common room? Vlad asked, Shoyuta clearly deciding he didn't want to know and beelining for the coffee machine. Room design competition, a few responded. Anyway, Aizawa, Vlad, I assume you needed to talk to us about something, so how about everyone gathers on the couches while I make dinner? I'll be able to hear you from the kitchen, Izuku offered. You're not cooking for 42 people on your own. I'll help, Shoji stated, following him. Vlad just blinked, realizing they'd somehow been added to the number of mouths to feed by default. He turned to look at Shoyuta in question. Don't look at me, it's always been like this. They plan an event, I'm invited. They choose to go somewhere or do something. I'm either informed or invited. I show up near them, I'm dragged into whatever they're doing. They're as bad as Nem and Zashi, he grumbled, 1A nodding along. 1B looked at their own sensei in consideration. They didn't see a reason not to do the same. They liked their sensei, they just thought it too bothersome or beyond social norms. But Aizawa didn't sound like he actually minded, so it was worth a shot. Vlad's sweat dropped at the looks on their faces, suddenly certain he was going to get a lot more invitations out from now on. Though, it's not like they could leave campus, so it wouldn't be too bad. Strangely, he found himself not minding the thought as much as he thought he would. Anyway, we're here to set ground rules and help with organization. First, girls stay on the girls' side, boys on the boys'. Second, if a room is left unlocked, that is not an invitation to enter. Ask first. Third, you're underage, I don't care how close or curious you guys are, keep it legal and private. Fourth, grocery shopping is done by a teacher, but most ingredients like fruits, vegetables and animal produce will be ordered through the weekly order sheet. Lunch rush will put in the kitchen or dining room. You have a limited number of ingredients and types of ingredients available each week, so think carefully about what you need. Fifth, if you need to leave the campus, you go to a teacher to have a form filled, then hand it to your homeroom teacher. Sixth, leaving the dorms, but not campus, outside of school hours is okay, but it must be with a partner and a note must be left on the bulletin board stating where you are. This can be used for extra training or exploring the school grounds, but you need larger groups and permission slips to use the training grounds. Seventh, finally, you're all to be in bed before midnight. Vlad or I will do rounds at this time to make sure you're where you should be, Shoyuta explained as clattering was heard from the kitchen. Now for organization. All forms except for the food orders will be placed on the table in front of the bulletin board. Important information will also be posted on the board. If 1B has a problem, grab me. If 1A has a problem, grab Aizawa. If you both have a problem, grab both. Oh, this should be obvious, but no quirks in the dorms, please. Aside from that, chores should be decided, Vlad stated, pausing as bowls and chopsticks were plated in front of everyone and people started digging in. Udon. Ah, don't worry about that. We've organized chores already. I believe Ida and Kendo were working out a schedule for the rotations. Izuku asked, turning to the people in question. Oh, yes. Here, will this do? Ida responded, pausing his eating to hand over the notepad he'd been using earlier. Everyone leaned over, still slurping their noodles as they studied and flipped through the roster. Thankfully, no issues were found, and the roster was approved. All right, in that case I'll have it printed off to put on the bulletin board in the morning. Oh, and both classes have their heroics class in Gym Gamma tomorrow, don't forget. Good night, and thanks for the food, Vlad stated, placing his empty bowl in the kitchen as he left. All right, I should get going too. I've got more paperwork to do. Good night Hellions, I'll be back at midnight so you'd better be in bed. Thanks for the food, Shoyuta stated, standing up with a groan. He took his dish to the kitchen and received a kiss on the cheek from Izuku on the way out. Katsuki and Kamakiri took over the dishes while Sato gathered them all up. The rest of the night was rather rowdy, but peaceful. The next day, Class 1A gathered in Gym Gamma. According to Ectoplasm, they were to develop their ultimate moves. But Sensei, what about those who've already created ultimate moves? Mina asked, blatantly pointing at Izuku. Those of you who already have moves and don't have ideas for more, you can help the others who are struggling, Midnight explained, ignoring the way Izuku instantly perked up and pulled a notebook out of nowhere. Cementos then made a series of platforms in the rough shape of a mountainside while Ectoplasm made clones for them to test against. Tenya was instantly sitting down at one, starting the seemingly excruciating task of removing and regrowing the mufflers on his legs. When Midnight moved to stop him, he explained that it is a family tradition that allows them to grow stronger mufflers more suited to the heat of Recipro Burst. She left him alone after that. Shoto started practicing how to brace himself when using attacks that combine both sides of his quirk. Cementos was keeping a close eye on him. Tsuyu was practicing a new camouflage ability and training to increase the toxicity of the mucus she could create. Toru, now used to refracting light using her suit, was attempting to refract the light around her. If she could, a whole new series of moves would unlock. Achiko already had Meteor Rain but was now using her dual quirks to use rubble much like bullets. She aptly named in Machine Gun. Zero was practicing the different nets and knots he was taught, before training to make the durable and or stickier tape variations that the training camp unlocked. His most durable was similar to Shuta's capture weapon and his stickiest was like superglue. Sato was training himself to be able to think clearer while in his sugar rush state. Jiro was reading through a book on frequencies again and testing them out on the platform. Finally, Kaken was trying to focus the blasts his hands could make and learn to fly with just the explosions on his feet. That left roughly half the class looking at him hopelessly. Okay. Hito, you've figured out that you can control multiple people. See if you can make an attack based off of that. You need something to counter large groups of people, Izuku started. Kaminari was translating for him. He'd finally gotten the hang of it. Shoji, you once said that you could make any body part on the end of your arms. Does that include more arms? You know that pre-quirk anime character I randomly said to look into? It wasn't random, he continued. Shoji's eyes widened in understanding. Robin was his new favorite character. Kirishima. I've noticed that the more you trained your quirk, the harder your skin became and the more jagged edges you got. With training, you could be unbreakable. Instead of activating it once, try constantly activating it. Also, the faster a sharp object hits something, the higher the chance to pierce through it. Kirishima's eyes lit up like a kid in a candy store and he ran off to one of the platforms. Shoji and Hito had also wandered off. Ojiro. Your main strength is your body itself. Aside from your tail, you fight quirkless. You know else who fights quirkless really, really well? Aizawa-sensei. Ojiro gasped, exasperated with himself. He quickly asked Midnight to call the hero in. The man had been sleeping in the vents again. Aoyama. Did those lenses you ordered come in yet? Those should do the trick. Ah. Oui, ils sont magnifiques. I just don't know which is which, the boy sighed. Use trial and error for now, just to develop the moves, then contact the support department this afternoon to fix it, he suggested. The Frenchman nodded and wandered off, looking at the lenses in his hands like they were going to bite him. Coda. Honestly, all I can say is try expanding your range. Maybe pour emotion into it what you activate, as that is a common influencer for emitter quirks. Be it sad or happy, focus on a strong memory, Izuku said apologetically. He was honestly grasping at straws. Coda nodded, determination in his eyes and wandered outside with his ectoplasm clone. Momo. You can make more than one item at once now, right? Maybe make an attack using lots of small items. He was purposefully being vague with all of his suggestions so that these moves were truly theirs and not just another thing he gave them. If he just told them the answers, it would hurt their pride later on. Tokoyami. You've already got flight, and during our costume designing in the test of courage you figured out that you can cover yourself with him like armor. So, you've already got ultimate moves. However, something I noticed is that you said that dark shadow feeds off of darkness, not shadows. This means that he may not need the shadows to stay strong if there is enough upset people around. I also theorize that this is why he goes berserk at night. He is feeding off of both the darkness in the area around him and the shadow of night. The two together overwhelm him. See if he can choose whether or not he passively absorbs one or the other, Izuku explains, handing over a more up-to-date analysis of his quirk that explained roughly the same things. Tokoyami's eyes went wide, he and Dark Shadow sharing a long look. They'd known that the quirk acted out more and grew larger when people were upset, but they'd always believed that was due to the stress of being around an upset or unpredictable person. Now, they had a chance to curb the overwhelming negativity that swallowed them in the dark. They happily grabbed the note, bowed, and took off towards a cave Cementos had made for them. Kaminari was still translating for Izuku, so he went for Mina first. If you want to be able to shoot your acid further, I suggest making a nozzle-like shape with your hands. Also, since all of you is immune to your acid but little else is you could use it as some sort of defense, he explained. She grinned, practically vibrating, and took off towards one of the platforms. Finally, it was just Kaminari. Thanks for translating. Those support items that you just got should help with directing your lightning in a long-range attack, so there's one super move. Indiscriminate shock, while risky, is another. However, I suggest a more energy-efficient attack. Much like Mina, you may be immune to electric burns, but everyone else isn't. It's make a good offense and defense with hand-to-hand skills. Oh, lightning armor. Awesome. And yeah, those discs sound awesome, thanks man, he said happily running off. The teachers, who'd been watching them until then, shook their heads fondly as he walked over and stood next to them. Their training continued for a total of 5 days. By the end, they each had several new moves. Izuku, Blue Burst, Flight Ability, Hell Flame, Hades Form, Swallow, Ground Capture Technique. Tokoyami, Fallen Angel, Flight, Abyssal Black Body, Armor, Ragnarok, Absorbs Darkness during the day. Katsuki, AP Shot, AP Multi-Shot, Howitzer Impact. Mina, Acid Shot, Acid Man. Jiro, Heartbeat Distortion, Sound Attack, Resonance Attack, Earth and People. Use people as little as possible. Kaminari, Chain Lightning, Long Distance, Zap Armor, Defense and Offense. Momo, Raid, a Storm of Grenades. Koda, Armageddon, an army of animals. He even riled up the animals at the local zoo. Aoyama, Pierce, High Intensity Beam, Rapid Shot. Ojiro, Tail Hurricane. Kirishima, Unbreakable, Piercing Strike. Shoji, Glide, Wings, Giga Arm. Hitoshi, Swarm, 30 people with one command. Toru, Warp Refraction, Multiple Blinding Lights Lasers. Tsuyu, Camouflage. Achiko, Meteor Rain, Machine Gun. Ida, Recipro Extend, Recipro Turbo. Shoto, Ice Age, Flame Wall, Flash Freeze Heatwave, Explosion, Mix of left and right. Siro, Tape Net, Durable Bind, Sticky Trap. Sato, Sugar Rush. Overall, the teachers were very happy with their progress. They celebrated their success with a rather fancy meal and watched movies until it was time for bed. Come Monday, their new moves would be put to the test. It was time for the provisional license exams. When 1A got off of the bus to the testing grounds, they were a little sad to find 1B wasn't with them this time. Apparently, UA didn't like having their students compete with each other to pass, which was fair. While most of the schools around them looked nervous about the exam, 1A was excited. Especially since they had a basic plan. Izuku had informed them of the yearly tradition of taking out the hero students, so they planned to stick together and work with whatever allies they could gain. On top of that, they'd use their new abilities and fighting styles over what they used in the festival. As they were getting ready to head in, the Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu students wandered over one particularly tall boy greeting them quite loudly. There were 8 of them and 20 of UA, so they were easily absorbed into the group and welcomed. Izuku idly listened to them talking to each other about their schools, the agency, and their plans for the exam while keeping an eye on Miss Joke, who was slowly creeping up on Shoyuta. He'd long since heard of the woman's harassment of his soulmate and refused to stand by and watch her continue. He subtly caught his class's attention, indicating for them to swarm the teacher. The moment they laid eyes on Miss Joke, they moved. A few went over with questions, and the rest naturally followed. If the thickest part of the mob was on Joke's side, then surely it was a coincidence. Just as it was a coincidence that Izuku was tucked right up against Shoyuta when this happened. The other school's students looked confused for a moment despite following, before catching a glimpse of Shuta's grateful look and Joke's disappointed glare towards Izuku. It seems the claims Miss Joke had been spreading were false. They all slowly wandered into the building, where several hundred, maybe even 1,000, students and teachers had gathered for the exam. Someone named Mara, one of the few who survived the culling of the HPSC, explained the exam. There were calls of outrage when people heard that only 10% of them would be passing. Some also seemed rather miffed at the emphasis on speed and teamwork. 1A and their new teammates, on the other hand, were grinning. They had this in the bag. Their first task was to attach 3 targets to themselves and collect 6 ball. These ball would be used to hit the targets on other contestants. They needed to hit all 3 targets on 2 people to pass the exam. Doing so also eliminated the people whose targets were hit. As soon as the walls to the arena started lowering, Momo started passing out comms and they all grouped together. They had defense and melee on the outside ring, mid-range and versatiles in the middle ring, and long-range, stealth and reconnaissance in the innermost ring. Just as they'd predicted, the different schools all swarmed them at once. Unfortunately for them, they had capture specialists. Siro threw tape nets, Momo is a net shooter, Hito used his quirk and scarf, Shoto froze them, he was on the outside ring so that no friendly fire happened, and Mora tangled them up in his hair. Everyone else took down or hindered anyone they missed. In less than 5 minutes, the entire team had passed. There were only a handful of hit targets, too. Those who'd been watching from the stands were dumbfounded, and proud in the teachers' cases. Half an hour later, they had the 72 others that would be passing on to the next round. The next round was a disaster rescue situation. It was supposed to be the aftermath of a villain attack, with a team of paid actors in charge of playing the civilians. Okay. So, we need to focus on what we need and who's suited for what role. I know you've learned this by now, Izuku prompted, Mina translating. We'll need a medical tent set up in the safe zone, Momo offered. And a search team with each of our reconnaissance people, Ojiro added. Oh. People to guard against villain attacks. Mina suggested. The guards will need 2 teams, one for the perimeter and one for the safe zone, Shoto concluded. Agreed. Looks like they're getting ready, split into your teams, Izuku suggested. Kirishima, Momo, Shoto, and Inesa headed to the safe zone. Jiro, Shiro, Kaminari, and Toru formed a search team. Shoji, Tsu, Tokoyami, and Aoyama formed another search team. Koda, Achiko, Ida, and Hitoshi formed the last search team. Sato, Ojiro, Shindo, Mora, Kami, and Katsuki guarded the left perimeter. Izuku, Mina, Nakagame, Makabe, Totiki and Shishikura guarded the right perimeter. They took to their positions the instant the walls went down. Any civilians that they found on the way were saved, reassured as best possible, and passed to the correct team to get to the safe zone. Several other students lost points for handling things wrong or trying to start a fight over who found them first, while 1A and its allies focused on the rescue. Inside 15 minutes, they found every civilian. And, of course, the villains attacked like clockwork. There wasn't a single sign of them before the actors were saved, but then again, they likely didn't want the actors caught up in the fight. Gang Orca attacked the medical tent while the goons attacked everywhere else. Todoroki's fire and Inesa's wind formed a team attack in the form of a fiery tornado. It swiftly dried Gang Orca out and they retreated, while everyone else easily took out the goons. It was kind of sad, honestly. Perhaps they'd gotten too used to the League of Villains. Regardless, they all passed with flying colors. There was a loud round of cheering from them all before their teachers settled them down. They quickly exchanged contacts before being herded back onto their buses and carted home. With that, they were one step closer to becoming heroes. And it seems that Heroes Alliance Agency had just gotten a little bit bigger. A few days had passed since the license exam, and everyone had received their provisional license cards. Their excitement, however, was not due to the licenses but instead the big 3 that they'd come to know and love standing at the front of the classroom. Tamaki Senpia was hiding behind the other 2, Nijire was distracted with her usual slew of questions and Mirio was vibrating excitedly. So, Aizawa-sensei called us here because you'll soon be participating in work studies. However, these will be nothing like your internships. We're here to show you the difference it makes. Mirio cheered. Izuku suddenly perked up, having an idea as to where this was going. So, follow me to Gym Gamma. You'll be battling me, and I'll show you just how much of a difference the work study made when I experienced it. Mirio laughed. Everyone cheered while Shoyuta groaned, running to get ready. Mirio ran off ahead of them laughing, dragging his friends with him. Right so. He once said his quirk lets him phase through things. Specifically tangible matter. However, this means in theory he's still affected by light, heat, electricity and sound as they are energy waves not matter. Since he needs to breathe, he can't stay intangible for too long either. Finally, he'll need to become at least partially tangible in order to hit us. Oh, and fair warning, his uniform, outside of his hero costume, does not phase with him, Izuku explained as they walked. No one translated, and yet every one of them nodded along to what he was saying. So Sparkles, Taser Boy and Invisible will be the heavy hitters, maybe the princess too. Me, Shoto, Jiro and you slow him down with heat. In the meantime everyone else distracts him while you try to touch him when he isn't permeated. Right? Kaken sums up. Yep. I might ask a few of the local ghosts to help out too. I want to see if they can touch him. Everyone cheered as they entered the gym, and Tamaki looked at them suspiciously for the corner. Well, that's not concerning at all, Mirio chuckled, eyeing Izuku. Shoyuta, who'd been following the entire time, just sighed. He was used to the chaos Izuku caused by now. The instant Nijire called start, Mirio was surprised while the class scattered. Most of them took to high ground, climbing the walls, or stayed along the edges. Figuring that meant they weren't participating, he phased out and went for Izuku first. But, he disappeared? Only to use his trick and appear behind him as the lights flickered. Mirio dodged the attack and went intangible, only to be hit by something? Lasers? He was hit by lasers, this class was so cool. The two-tone kid, the feral boy and Izuku were spreading large-scale fire attacks while the punk girl had her jacks in the ground. The electric kid managed to hurt him, too. He phased into the ground to break up the fight, only to wince as powerful sound waves pierced through his body. Exiting once more, he knelt, dizzied by the sheer amount of heat in the building. It, they had him figured out. They were using massless attacks, made of pure energy so that he couldn't phase through it. Then, he was grabbed by something he couldn't see as Izuku's feathers attacked him, draining his energy. Alright, you win. You're crafty little fellas, aren't you? Mirio sighed, groaning on the floor. Instantly, the fires were extinguished and the ground stopped vibrating. The rest of the class cheered from their perches on the walls, completely untouched by the attacks. Though, a few of them had opened the windows. You guys ruined the lesson, but the gist of what I wanted to say was that the only reason I can fight and move so well now is because of the training and experience I gained during my work study. Before that, I could barely use my quirk at all. I always got lost between the atoms, Mirio explained. The class nodded along, excited by the prospects of learning how to be a professional hero. In that case, return to the classroom. You need to pick your work study if you want to participate in one, Shoyuta commented dryly. The big three waved goodbye and 1A rushed back to their classrooms, eager to see their internship options. In the end, Uraraka and Tsuyu went with the Ryukyu agency, Kirishima and Momo went with the Fat Gum agency, Ida with Ingenium's agency and everyone else with their previous agencies. Earlier in the week, Izuku had directed Night Eye to the Erasure Bullet's new testing area. Through this, they finally got a sample. However, they were all on edge as Izuku had also caught a recording of a little girl trying to escape the Yakuza's base. Overhaul himself was the one to drag her back inside. Mirio mentioned the other day that they'd had an unhappy breakthrough and that he'd learn more during the work study. Izuku had briefly chuckled at the teen's confidence in his acceptance of the offer. Even if it was a correct assumption, very few were capable of truly predicting him in such a way. It just goes to show how smart Mirio really is under all his jokes and comedy. Nevertheless, Izuku prepared himself thoroughly for the coming work study. Knowing his luck, this was going to be one massive mess ending in another supervillain organized crime syndicate and a raid. Possibly a new white-haired daughter, too. He'd have to ask his soulmates first, though. Overhaul sat at his desk, tapping his fingers impatiently as the lackeys before him sweated profusely. Are they? The Hosu group weren't so clumsy as to get caught up in the Numu attack, and the Erasure Bullet team in Kamino haven't returned either, he started. You were the coordinator for both groups, so I'll ask one more time. Where are they? The Yakuza boss demanded, tone deceptively calm compared to the sheer rage pouring off of him in waves. We don't know, sir. The Hosu teams weren't anywhere near the Numu incident, but the Trigger team stopped reporting not long before the attack and the Erasure team stopped reporting after some sort of explosion was heard. Based off of the Erasure team's location, we believe that they were caught up in the Endeavor arrest. With how close they were, chances are they're dead and the cargo destroyed. As for the Kamino team, they simply dropped off the face of the earth. They were one of the smarter teams and stayed out of sight from cameras, so we really don't know where they went, the goon reported as calmly as he could, absolutely terrified. So, one of them was taken out in an accident. But the other two? One right before the Numu attacked and the other near the League's former hideout. Both of which not long after I denied them a meeting. I doubt that's a coincidence, Overhaul muttered. He waved a hand, dismissing the goon, who took off as quickly as he could. He stood from his desk and moved for the door, Chrono following close behind him. Ready some men, we're going to pay the League a little visit, he snarled. Shigaraki grinned to himself as the Yakuza boss himself stormed into his temporary base. It looks like the man had finally decided to listen to his request. He may not know why the man had a sudden change of heart, but he wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth. So, you finally decided to meet with me, HM? You took your sweet time. I already told you that I have no interest in those Numu of yours and you've already wasted all your useful pawns. I have no interest in those that have failed time and time again as you have, especially when you have no interest in working for me. Overhaul was much more passive in his aggression, despite how eager he was to kill the boy. He knew better than to believe All for One would stay down too easily. If he harmed his heir, he'd invite trouble he wasn't ready to face just yet. Oh? Then why do you seek me out now? Sounds to me like neither of us have anything to gain here. Your visit was pointless, Shigaraki snarled. I'm here to retrieve what you stole. You'd best stop interfering in my business, or you will regret it, boy. What the F are you talking about? I stole nothing. You said it yourself, I have no troops. Well, none smart enough to steal anything of yours. Shigaraki was reluctant to admit to that, but he wouldn't be blamed for hindering a potential ally. So you refuse to admit to your actions and will not return the cargo. Very well. In an instant, Chisaki had lunged over the table, just barely missing Shigaraki's face. Kurogyri mover to intercept, only to be faced with Kronos. Meanwhile, the leaders kept dueling, all too familiar with the other's style and constantly just missing the other. When Kronos and Kurogyri finally broke their two-way game of keep away, one with portals the other with clock hands, the two leaders finally landed a hit and broke apart. Overhaul had caught Shigaraki's attempt at a leg sweep while the manchild got a hold of his shoulder. The contact was brief, but it left Shigaraki's leg disfigured and Overhaul's shoulder missing a large chunk. He'd have to steal it from someone else. The very thought of melding someone else's flesh with his own made Chisaki's skin crawl. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was debating the pros and cons of seeing the doctor or simply cutting off the leg. That man was insane. Kurogyri warped the gamer away, leaving Kronos to rush to his boss. He was already dragging one of the men Kurogyri killed with him. Or half of them at least. Overhaul reluctantly used the body to repair his shoulder, then to replace the fingertips Kronos lost to a portal. Frustrated and weary, the Yakuza headed home. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that Chisaki would be on a rampage tonight. Everyone scattered the instant they arrived. Such an interesting quirk that man has. It's wasted on the Yakuza. Oh, how I wish I could obtain such a thing. Imagine the experiments, the data retrieval, the doctor ranted, practically salivating as he ran Tamura through a series of scans. Yeah, well, until we can get out hands on his research and whoever owns the DNA inside those bullets we still need him. Once we do, the quirk's yours to play with. Now, can you fix my leg or not? Tamura grumbled. The doctor grumbled, but eventually responded. No, it's too messed up for the resources available. I do have the resources to replace it with a prosthetic though, he sighed, preparing the tools and sedatives to remove the leg. It was completely unrecognizable all the way up to his knee. Shigaraki swore to himself, but complied with the doctor, laying back on a nearby operation table, not one for Numu, thankfully. He'd get back at that DMN Yakuza snob no matter what. Izuku finally arrived at the Night Eye Agency, having finally freed himself from his soulmate's grasp. Shoyuta and Hitoshi had looked rather smug upon receiving a meeting invitation to his agency, while the others had complained, each in their own way, and stuck to him, delaying his departure for as long as they could. This was rather impressive, considering that they also had to depart for their own locations without technically being late. Nevertheless, the three of them had arrived safely. Poor Hitoshi had been nervously fidgeting and trying to pry information out of them as to what was going on. The instant they arrived, Bubble Girl brought them up to a large meeting room that was already full of other heroes. There was Night Eye, Mirio, Bubble Girl, Centipeder, Shoyuta, Hitoshi, Izuku, Fat Gum, Momo, Kirishima, Ryukyu, Achiko, Tsuyu, Amajiki, Hado, Rocklock, and a short old man named Gran Torino. Come to think of it, Izuku was pretty sure he'd seen the man at Hosu and Kamino, too. He fought well for his age, and the heroes he worked with seemed to respect him, but Izuku hadn't gotten the chance to get to know him yet. Night Eye cleared his throat, catching the attention of the gathered heroes. Now that everyone's here, let's get this meeting underway. I'm sure you're all wondering why you are here. The reason is simple. Most of you, over the past few years, have been involved with either trigger or missing person cases related to the mission we are about to undertake. Some of you were also invited due to the need for your specific skill sets. This will be a large-scale, high-risk raid of a well-known Yakuza base. If any of you believe that you or your subordinates are not ready for such a task, say so now, Night Eye explained, eyes scanning the room. A few heroes glanced at their interns but didn't say anything. In the end, it was Rocklock who spoke. I'm fine for the raid, but shouldn't we be leaving the kids out of this? They haven't been trained for cases like this yet. Defending yourself from villains and completing a raid are two very different things, he stated. Well, at least he didn't call them incapable. Just untrained, which was entirely true. I understand your concerns, but I'm the homeroom teacher for these students, so believe me when I say that the feats they've obtained by working together have proven them more than capable of this. One of them was the organizer of the Kamino Ward raid, which would have gone perfectly if the plan had been followed, Shoyuta spoke up. The students grinned with pride. Yes. Reaper is the one who gathered most of the information we needed to conduct this raid, and the two of us have worked together to plan out the raid we'll be undertaking. If no one intends to back out of this raid, we'll now proceed into the details behind this mission. Everyone stayed quiet, listening intently. Some were trying to find Reaper among the gathered heroes. A difficult task, as his dark outfit and position against one of the dark room's corners made him blend into his surroundings. As you all know, Trigger is an illegal man-made drag capable of greatly enhancing one's quirk factor. However, in recent times, an even stronger version has been entering the market. This one is deadly to the user, leaving them with black veins and blood, concerned whispers and curses spread throughout the room. However, the biggest risk we've come across is the third and final drag they are developing in the form of a blue bullet. It has the ability to erase quirks, though not permanently it seems. They're still testing it and abducting the people they tested it on. It is unknown as to whether or not these people are still alive. The whispers turned panicked, several heroes self-consciously tugging on their short sleeves or V-neck collars. Kirishima was suddenly very glad he'd taken Izuku's suggestion of a DNA-infused hero-grade shirt. It didn't shred when he used his quirk as it transformed with him and would now protect him from any sneak attacks while his quirk was inactive. Through the city's cameras, Reaper was able to track the dealers of all three drags back to the Shai Hasaikai's HQ. He also found the previous head's granddaughter who had been labeled dead. It is believed that the human DNA found in the erasure bullets comes from the girl. The PowerPoint on the projector changed to the footage Izuku captured of Eri trying to escape the compound and Overhaul moving to capture her. There was even more swearing and growling now, this time aimed at the Yakuza. While it is unknown how long the bullets last, the drag appears to specifically target the quirk factor present in the person's bloodstream and rewind it, undoing quirk evolutions and progression until it reaches a point in which it did not exist. Due to these findings, we believe the girl, Eri, has a time-related quirk. This also means that, given enough time, the quirk should manifest again. However, once it does, the target is starting again from scratch until enough time has passed for the evolutions to occur again. As such, you must proceed with extreme caution and will be provided with bulletproof vests upon the beginning of the raid, Night Eye explained. The heroes relaxed a little at that. As for the enemy, the Yakuza have a large number of everyday thugs. They shouldn't be a problem. The real trouble are the Yakuza's 8 bullets, Kronos, and Overhaul himself. Reaper, if you'd break them down please? Night Eye asked, eyes not moving from the folder in front of him. It matched the ones held in the hands of all the gathered heroes and contained all of the information pertaining the mission, including Izuku's analysis of the villains and heroes. The heroes' analysis only went to the hero themselves. Shin Nemoto, C-rank villain. Quirk, confession. If he asks a question, you are forced to respond with the truth. He has several degrees in psychology and is a brilliant strategist. He focuses on attacking the mind rather than the body. Good at dodging, terrible in a physical test. The best counters to him are Detective Tsukachi, who cannot lie in the first place, and those trained to counter quirks like Tsukachi's. In other words, they can tell the truth without giving any actual information. Even then, they need to be able to hold up against mind games. Izuku started, Kirishima translating. Rikiya Katsukame, C-rank villain, possible B-rank with trigger. Quirk, Energy SCK. It allows him to siphon away other people's stamina by inhaling their strength away from them. He can use the stolen stamina to increase his size and strength. To use his quirk, Rikiya needs to be touching the target, so long-range fighters are best against him. However, Trigger is known to evolve quirks to counter said weaknesses, so be careful, Hitoshi translated. Toya Setsuno, C-rank villain. Quirk, larceny. It lets him locate anything in someone else's hands into his own, making him a great thief or pickpocket and general annoyance. He usually goes against people who rely on support equipment or those with summoning quirks. Overhaul tends to use him as a supporting role. He can only SWCH the item if it is something he can hold in his own hand. Melee fighters are best against him, but he also wields blades, which he hides in his mask. Shoyuta translated, tone flat. Yu Hojo, C-rank villain. Quirk, crystallize. Capable of producing cheap, but large crystals all over his body. They are extremely sharp and durable, making him a dangerous melee fighter. He is one of the most loyal of Overhaul's goons, but most of the 8 bullets are like this. He usually tag teams others with fellow 8 bullet members and had a mind for battle strategy to a certain extent. Karo, Tsuyu translated, why were they taking turns again? Soramitsu Tabe, C-rank villain. Quirk, food. Basically, he can bite through and consume any solid matter without issue. This does not include radioactive materials or solidified poisons, but does include most minerals, ice, wood, glass, etc. He usually teams up with Hojo and Setsuno. He's great at teamwork but isn't the best strategist. It was Momo's turn. Kendo Rappa, B-rank villain. One of the most dangerous of the 8 bullets. He thrives on violence and bloodshed and is obsessed with fighting the best and the strongest. He is a pure melee fighter, believing it is unbecoming of a fighter to rely on weapons. He only works for Overhaul in the hopes to beat him and all his battles are death matches. However, he also has a strong sense of honor. He was a former MMA fighter and has near unparalleled prowess in hand-to-hand combat. He prefers to fight one-on-one rather than tag teaming, which Overhaul has him do against dangerous opponents. In cases like these, his is almost always paired with Hisashi. Together, they are near impossible to beat. However, should Rappa find someone else he wants to fight or beat more than Overhaul, he is likely to betray him and turn to that person's side. His fighting style focuses on powerful punches due to his quirk, Strong Arm. This quirk allows him to rotate his shoulders at extreme speeds, allowing him to attack his targets with a near-endless barrage of bullet punches. His quirk can only stay active for a few seconds at a time, but his fighting style and physical strength make up for that easily. After quite a bit of consideration, I decided to put either myself or Fat Gum and Red Riot against him. I can use my draining ability and regenerate from his punches. Red Riot and Fat Gum's defensive abilities as well as Fat Gum's trump card would be a good match against Rappa. If he's in a tag team position, though, the two of you will struggle. I doubt he would, but no matter what, do not let him use trigger, Ochiko translated. There were various nervous mutters after that analysis, several people opening their folders to look at Rappa's file. Hisashi, C-rank villain. Quick, barrier. Hisachi's quirk allows him to materialize an extremely durable dome-shaped force field around himself, with himself at the center. The strength of the force field roughly that of a steel wall. This quirk can be projected at a range of his choosing with. It is not yet known if the size affects the durability of the quirk. Despite being very sturdy, the barrier can be broken if an extreme amount of power is used against it. Also, if Hisashi becomes too weakened or injured, he becomes unable to summon more barriers. Because of his usually stays behind the melee fighters, letting them do as they please while preventing others from hitting them. He is quite capable in hand-to-hand combat but prefers to play the support role and use his quirk to their tactical advantage, Night Eye translated this time. Even he was joining in now? Didoro Sakaki, C-rank villain. Perhaps as a result of his quirk, he is an alcoholic. He is also extremely adept at throwing knives, even while drunk. He has fast reflexes, but he's slower than most underground heroes. Quirk, Sloshed, Didoro's quirk allows him to subject nearby people to severe dizziness and inhibit their sense of balance, putting them in a state similar to being drunk. Since Didoro is seen drinking shortly before using his quirk, the strength of Sloshed may be dependent on how much alcohol Didoro consumes and has in his system. However, he is almost always drinking, so this is not set in stone. It is not a direct result of being drunk, however, as he was able to use his quirk from the age of 4, at which point he had never been drunk. He has a rather unpredictable nature, but usually sticks to the general instructions Overhaul gives him. Amajiki was translating very quietly in the corner, hiding behind Mirio. Everyone had to strain to hear him. Next, Hari Kurono, B-rank villain. Also known as Kronos. He is Overhaul's right-hand man. Expert sniper and well-versed in stealth. Abilities match that of underground heroes. The longest-serving and most loyal of Chisaki's men. Quirk, Chronostasis. It allows him to slow down the movements of anything he hits with his clock hand-like hair. The minute hand slows a target's movements for 1 minute, and the hour hand slows a target's movements for 1 hour. Hari can extend his hair, but only if he is not moving. I've got Lemillion and Eraserhead against him, as Miro can phase through his hair and Eraserhead can incapacitate his quirk. This is also because his will likely be right next to Overhaul. Since when could Mirio translate? Joy Iranaka, aka Mimic. Organizational manager of the 8 Bullets. He does the financial and management roles for major sections of the Shai Hasaikai but has a very short temper. He's prone to violent outbursts and rampages, especially if he feels that either Overhaul or any of those above the 8 Bullets were shown disrespect. He and Kronos are suspected to be descendants of previous members of the Shai Hasayaki, back when they were still in power. Quirk, Mimicry. It allows him to merge his mind and body with an inanimate object up to the size of a refrigerator and manipulate it at will. However, he cannot see from inside the object, and thus must manifest his body parts outside of the object to orientate himself. The only time he'll be a real pain is if his takes trigger. I've caught a recording of him doing his once before, and he was able to control an entire building. Since we'll be using the secret passage in, which Night Eye found, we'd be at a disadvantage. He could split us up however he wants. Fortunately, trigger takes its toll on the body, especially one as small as Mimic's. He can move the building for approximately 3 minutes before his becomes too weak to move and the trigger wears off after 5. Rock Lock and Gran Torino would be best against him, as Rock Lock can lock the walls in place as we go, and Gran Torino would be able to get to him before he hides himself. Fat Gum this time. Rock Lock was pouting, he clearly had no idea how to translate Morse. Finally, there's Overhaul himself. Kai is a misophobic, antisocial sociopath obsessed with returning the world to how it was before the quirk phenomenon. Due to a combination of an old theory claiming quirks derived from rats and his misophobia, Kai believes that quirks are a plague on humanity. He reminds me very much of another organization I've been hearing about lately, a cult-like group called Humorize. Anyway, he believes that turning things back to the way they were will also bring the Yakuza back to their former glory. He is well known for his massive ego and is likely going to try and take AFO's place, should he gain enough power. He is also highly charismatic, smart, and level-headed when he wants to be. Despite all of this, he is heavily over-reliant on his own quirk. The quirk's name is, ironically, Overhaul. Kai's quirk grants him the ability to disassemble anything he touches, as well as reassemble it in any configuration he desires, effectively giving him full control over the matter. Kai can disassemble people to kill or reassemble them to heal their wounds. He can also do this to himself and even merge his body with others, even allowing him to use their quirks. Kai can also regenerate his limbs without having to make contact with himself and can reform and reshape their bodies any way he wants. In battle, Kai can freely manipulate his surroundings. He can modify the ground to maneuver himself and reshape the area into an advantageous and harmful state for his opponents. By touching his targets, he can completely blow their body apart, whether it be a limb or the entirety of it. In other words, he is an extremely dangerous opponent, even more so than Shigaraki. On top of his quirk, he had extremely fast reflexes, decent durability, an incredibly sharp mind, and an incredibly well put together hand-to-hand fighting style similar to Shigaraki's. Due to my regeneration ability, Ghost Realm travel, and the ability to drain him if touched, I plan to fight him myself. I can also burn him from a distance. If any of you come across him, try not to engage or, while gruesome, try to take his hands out of the picture one way or another. His quirk is centered around them. Other than me, the best person to go against him would be Eraserhead, due to the Don's over-reliance on his quirk. Izuku finished, staring at the translating Torino with surprise. The man didn't even know him, but he was translating. I don't need to be one of you zygotes or part of your class to speak Morse, kiddo. Besides, everyone else had a turn already, the old man harumphed, hiding his cheeky grin. Those who couldn't speak it looked at him in betrayal, causing him to bark out a laugh. After that, Night Eye took back over. He quickly explained the time, date, locations, and entry methods of the raid to everyone. After everyone had asked their questions and Shoyuta had collected Tsukachi's folder, the detective hadn't been able to make it, but was aware of most of what was going on, so Shoyuta was bringing it to him. The meeting was adjourned and everyone went home to prepare, with the exception of Izuku who would be staying in one of the agency's guest rooms. That night, despite the business, stress, and anticipation, passed without incident. The next day, they all gathered at the front of the compound. The police would follow protocol, reading out the arrest warrants, while the heroes made their presence known, hoping to draw as many Yakuza members out as possible. However, the villains were more automated than Izuku had expected. He'd thought that Overhaul would be angered by their presence and send out all of the 8 bullets at once to destroy them. Instead, the police were sent flying before they could finish the first sentence. Rikiya had busted through the gates with a large number of goons, forcing the heroes to quickly take action before the police were injured. From there, they helped take out the thugs while Ryukyu, Uravity and Froppy followed the plan by engaging Rikiya. Ryukyu was already using her dragon form to melee battle with the villain while Uravity and Froppy were using the gate rubble and their own support items as high-speed projectiles, peppering the giant of a man with bullet holes. Seeing they had it handled, the heroes proceeded, the police not too far behind. Upon entering the compound, they were swarmed with even more goons which Bubble Girl and Centipeder handled. From there, the police started setting up a SBMSN point, where the heroes would hand over any captured villains, and a med bay. The only cop to go with them into the underground section, where Eri, the labs, test subjects, and distribution van seemed to be, would be Tsukachi, who would be needed against Nemoto's truth quirk. Once everything was set up, they proceeded through the secret passage. It was all thanks to Night Eye this time, who'd used his quirk on a known Yakuza member he'd seen buying a children's toy. The basement area was just as obsessively clean as the rest of the base, but wasn't anywhere near as well lit. They had enough to see by, at least. Within seconds, they came to their first obstacle. It seems Mimic was already messing with the layout. "I'll fix the wall, Rock Lock, Torino, prepare to face Mimic," Izuku tapped out, Shoyuta translating. As soon as the wall had been put back in its place, the two heroes took off. Rock Lock would freeze the walls as they went while Torino would jump from wall to wall searching for Mimic. Meanwhile, Izuku was stopping Mimic from changing the area around the rest of the party. Not 2 minutes later, the two returned with a cursing Mimic in tow. Based on the way he was moving, Rock Lock had frozen his lower half somehow and thus stopped him from escaping. The two heroes headed back the way they came to drop off the villain, and Izuku released his hold on the walls. From there, they continued once more. Overhaul. I just got word from Mimic. The intruders aren't the League, it's the heroes. They know about Eri and the Drags. I haven't been able to contact him since, safe to say he's been captured, Kronos stated, walking closer to the dawn. Sheet. Those BSTRDS. What are the chances they ratted us out? Then, they could take all the spoils for themselves by attacking the police vans. The Yakuza boss set down the vial he'd been holding and began to silently pace, already concocting a plan. Grab the essential tools, Eri, and as much of the cargo as you can, then pack them in one of the vans. Send out the bullets, they know their positions by now and will already be nearby, he eventually ordered. Yes sir. Shall I destroy any evidence we were here as well? We could claim the pawns rampaged on their own and everything else was false, Kronos offered. I'll go that part, get going. Kronos quickly took off, sending the order to the bullets as he went. He then ordered the goons to deliver Eri to the cargo bay. The research papers, files and tools were all swiftly gathered and sent to the bay as well, while the dealers, who'd caught on by this point, gathered the cargo in the save location. Once the tasks were done, he headed straight for the cargo hold. Overhaul would no doubt be finished trashing the labs and office already. Kronos, sir. We've got a problem. Not all of the blue cargo will fit in the van if we keep all of the black, even without the red. The guys in charge of the girl are also in a panic, pretty sure they lost her inside the cargo area, a dealer rattled off as he ran up. Kronos swore, speeding up. Keep the blue, destroy what doesn't fit and kill the fool who lost her. I'll find the girl myself, he grumbled. The dealer took off again, likely planning to run as soon as the job was over. As if Overhaul would let him escape. DMN those heroes. Did the League really rat them out? No, it didn't matter, he had to get back to the boss. The 8 bullets had clearly become aware of them, either from Rikia or from Mimic, as their next obstacle contained 3 of them. Setsuno, quirk, larceny, Hojo, quirk, crystallize, and take, quirk, food, blocked their path and a large intersection. Nijire-chan, Red Riot and Eraserhead moved forward, taking out Take, Hojo, and Sestuno respectively. Since Nijire-chan wasn't as needed against the remaining members, she was the one to drag the 3 back to the SBMSN point. They were roughly halfway to their destination, the cargo area and Overhaul's most likely escape route, when the right-hand wall practically exploded, hitting Kirishima, Fat Gum and Amajiki. Izuku blew the dust away with his wings, revealing that what knocked Fat Gum over was not, in fact, rubble but Rappa. The sound of footsteps caught their attention, pointing them to Tengai, who was calmly walking in after his partner. Kirishima and Fat Gum quickly got to work catching Rappa's attention while Lemillion slipped through Tengai's barrier, starting a fast-paced melee brawl with the other man, who'd been quietly cursing about how Rappa completely missed Eraserhead. The villain quickly lost, having been unable to land a single hit on Lemillion. Leave him there and go on ahead, we've got this. Fat Gum called, wincing as he endured another of Rappa's powerful punches. The villain was cackling, staring at Red Riot with glee. The teen had been able to handle every one of his attacks so far, simply rehardening whenever he started to crack. Rappa had endured several hits himself, sporting several bruises and injuries as a result of Riot's piercing strikes. The teen had trained until the speed and durability of the attack allowed him to pierce steel, so the wounds had to be deep, yet the man kept laughing without a care in the world. Izuku locked eyes with his friend, seeing pure determination and, for perhaps the first time, pride reflected back at him. Kirishima truly believed he was strong enough to win. So, Izuku simply nodded and continued leading the way forward. They'd already injured Rappa without Fat Gum's trump card, which was quite powerful. This is likely due to them not needing to overpower Tengai's barrier ability. Red Riot would return to him, he was sure of it. Eraser and Mindjack pretended not to notice how close Reaper was keeping them. If anyone else noticed how protective he was being, they didn't say anything either. They were just about to reach their destination when they met with their final obstacle. Everyone stumbled a little and tried to orient themselves as a wave of dizziness hit them. Didoro's here, Hitoshi muttered, holding his head. Ah, you've heard of me? I must be famous, a slurred voice called. In less than a second, Eraserhead whipped around with his quirk and shot out his scarf, ending the quirk's effects and capturing the villain in a single move. Ah, no fair. You can't catch me that quickly, it's cheating, the drunkard complained, falling over in his restraints. Can Amajiki and I take him up? It's been a while now, but no one's rejoined us and I'm worried, Momo asked, looking back the way they came. Very well, I've been a little worried about that, too. Our signal is cut off down here, so if you find something come straight back. Don't bother with the comms, Night Eye ordered, Izuku nodding along. The two took off and the rest of them, Izuku, Shoyuta, Hitoshi, Mirio, Night Eye and Tsukachi, continued to their final destination. Just as Night Eye had predicted, they were in the cargo hold and distribution area of the base. Here, Overhaul, Kronos and Nemoto were searching through crates and calling out for Eri. Clearly, Girl was hiding somewhere, hoping to escape in the commotion. Planning on running away, are we? Hitoshi called out, launching the first attack. The three villains' heads whipped towards them with a snarl. Kronos and Nemoto ran towards them, the later of which pulling out a pistol. Tsukachi and Night Eye took off towards Nemoto, who was already launching questions and provocations at them. Eraser and Mirio went for Kronos, who'd beelined for Eraserhead. Overhaul had already taken off his gloves and was trying to manipulate the ground, only to frown. Feeling a gaze on him, the villain looked up, meeting the eyes of a hooded teen dressed in all black. A single green eye could be seen glowing in the shade of the hood. Oh? Don't tell me they left a single child in a Halloween costume to fight me, the Dawn of the Shy Hasaikai? How insulting, Kai snarled, standing up. Izuku grinned underneath his hood, releasing his human form. He'd had to use it for most of the raid due to the limited space available in the hallways. He couldn't risk someone coming in contact with his wings. Ah. So it's you, the infamous Grim Reaper of the Underground. And, if the rumors are to be believed, the analyst-informant Athena, correct? Overhaul questioned, suddenly paying much more attention. Why so serious all of a sudden, Chisaki? Surely you aren't afraid of a little kid in a Halloween costume. Izuku's mask translated. The villain snarled, patience suddenly non-existent, and ran straight for him. Unfortunately for him, Izuku had already fought and analyzed both him and Shigaraki. He knew his fighting style well, easily dodging every attack without needing to take to the air. Izuku played the melee game for a little longer, ducking, dodging and weaving around attacks while landing several of his own, both regular punches and draining ones when skin contact was available. The Yakuza boss grew increasingly incensed, screaming in rage and breaking out on hives all over his face and hands, which Izuku hadn't even been foolish enough to touch. The man wasn't even bothering with the lengthy speeches and false justifications he was attempting earlier. It was only once the villain finally started looking for other options, like fusing with the dead goons left on the floor, that Izuku finally got serious and looked to the air. The room was similar in size to a warehouse, meaning the ceiling was high enough for him to have a decent amount of airspace. At this point, Overhaul was so enraged he didn't even consider using Izuku's distance to go after the other heroes. He was entirely focused on using his new body parts to reach Izuku. Now that he was in the air though, Izuku had a perfect view of the warehouse. This made it easy to survey the battlefield, while also shooting fireballs at Chisaki every time the villain tried to reach him or throw something at him. It was also the perfect viewpoint to see Eri, who he directed the searching mind jack to. Nemoto had finally lost patience with talking in circles with Tsukachi and Night Eye, especially when Tsukachi kept calling out the lies he'd slip in with truths. As a result, they were now in a shoot-off melee mix between the three of them. The villain was a terrible fighter, however, and was already tiring out. He'd be captured soon. Kronos had focused on Eraserhead and had used a flashbang to disable his quirk when the fight started, only to be blindsided by Lemillion. Eraser had now recovered and was playing a supporting role. Lemillion would relentlessly attack Kronos while phasing through his hair while Eraser would use his quirk every time it looked like the villain would get a hit in. Izuku was just about to take his eyes off of the villain when he suddenly aimed a gun at Eraserhead and fired. Using the split second he had, Izuku sensed the bullet and tugged, then panicked as it sailed towards himself. Tucking his wings in, he dropped despite knowing it was still going to hit. But then it just didn't. Opening his eyes, when had he closed them? Izuku laughed. Overhaul, foolish, enraged, Overhaul, had reached his now ginormous arm out to capture Izuku just as he'd pulled on the bullet. A suspiciously blue bullet. The entire battlefield seemed to go silent for a moment as everyone stared at the bullet stuck in Overhaul's hand. What did you do? Kronos suddenly screamed. Bullets are made of metal. I wasn't about to let a hero get shot, Izuku's mask translated as he shrugged. Then, with a single highly unnecessary hand gesture, he crushed the gun in the man's hand along with every bullet inside it. Capitalizing on the villain's shock, Eraser used his quirk on the man and Lemillion handcuffed him. Finally checking back into reality, Overhaul roared. He used his now permanently ginormous hand to grab hold of Izuku and squeeze. If Izuku could have screamed, he would have. Never before had he hated having functional nerves until now. Faintly, he swears he heard the distant sound of Shoyuta screaming for him. Already pulverized bones shattered even more, torn muscles and flesh ripped further. Panicking, Izuku drained what he could of overhaul and set himself alight. Fortunately for the villain, the pain of the fire made him let go. Had he not, Izuku may very well have killed him with how much energy he took. With the hand removed, Izuku plummeted to the ground. Now ironic, he'd falling from high altitudes in a warehouse with a person on fire. Such pleasant memories these things bring. His body was still repairing the damage done to it, but he tried to fly nonetheless. However, his quirk was healing the internal damage first, and he quickly found out that his wings were little more than glass shards. It's safe to say that having a giant, sturdy scarf warp around him and yank him out of the air into someone's arms was both immense pain and relief. He would not be splattering onto concrete for a second time this year. You idiot. What would you have done if that bullet actually hit you? And you know better than to get distracted during a fight. DMN it Izuku, you'd better not die again, understood? Oops. Shoyuta got mad. Not that he blames the man. He'd be mad too. In the background, someone was still screaming, but it took him a couple of seconds to realize it was Overhaul. He doesn't remember what color of flames he produced, but he hadn't put them out yet. With an immense amount of mental effort, he was able to dissipate his flames, quieting the screams to painful groans and whimpers. He'd care about this more in a couple of minutes when his body wasn't paced and he could think straight through the pain. From all the jostling about, he was pretty sure they were moving back up outside. Well, looks like we know what happened to the other heroes, Shoyuta said dryly over the sound of construction equipment. Managing to turn his head, Izuku blinked confusedly at Momo and Amajiki using shovels and jackhammer-like tools to attack a cave-in in the hallway. Based on the surroundings, it seems it was a result of Red Riot and Fat Gum's fight against Rappa. There were digging sounds from the other side of the cave-in too. Hitoshi was standing in the corner looking at him with horror while shielding the eyes of a terrified Eri. The pain was finally fading now, but he barely had the energy to move. He tapped out a message on Shuta's arm. Do I get up and console the child, then wait for the cave-in to be fixed, or do I clear the rubble then be in a motionless state until I'm given food? Either way, I'm going to be out of energy by the time we're at the top. I'll explain to the child and Hitoshi, it's best to get you to food as soon as possible, Shoyuta sighed, walking over to the two. Izuku willed the dirt back into its original place before going completely limp. What the heck happened while I was gone, was Shuta's greeting the instant he stopped in front of the purple teen. Kronos tried to shoot me with an eraser bullet. Izuku panicked and pulled it towards himself, but it hit Overhaul, who was trying to grab him mid-flight with a quirk-mutated hand. This distracted everyone and Overhaul used the aforementioned hand to crush Izuku. In response, Izuku set him on fire, which was the same stuff he used in the test of courage, and drained as much energy as possible before he let go. This energy was enough to heal him and clear the cave-in just now, but he'll be unable to move until we get food into him, Shoyuta explained as quickly as possible. Hitoshi nodded and picked up Eri before leading the way back up to the surface, where he was promptly swarmed with police and paramedics. The medics had thankfully been informed about Izuku beforehand, opting to shove a handful of branches from a nearby park at Shoyuta before moving on to Kirishima and a few other heroes. The police were sent off to collect the evidence from Overhaul's escape van and to cart all the villains off to jail. The paramedics did emergency aid on an unconscious Overhaul, who had made the mistake of trying to pat out the flames on his burning arm, resulting in the loss of both arms below the elbow. Izuku, once he'd absorbed some energy and put on his gloves, was tackled by a very emotional Eri. The girl had been extremely worried for him, despite all reassurances, and was incredibly grateful to him for defeating Chisaki. I'm all right now, I promise. I normally look like this, does it scare you? Izuku asked, fussing over her and pulling his hood back on, when had it fallen off? And no. If it doesn't hurt you, then I'm not scared, determination shone in the little girl's eyes and their hearts melted. So, we're bringing her home with us, right? Shinso asked, turning to Shoyuta, the oldest of the soulmate household. As a matter of fact, we are. She can't control her quirk yet, which is why she thinks it's a curse, and also why she can't go into the foster system. I have the perfect quirk to cancel hers, have a history of working with children, living in a household full of other heroes, meaning there'll always be someone home, and was willing to adopt her. Letting her stay with me was the logical choice from every standpoint, Shoyuta stated, slowly and carefully. Reaching out to pat the girl's head. She loved it, happily leaning in and melting under his large hand, getting a chuckle out of all of them. I'm going home with you? Really? She cried, staring up at them with wide, hopeful eyes. Yeah. There are 6 of us though, so it'll be a little crowded. Is that all right? Shinso translated. Are they all nice heroes like you? Of course. All right then. Does that mean I have 6 dads? She asked, looking confused. Yes. But you can figure out what to call everyone once you get to know them better, Shoyuta suggested. Beaming, the girl quickly agreed. The rest of the afternoon was spent doing paperwork and conversing with Eri. By the time they were reaching home, their work studies ended early again. Their little unicorn was starting to understand that she was allowed to ask questions. She was also starting to get the idea that, so long as she explained why, she could say no to things she didn't like, too. Kigo was more than happy to welcome her in, giving her all sorts of sweets and treats from around the house to try before settling her into their spare bed in the study. Nedzu had already agreed to set up a room for her in the teacher's dorms, which she'd stay in until Izuku's class graduated, or the dorms ended. After that, they'd need to figure out how to fit her into the house. At which point she'll be 9, big enough to need her own room. For now, however, they were happily teasing Shoto and Katsuki over their jealousy with photos of their daughter and eating delicious food, then watching movies until bedtime. A few days passed, with the soulmates getting Eri settled in at the UA dorms. Nedzu was more than happy to babysit during classes, as well as introducing her to Kaken and Shoto. Izuku had heard concerning news that some of the erasure bullets from Overhaul's van were missing, and that Tsukachi and Gran Torino had been heavily injured after successfully capturing Kurogyri during a mission. Unfortunately, the two had not reawakened and thus were unable to report what happened. Despite this, the hospital records showed that they were healing quite well. Shut up, Kaken. He isn't nosy, just concerned. On a separate note, likely thanks to Kurogyri being a Numu, the police and government were surprisingly willing to let Izuku meet the villain, who'd been locked up in Tartarus since his capture. Currently, they were waiting for class to start while Shoto and Kaken half complained, half bragged about the children they'd set straight during a community service between their two agencies. Having mainly come from Hosu, the children had lost faith in heroes and adults after the attack. They were of the belief that, since they were stronger than the adults, they should be the ones in charge and protecting everyone, including themselves. Izuku was quite proud of how his two boys had changed. Had they been the same people they used to be, they'd have failed their task magnificently. Instead, they taught the kids how to be kids again and reassured them that everything would be alright in the hand of the next generation, their generation. Just as their conversations were finally dying down, Shoyuta walked in and slumped over to the podium. 2 words. School festival. I don't care how you decide or what it is, just don't wake me up, he grumbled, crawling into his sleeping bag and collapsing in his favorite corner. Immediately, everyone burst into noise and excitement. Surprisingly, most were in agreement. They wanted to do the haunted trail again. I don't know. It'd be a little too easy if we do that, and it wouldn't show off our abilities at all. Not to mention, we need to make sure whatever we do meshes well with what the other students are doing, Izuku mentioned. That's true, it'd be nice if we could work with the other classes more, and it'd be even better if we showed off all of our unique skills, Sato agreed. Honestly, the sports festival is kind of like our school festival anyway. But Izuku, will you be part of the support class or the hero class for this? Hito asked, making everyone turn to the boy in question. I'm not sure. I've already got plenty of customers for both my analysis, information and support tech, so I don't really need the shop the support course is opening. At most, I'll put photos and examples of my creations up in my spot and some contact details, he admitted. In that case you can join us, but we still need to figure out what we're going to do, Ida must. We'd need to get permission, but what if we emphasize the community service part of heroics and help everyone else with their stalls and organization? This way, they get the extra help and resources they need, everyone can split up into their specialties, and we can place each class event so that the traffic flows smoothly. Momo suggested. That's a great idea. School-wide events can get chaotic if they aren't organized properly. In that case, I'll send out the message to the Gen Ed kids to meet us with their plans at lunch. Izuku, you can do the same for the support course. We only need the location of their stalls, Hitoshi said, phone already out. I'll go ask 1B what they're doing, Shoto said, promptly walking out the door. According to what they were able to gather, 1B was doing a haunted trail, 2B, there's no 2A, was doing a food stall, and 3A and B, their one class, was running a circus of all things in the stadium. Art was doing a series of stalls separated into photography, painting, sketching, sculpture, etc. The carpentry and metalworking classes were doing the same. Computer and science classes were joining the support course stalls as their works could damage the art. The theory-based classes were doing plays, an arcade, and a maid cafe. The fashion and management courses were handling the yearly beauty pageant. The home economics course was of course doing food stalls. Agriculture and horticulture were doing a petting zoo leading into a maze. Music was doing a concert in the main performance hall, rotating every hour with the play. The medical course was setting up first aid stations. The support course would be using their reinforced classrooms to display their works after doing a deep clean of said classrooms. By the end of lunch, they had a rough plan. The entrance would be set up by their class, as they wouldn't have their own stall to set up. From there, the visitors would get 2 paths to the rest of the festival. One would be the haunted trail, the other would be a normal path lined with the arts and craft stalls. At the end of the haunted house trail, halfway to the main building, would be a first aid station and several food stalls, as well as the beauty pageant in the left garden. The petting zoo and maze would be in the right-hand garden. Then, in the foyer would be people handing out pamphlets with the festival layout. The path would then continue through the support block. On one side would be the support, tech, and science stalls, and the other would be the arcade, which would have several demo versions of the computer section's video games along with typical festival games. Right before the exit on the other end of the support block would be a first aid station and the maid cafe. Finally, outside the support block would be paths to the stadium and performance halls. Just before each would be the last of the food stalls and medical stations. It was safe to say everyone was excited. Even Izuku couldn't contain his enthusiasm. Not even cleaning the support classrooms put a damper on his spirits, even if he wasn't allowed to use his quirk to help. While rather surprised, the teachers were more than happy to let them go ahead with their plan. As a result, everyone was extremely busy with various tasks throughout the next few weeks. Kaken and Jiro were helping with the concert, Mina was helping the dancers. Aoyama found his calling with the theater play. Tokoyami was assisting the haunted trail, Izuku would be the main scarer. Koda was helping with the petting zoo. Sato was helping the food stalls. Shiro was hanging decorations. Shoto, Momo and Hagakure, and Eri, were making the decorations. Tsuyu was helping where she could at the medical tents. Shoji, Ojiro and Uraraka were helping with stall construction and heavy lifting. Ida was focusing on the student council work and communications. Hitoshi, Denki and Ijiro were extra hands and errand boys, though they mostly worked for the support course due to the later two's resilience against physical damage and electrical accidents. They were all busy people. Finally, the day of the school festival had arrived. Eri was jumping up and down in excitement that morning, constantly bugging poor Shoyuta about when it was time to leave. She'd opened up more in those past few weeks than they'd ever imagined. It seemed they, and the regular visits with Hound Dog, were going good for her. Izuku and Hawks had flown back to the house to harvest their garden CRPs for the food stalls. They'd captured a strange pair of villains on the way back, which Izuku recognized as the pair Stendall had notified him about the previous night. Apparently, they'd boldly posted a video of their intentions last night on HeroTube but didn't seem to be truly malicious people. The man was right. The man had wanted to be a hero, and still had a hero's heart, while the girl was simply his follower. A very talented follower, but a follower nonetheless. The girl was pardoned for this reason, while the man was jailed. Considering he never seriously hurt anyone except for one accident in his teens that Stendall found, he'd likely be out in a few years. Seeing an opportunity, Izuku sent the girl Athena's contact information and the video of his little speech, before rejoining the festival. What a strange event so early in the morning. Oi! What took you two so long? The festival's about to open, bird brains. Kaken called up at them as they flew past, landing at the last of the food stalls. Weird villain not villain, couple? Maybe couple. We took them out fairly quickly but had to figure out their story and wait for the police to arrive, Kigo rushed, passing the ingredients over to the stalls before taking off towards his guard post. I'm just going to pretend that made sense for my sanity and leave, Kaken muttered, waving to Izuku and walking off. Izuku then booked it back to his own post in the haunted trail. Thankfully, he wouldn't be using his Hades form today. There were too many people, and he was too large to transform without spoiling the surprise for the next person. Honestly, it took too much energy to constantly transform back and forth like that anyway. Instead, he'd use his army, creepy Hellflame, and terrifying presence in his hero costume to scare the wits out of everyone. It would be better of a night, but the festival wasn't open that late, so they had to make do. Meanwhile, at the teacher's dorm, a certain little unicorn was squealing excitedly. Mirione. Uncle Night-Eye. You're here, she cheered. That we are little one. Your dads will be busy participating in the festival, just like Mirio will be after lunch, so we're in charge of taking you around the festival today, Night-Eye explained, lifting the giggling little girl into his arms. What a gorgeous smile she had. It was more than worth the 3 weeks of opening up she did. Night-Eye and Mirio were both determined to make her smile as much as possible today. They quickly set off, taking the path to the entrance, where they joined the festival like every other visitor. Mirio was more than happy to lift the little princess onto his shoulders for a better view. Wow! So many people, she cheered, looking around. What's that dark path? Everyone's lining up, she asked, trying to peek through the gap in the curtains with her vantage point. That's the haunted trail. The hero course students are dressed up as monsters and are hiding in there, trying to scare anyone who comes through. People go through it to try and prove their bravery, since they don't believe they can be scared by actors, Night Eye explained. Izuku's at the end of the trail today as the main scarer. His classmate Tokoyami is in there too, Mirio pointed out. Oh? Those people don't stand a chance. Daddy can be really scary when he wants to be. He can even scare Daddy Sho and Daddy Kaken into behaving. I'm a good girl, though, so he doesn't need to be scary for me, Eri giggled, no longer worried about the screaming coming from inside the trail. That's very true. Did you know your daddies and their class once scared the League of Villains so bad that they were screaming? Night Eye asked, chuckling at the thought. What? No way, those people were strong enough to hurt him, Eri insisted, her uncle was fibbing. So, their walk through the art stalls was spent telling the little girl all about her parents' adventures so far. Her eyes were sparkling by the end. One day, I'm going to grow big and strong like my dad's, she claimed, eyes full of determination. You can grow up to be whoever you want, sweetie. We'll be right there with you the entire way, Hitoshi promised, joining them for a bit as they reached a stall selling candied apples. Apples? Eri cheered. Oh? So, this is the daughter you guys kept bragging about. She's adorable. How could you keep such a sweetie all to yourself? Sato cooed, handing over the 3 apples Night Eye bought. She's our precious little unicorn, you can't have her, Hitoshi defended. Eri simply giggled and took a big bite out of her candied apple, eyes filled with pure bliss. Hitoshi was soon called elsewhere, so he gave her a quick hug and left. Next, they visited the left garden with the beauty pageant. Eri made them chuckle a few times with her confused and even weirded out expressions at some of their clothing choices. Then, in the right garden was the petting zoo. She loved it so much, and got along quite well with Koda, who was more than happy to tell her all about each and every animal. They all had fun getting lost in the maze, and even met Tsuyu who was tending to a young boy's scraped knees. Next was the support block, where they found several of Izuku's friends handing out timetables for the events further ahead. Shoji, Uraraka, Ojiro. They played some of the arcade games, one of which Shoto was attending, and visited the maid cafe where Ijiro and Denki were also dressed in maid uniforms, making them all laugh. They admired Izuku's inventions for a little before continuing outside. Mirio then departed to prepare for his circus act, almost crashing into a blue blur as he went, Ida. The two of them, Eri now on Night Eye's shoulders, then bought lunch, saying hello to Siro, and sat around for a bit. Once it was time, they bought a couple of snacks, passing Momo on break, and headed in to watch the play. The actors were pretty good, but they couldn't help but laugh. They were reenacting a slightly altered and child-friendly version of the Hosu and Kamino battles. A kid in a demon costume, the dark hero, and what appeared to be an illusion quirk was playing Izuku, and a kid with flaming hair played Endeavor, the hero's first obstacle. The Numus, the Demon King's familiars, were props. During the Kamino battle scene, AFO, the Demon King, was played by a bald kid. The attacks were carefully timed, low-power lasers from Aoyama who was carefully camouflaged into the background. All Might, the foolish rival, was a buff blonde wearing a repainted rabbit headband. All in all, it proved to be quite amusing. They sat there, chatting about the play during the half-hour break, in which Eri got to hear the full story as to what happened in those battles and who each character really was. Then was the concert. Eri was a little startled at the noise but loved the music and the energy. Loud dads playing the drums up their Uncle Night. Look! Eri cheered, happily pointing to Katsuki on the stage. Night Eye, in turn, pointed out Mina, who was one of the dancers, and Jiro, who was passing out instruments and double-checking wiring. Once the performance was over, they headed for the circus after topping up their snacks. The circus proved interesting, with the hero course showing off their physical abilities and quirks to the best of their ability while making it as entertaining as possible. Mirio at one point had a tower of people on each hand and a tower of people standing in his torso. Hato was doing aerial acrobatics tricks while Amajiki was juggling with 8 tentacles on each hand. Eri enjoyed watching what everyone could do but was clearly starting to tire out. Once the event was over and her excitement had waned, she quickly fell asleep in his arms. Excitement over for the day, though the festival was far from over, the princess was soon handed over to Shoyuta, his guard duty was over for the day, and they headed home for a well-deserved sleep. The festival ran for 2 more days, the soulmates making effort to meet up and go on dates whenever they had a break from their duties. Eri was more than happily babysat by whoever was currently on break, quickly becoming a favorite among every course. Once they'd finally finished packing everything up and disposing of any rubbish, everyone collapsed in the common room, haphazardly draped over every chair, table and surface. Eri giggled from her seat on Shuta's shoulders. Shoyuta chuckled quietly to himself before shoving poor Hitoshi off the kitchen counter and setting down a large stack of pizza boxes. He opened the top one and waited for the smell to reach the exhausted teens. In seconds, everyone was up and dashing over. "Pizza!" they all cried, rapidly setting out plates and a pizza cutter. The teacher was profusely thanked before getting invited to eat with them, along with Vlad, who was currently at the teacher dorms. Izuku was tossed a few fruits, having sat closer to the group but not dared navigate the crowd in the kitchen. Soon enough, Vlad arrived, and they all sat down to eat. Even the health nuts and exercise junkies were too tired and hungry to consider their diets that afternoon, happily piling their plates high with pizza and garlic bread. That night passed quite peacefully, Izuku and the teachers having to help several sleeping students into their rooms or bed. A few days pass, along with the public hero rankings which hadn't changed since they were recalculated a few months ago. They were in the middle of literature when Izuku's phone rang, playing his work ringtone. The name displayed was none other than Tsurugami Kenji, the chief of police. Around him, the class, including Cementos, paused what they were doing. "Yo! What's up, chief? I'm guessing it's important if you're calling me in the middle of class," Izuku's phone translated. "We need your help stat. We've got a flying Numu heading your way, ripping through heroes left and right. But it's not like the normal ones. It's strong and it's smart. The DMN thing's talking and guarding its brain. It seems obsessed with fighting the strongest person, probably why it's heading for UA," the chief rattled out between growls and snarls. "Sheet. On my way. Give me 5 minutes, I'll need my gear for this," Izuku rushed, running over to his open costume rack, "Thank you Cementos," and using the ghost realm to take a shortcut through the walls to the change rooms. He got changed as fast as possible, then took off at top speed towards the gate. A second later, Kigo joined him. The poor man was struggling to keep up. "What's got you in such a rush, hun? And during class hours no less," he asked, yelling over the sound of the wind. "A talking, thinking Numu that's obsessed with fighting strong people. They're wiping out heroes fast and beelining for UA," he summed up, the smoke and wreckage already in sight. "How the hell did they make something like that? Bodies can't retain multiple soul fragments without damaging their own soul, right? And without Kurogyri they couldn't warp it in either," Hawk's questions, suddenly serious. "They scanned the scene for signs of fighting. My guess is an artificial or quirk-made conscience. That, or they found people with larger souls. They'd be able to handle the fragment's invasion to a certain extent. As for warping in, they likely used the sludge warper that keeps saving the League and stole Oboro," Izuku explained, finally catching sight of it. "I hate to say this, but what about the quirkless? They didn't have those fragments in the first place, right?" Hawks hedged, also eyeing the Numu. "No, they'd be incompatible. They didn't have a space for a quirk in the first place and would see it as a completely foreign entity. Rather than trying to automatically assimilate with the quirk, their soul would destroy it," Izuku explained, swooping down behind the Numu. The beast was rather muscular, with purple-black skin covering its entire body except its shoulders and neck, which had no skin at all. The skin covering its head and face did so more like a hood than actual skin. Its eyes looked the same as Kurogyri's, confirming their suspicion that the warper wasn't a living person. They'd figure out more once Izuku visited Kurogyri. He'd like the chance to examine this one, too, in case there were any discrepancies. Landing as quietly as possible, Izuku was surprised to find all of the heroes still alive. "Reaper. Glad to see you. As you can see, we have no casualties. It seems this thing quickly loses interest once it's defeated its opponents, not bothering to finish them off. Unfortunately, we may have played into the enemy's hands, though. Not long after you were called, it mentioned its MSTR wanted it to catch the strong flying kid from UA. We didn't cancel the call because we need you. There are 9 other Numu scattered about that this thing spits out and controls to keep the weak ones off of him," Backdraft says between painful coughs and wheezes, slumped against a ruined building. The hero sounded rather guilty. "It's fine, this thing can't hurt me anyway. I won't be able to go after the other Numu until this one's take out though, as it sounds like it'll attack anything strong enough to beat the other Numu," Izuku soothed, mask translating. "That's fine with me, kid. Just take those things out and come back alive." "Yeah," the hero groaned out. "Yeah, I will. And Backdraft? I also go by Athena, so I hope you know what I mean when I say thank you for trying to save me that day," Izuku added, having wanted to say that for a while. Water slowly leaked out from under the hero's mask, but Izuku pretended not to notice. "Any time, kid. I'm just glad you made it out of there. I've regretted that failure every day since." Those BSTRDS shouldn't have been able to slip past us like that, and it hasn't happened since, he explained, watching the kid wave him off as he turned back to the battle at hand. What had the world come to, for them to have to rely on mere children for something like this? For children to have gone through so much that they looked and acted like seasoned pros in their first year? Backdraft hated it. Izuku finally flew up to join the battle against the Numu, who Hawks had been distracting until then. The hero was bloody and battered already, barely dodging the high-speed, concrete-crushing attacks from the Numu, who seemed to be easily keeping up with his flight speed. The Numu had shown high levels of tactical intelligence. It also appeared to have the first Numu's regeneration quirk and augmentation quirks. It had the jets on its shoulders and one or more body manipulation quirks allowing it to change the shape and/or layout of its muscle fibers and arms. At first, he thought it could manipulate its entire body, but the bones in its arms were the only ones affected so far. Despite this, its weakness was obvious from how protected it was. The exposed brain hidden under the hood it wore. Thankfully, Izuku wouldn't need to actually fight the thing. Hawks. SWCH out. You evac the heroes and police, then help with the rampaging Numu. There's 9 of them, but round them up in one location if possible. I'll handle the boss. Took you long enough, Reaper. This thing's insane. I doubt I've held out against it much longer, the hero admitted, taking off for the ground. You, target from MSTR, strong? Fight me. Must fight, the strongest, the Numu warbled, finding speech rather difficult. That I am. Now, are you going to fight me or not? Izuku said, reaching out mentally to take control of the undead creature. Only, it wasn't dead. It had soul fragments of the dead, which obeyed his call, causing the Numu to fall to the ground, but the Numu itself wasn't dead. The main, living, soul lay dormant. It had been overwhelmed by the sheer number of quirks it contained, resulting in only a very small part of its personality and conscience shining through. With how weak its conscience was, it was no wonder the League were able to control and manipulate the Numu so easily. After eyeing him up for a moment from its new place on the ground, the Numu cackled and started using its base muscle quirk to form tendrils, which it then used to start rapidly climbing the broken building towards him. So, change of plans. He'd be fighting it after all. He'd set the fragments free, allowing the Numu's soul to slowly recover, at which point it should be able to break free from its conditioning on its own. All he needed to do is touch the thing. The rest would handle itself. So, he took off his gloves and waited for the creature to make the first move. Too slow. You say fight but won't atttttak. Weekk, the monster screeched, tired of waiting on the side of the building and launching itself forward. It whipped out one of its tendril arms to pierce him while another tendril went for his legs. He dodged them both, then feinted for the main body making it stay bringing the tendrils back, before lunging to the left, wrapping his hand around what he could of the returning tendril. He set free all 5 extra quirks, super regeneration, jets, transforming arms, the strength speed augmentation, and the storage quirk. The creature paused, as if dizzy or confused. Empty? Why? Strong, must be stronger, it panicked, dropping back down to the ground and injuring one of its legs. Still having the base quirk from earlier, it could have kept fighting him, but seemed more preoccupied with its longing for power. It seems this Numu may have gone to the League willingly, whether it fought for and obeyed them willingly was yet to be seen. Now, how was he going to get it into the police van safely? He started considering his options. If he simply knocked it out it could wake up during the trip to Tartarus. Several of the downed heroes and cops had insisted on returning after treatment, one of which, Mirko, suddenly dashed forward during its distraction, making Izuku tense. Thankfully, Tu was too confused to lash out at her, a far cry from how it was earlier, and she was able to cuff the creature and knock it out. Thank you, Mirko. I'm not allowed to carry quirk suppressant cuffs or items, so I was a little stumped, Izuku admitted, landing as Hit Mask translated. Next time, just ask for help, Squirt. You won't be judged for it, Mirko scolded, dragging the creature towards the van. You're all injured and supposed to be back at the evac point. Calling on you would be irresponsible. Izuku's mask translated, with nowhere near as much indignation as Izuku felt. Yeah, kid. Now go help out the bird brain before the other Numas flatten him. And when you come back, you can explain why this one is different and still breathing, Mirko dismissed, slamming the van doors behind the creature. Izuku did as he was told, locating Hawks, Present Mike, and Ectoplasm working together with the remaining police officers to herd the Numu into a large, empty park. While that was quick, you're still a lot slower than usual, Reaper. What happened? Hawks called, breathing. The advanced Numu aren't dead, so I couldn't control it. Its quirks were, though, so I was able to take them and confuse it. Then Mirko cuffed it and knocked the thing out so I could come here without it rampaging again, Izuku explained, controlling the Numu. Come here, he told them all. They obeyed, and he briefly touched each one, returning them to the corpses they should be. So, the Numus are a bunch of quirk fragments jammed together forming a fake soul? Is that why they are dead? Mike asks, confused. The regular Numus are a bunch of quirk fragments belonging to dead souls. Ones that weren't meant to have died yet. Because the soul fragments are still pieces of the soul, they contain small amounts of life energy, which is what animates the otherwise dead Numu. Advanced Numu have a living body and its corresponding soul still in them. All the foreign quirks damage that original soul, making what remains of their consciousness easy to manipulate and control. Over time, the advanced Numu's soul, now that it's freed, will heal. This will allow them to return to their original state, at least mentally. I think Kurogyri is likely one of these advanced Numu, perhaps even the first of them, Izuku explained patiently as the Numu corpses were taken away for testing. What he didn't add was his growing hunch that Kurogyri was Oboro. There wasn't a single instance of kidnapping via Kurogyri until less than a month after Oboro's disappearance. After Oboro disappeared, however, almost every League-related kidnapping Izuku could find or had experienced was done by Kurogyri. The sludge was only used if Kurogyri was incapacitated. Since Izuku only had a provisional license and was there on an emergency call, he was sent back to finish his school day. The police chief would send through the files for a report via email, for him to hand through later tonight. A few clarifying questions would also be sent through about his explanation of the advanced Numu. After some debate, Izuku was able to convince them to put the capture under Mirko's name as he was supposed to be going underground. He had too much attention on him already. All eyes were on him the instant he stepped back into the classroom. Literature was already over, meaning he should now be in support for 4th PRD. The eyes on his back as he packed up told him he'd be swarmed with people and questions the instant heroics started this afternoon. He hurried out as fast as he could, rushing into the support classrooms. They were working on visual appeal today, Izuku's greatest weakness. Kei and Kaken picked and organized all of his outfits for him, claiming he was hopeless. Which, to be fair, he was when it came to fashion. If he was given something that already existed and asked to make something with the same theme, he could do fairly well, as seen with Midnight and several of his friends' costume redesigns, but tell him to make something entirely from scratch with no design details and he was screwed. Izuku promptly failed his assignment, making Power Loader laugh, and spent the rest of class making jewelry for his boys and daughter. He may or may not be using expensive gemstones on purpose. They deserve to be spoiled, and it was mostly coming from buried and forgotten items, jewelry, not raw deposits. He used a gold chain, small ruby and topaz to make a necklace with an explosion pendant for Kaken. He used black opal, moonstone, and some leftover ruby to make a red-eyed black cat pendant. It was wearing a scarf and was holding a coffee cup with its tail. It went on a silver-colored chain for Shoyuta. He used purple sapphire and moonstone to make the same pendant for Hitoshi. He found some black cord for this one. He used ruby and blue sapphire to make a heart-shaped flame with a blue snowflake in the middle. This went on a silver chain. Shoto's, who else? He used more ruby and some gold to make the same hawk silhouette as his soul mark, which he embedded into the gold backing. This went on a gold chain. Kigo's, of course. He made Area Unicorn biting a green apple out of moonstone, opal, for the hair, and emerald, but he ended up with too much emerald. He put it on a smaller, silver chain. Finally, staring at the lump of leftover emerald, he summoned some black opal again and made a green rabbit with wisp-like black wings and sleek black horns. It had green eyes and black scara. It went on another silver chain, which he hung around his neck. Power Loader just looked at him and groaned. By technicality, what Izuku was summoning were gemstones and precious minerals that didn't belong to anyone, with no way of knowing where it came from. Therefore, he wasn't stealing. It was also minerals and jewelry that already existed, so he couldn't get in trouble under the quirk creation laws either. Therefore, no one could scold him for it, but at the same time, these were forgotten resources. Which meant that they likely weren't accounted for in the global market economy. It was a good thing that they made him promise to only use it in small amounts. Completely oblivious to his teacher's internal struggle, Izuku happily skipped out of the classroom as the bell went. Next, was heroics. As he'd expected, he stepped into the classroom, every student had their eyes focused on him. Okay, so spill. Talking Numu headed for UA? Kaken interrogated. You do realize you could have been asking me this the entire time I've been standing here? I was there too, you know, Hawks grumbled. Everyone looked at him, dumbfounded. With a collective groan, everyone turned back to Izuku, looking for answers. Hawks followed me there, got his butt handed to him by an advanced Numu while I gathered information from the heroes, then headed off to help with evac of the injured and with the 9 normal Numus the advanced one spat out, Izuku teased. I had to fight the Numu, as its core body and quirk were still alive. Granted, it was much easier for me, since I could restrain the extra quirks, he continued. It had the smarts of an ordinary human but seemed to struggle with words and higher thought processes. It also had 5 additional quirks. Oh, and it was sent after me, Izuku explained. After he beat the thing, Mirko came back and cuffed it for him. Then he came and helped me and the other heroes with the Numu. The bunny got all the cred for the capture because Izuku didn't want to be in the spotlight. He's going underground after all, Hawks finished, bringing the attention back to himself. Izuku tucked the presents into his bag for after the lesson was over. Today, you'll be doing a rescue simulation much like during the provisional license exam. This time, you won't be getting any advice or information beforehand. Good luck and get in there. Ground beta. Hawk smirked, taking off out the window. Groaning, everyone grabbed their cases and headed out. Izuku was starting to think he taught them too well. As they walked, they were already discussing plans and forming groups. Everyone already knew exactly what they had to do. Upon arriving, they find plumes of smoke billowing out of several buildings. Anima, Tentacle, and Earphone Jack step up and scan the area. A building has collapsed and is on fire, but no villains had been found. Creati makes a giant cart. Momentium takes hold of the cart handles. Frostflare, Reaper, Uravity, and Sugarman hop in the cart as the firefighting squad. Anima then reports that someone is being washed away by a river, so Froppy and Hitoshi hop in as lifesavers. Everyone else stays behind as backup, should villains appear. Momentium gets them to the scene as quickly as possible. Reaper puts out the fire while Froppy locates and saves the civilian, Mirio. Momentium then races the civilian back to the safe zone, the area the other heroes are waiting. While they do this, Reaper's team work to stabilize the rest of the collapsed building and the nearby bridge. Everyone starts relaying information, looking for more civilians and the villains responsible. It is then that another fire starts in the building, which Izuku's team quickly fix again. There's someone in the air near the building, in between the 2 buildings, Earphone Jack reported, thankful for the communication devices now attacked to all of their costumes. Said person was Nijire-chan, who Reaper captures with the cement of the 2 buildings, making her pout. Uravity goes up and captured her with the tape. Uravity, look out. There's another villain approaching from behind the first. On foot, Tentacle warns. Reaper, playing his role, intercepts Sun Eater. What are you 2 after with this attack? He asked, staring down his senpai. Sun Eater is silent for a moment, then steps backwards. Sun Eater, you're not just going to abandon your teammate and mission, are you? Nijire prompts, making the poor boy sigh and stop retreating. What do you want? Reaper asked again. I want to go home. But I don't want to disappoint Nijire or Mirio, he said, more to himself than anything, taking a battle stance and sprouting different parts of his quirk. However, instead of fighting Reaper, he was blindsided by Invisible Girl, literally, and then ambushed by Cellophane and Momo, who had a net launcher. He was then tackled to the ground by Ground Zero, who cuffed him. He really just tied capture tape around his wrists through the net. Scary, Amajiki whimpers, in the face of Katsuki's combat face, which is really just an angry glare with a hint of determination. The exercise is called to an end and the villains are released. As was Mirio, who'd had Mina, Kaminari, and Kirishima all staring him down after his 3rd attempt to leave the safe zone. Naturally, they passed the lesson with flying colors, with Kigo and Shoyuta bemoaning the pointlessness of sticking to course curriculum when their students were so far ahead of it. Everyone laughed and joked around for a bit before leaving for the dorms, where Eri ran to greet them. Dads, welcome back. Uncle Zashi just brought me back, but he fell asleep on the teacher's couch, she dobbied. Honestly, considering he works 3 jobs, I can't blame him, Izuku admits as Shoyuta grumbles. Hey sweetie, look what I made for you, Izuku cooed, holding out the necklace from earlier. Gasp. Unicorn, the girl squealed as it was put around her neck, looking at it with stars in her eyes. The rest of his soulmates gathered around to look at it, only to grin as they were each given one of their own. Do I even want to know what these are made of? Shoyuta asks, deadpan. Nope. Izuku giggles cheekily. Oi, you'd better have made one for yourself, too, nerd, Kaken threatens, looking at the lack of chain around his neck. I did. It's in my pocket, see? Izuku soothed, pulling out his own pendant. Fine, guess it doesn't look too bad, the blonde grumbled, quickly handing the necklace around his own neck. Classes A and B, who'd been quietly watching until then all cooed at the sight. Upon receiving Kaken and Shuta's glares, however, they quickly found themselves something else to do. The next morning was spent going back and forth with La Brava, who'd somehow managed to get in contact with Gentle, who was locked up in Tartarus. Upon Gentle's release in a few years, La Brava would join their cybersecurity or informant divisions and Gentle would join an apprenticeship program under them, in which he would learn how to be a hero. This program was something all agencies were allowed, but rarely used as it meant that they would have to train their own hero sidekick from scratch. Many didn't have the time nor care to do so. Gentle was too old for any hero schools in Japan and most other agencies wouldn't give him an apprenticeship because of his criminal record, despite the fact that it was an accident. This way, he'd be able to achieve his dream and La Brava wouldn't be forced to separate from him. The two were soulmates after all. What kind, however, was a mystery to Izuku. On a separate note, people had already started rebuilding their homes and offices in the aftermath of the Numu attack near UA. There was surprisingly little uproar towards the heroes for the attack, but upon investigation he found that the public had focused their anger on the League of Villains for the damage rather than the heroes. In fact, many people had expressed concern for the heroes present that day. The reason for this was likely because of the footage released by the media. In every scene, the heroes were shown fighting the Numu, most of which doing so with serious injuries. Every scene focusing on the Numu, however, showed them wildly rampaging about destroying everything. Especially the advanced Numu, whose attacks were piercing buildings and skyscrapers. Someone had even posted a comparison report between the Shizuoka attack and the Hosu attack, showing that the number of casualties and collateral damage were drastically reduced this time around. They claimed that the heroes had finally adapted to the presence of Numus and knew how to deal with them, but the advanced Numus were proving to be a threat. Overall, this was a much better reaction than he'd ever hoped for. The rest of the morning was spent training and chattering with his friends, slowly but surely catching 1B up on everything he'd taught trained into 1A. The following week passed peacefully, and their next heroics class swiftly approached. Their next heroics lesson began with Shoyuta wordlessly leading them to ground Gamma after handing out winter versions of their hero costumes. Their support equipment, materials and the like were kept exactly the same, but now had longer sleeves and more insulation. Even Izuku's costume had gotten the upgrade, despite him mainly using it with his corpse forms, which were strangely temperature resistant. Maybe he should test if he had frost resistance. Upon arriving at the training grounds, they were rather ecstatic to find 1B waiting there as well. Today will be a joint training exercise. 1A versus 1B. Don't glare at me like that, it's part of the curriculum. It'll help you learn to fight against different opponents and help us learn where everyone is at in terms of combat ability, quirk control, and teamwork. We don't want anyone falling behind, Shoyuta explained, returning the few glares he received. There were a few more grumbles, but everyone reluctantly agreed. You will be in teams of 4. They will be randomized, so line up by class and draw from the ballot boxes. In this exercise, whichever team catches all 4 of the opposite team wins, Vlad added, handing Shoyuta the box for 1A. Sir, 1B only has 19 students. What do we do? Ida points out. To make things fairer in terms of combat experience, we already decided to let Akatani go twice, should he have enough energy. If not, Shoto will go twice, Vlad explained. Everyone quickly lined up and drew their lots, with most frustrated as to the results. They all knew each other well, but many were paired with those they rarely teamed with. The results were Hitoshi, Sato, Shoto and Momo vs Kaibara, Shishida, Shota and Tokage. Jiro, Ojiro, Koda and Aoyama vs Kurwaro, Yanagi, Komori and Rin. Tsu, Kaminari, Siro, and Katsuki vs Tsuburaba, Izuku, Kamakiri, and Shizaki. Shoji, Izuku, Mina and Achiko vs Pony, Aways, Kendo and Kodai. Toru, Ida, Kirishima and Tokoyami vs Bando, Manga, Tetsutetsu and Hananuki. Everyone was quick to huddle into their respective groups, trying to organize a plan. Everyone was given 5 minutes before the first teams were sent in. Okay, so, I'm probably best for taking down Shishida. His mental state will be reduced once he uses his quirk and he's the largest threat. We'll need someone to immobilize Tokage, mainly her head. Right? Hitoshi starts. I can create traps and nets for her. We'll need Shoto and Sato's durability and offense for Shota's twin impact and Kaibara's rotation, Momo volunteered. I'll go for Shota. I can take several hits when buffed, but piercing attacks like Kaibara's would hurt bad. I'm only made of flesh, after all, Sato must, having weighed his options. Agreed. I can slow down his rotations and attacks with ice, then hit him with fire, Shoto finished off, making sure no one was listening in. Just as they finished their plan, they were called for the first round. Hitoshi and Momo, who'd be focusing on long-range attacks, took the high ground. They ran along rooftops and pipes, Momo ever thankful she got rid of those heels. They found Tokage first, flying along and scanning the ground for their teammates. Momo was quick to engage, catching her head in a net. Honestly, it was more like a bag with breathe holes so that she didn't split up further and escape, but whatever. If it worked, it worked. The instant Tokage was captured, Shishida burst out of a side alley with a roar. His quirk was fully activated, making him mindlessly case Momo, who'd taken off towards the edge of the zone, Tokage in tow. Ugly. You didn't think I'd just let you catch her, did you? Hitoshi called, using Sato's voice for good measure. As if I'd let you stop me, he growled, turning towards the alley below Hitoshi. His quirk caught, and Hitoshi rapidly descended to building. He tied the capture tape around Shishida's wrist, marking him captured, then let him go. Vlad marked Tokage officially caught a moment later, meaning Momo had finally managed to tape part of her. Job complete, the two then continued combing the area. Shoto found Kaibara. 5 blocks north and 2 blocks west of the main entrance, heading north, Hitoshi whispered into his earpiece. Sato found Shota hiding in a warehouse occupying the far east corner of the grounds, Momo's voice reported over the comms. Hearing acknowledgments from the two, Hitoshi found a hiding place nearby to wait out the battle. Shoto managed to get a sneak attack in on Kaibara, freezing all but his head and wrists. Kaibara's attempts at rotating inside the ice had only just started to crack it by the time Shoto got the tape around his wrists, which had also been rapidly spinning in an attempt to make things more difficult. Sato, on the other hand, didn't do subtlety. The teen had crashed straight through the front doors and tackled Shota, quirk activated. The result was a rather drawn-out slugfest between the two. Shota actually managed to win that fight, much to his glee and utter exhaustion, but was then thrown a stun grenade by Momo and captured. 1B back in the observation room groaning in frustration. The 8 of them happily rejoined at the entrance, Momo having freed Tokage, and discussed strategies, successes and downfalls on their way back. They were looking forward to seeing how the rest of the matches would go. After much whispering and some prompting, 1A's second group had a plan. Kurwaro's attacks would be weak to Aoyama's light-based ones, so that was one person figured out. Ojiro, much like Rin, was a martial artist. Rin's scales would prove difficult, but Ojiro was looking forward to the challenge. Jiro's soundwaves would disrupt the air, blowing away Komori's spores and disrupt the ground the mushrooms were already on. That left Koda to swarm Yanagi with animals. Jiro and Koda would be in charge of directing everyone to their targets. Meanwhile, 1B's team were also planning. Kurwaro would go for Jiro, who wore a lot of black. Komori would go for Koda, as his animals would be weak to the mushroom spores just like anyone else. Rin wanted to fight Ojiro, which left Aoyama to Yanagi. Both teams had barely finished their planning by the time they were called for their round. Within the first 3 minutes, Jiro was able to take out Komori. The girl had been growing her mushrooms everywhere, spraying water everywhere. This made her rather easy to find. Koda's animals also quickly located Yanagi. As they were all rather small, she was able to lift them easily with her quirk. Her problem was that she didn't want to hurt the creatures, but if she put them down, they'd attack her again. This confusion allowed a rather timid but determined Koda to sneak up and bear hug her from behind. He then got even more of his animals to apply the capture tape, resorting to shaking her whenever she caught them. This would make her lose focus and drop at least one. In the end, it was Koda's victory. By sheer luck, Jiro had chosen to meet back up with Aoyama and Ojiro to continue searching for the remaining 1B members. As a result, Kurwaro's attempted sneak attack was met with a blast from Aoyama. This disturbed the black shadows the teen had been hiding in and forced him to the surface with everyone else. Aoyama then gleefully continued shooting at him until he was far from Jiro and her jacket, which he'd been reaching for. Between Aoyama, Jiro and Ojiro, he was quickly overwhelmed and cornered. Aoyama prevented him from escaping, Jiro kept tripping or disorientating him and his fighting style wasn't enough to keep up with Ojiro. His was swiftly captured. Now, only Rin remained. Rin was then swarmed by Koda's animals while the others caught up to their last teammate. Unlike Yanagi, he wasn't afraid to harm the animals. He was more frustrated with their pestering than actually threatened. When Ojiro arrived, he was unable to get close, much to his dismay. It was only Koda abandoning the plan and charging Rin from behind, more out of rage over the animals than planning, that Ojiro was able to leap forward and capture the final 1B member. Seeing Koda still angry after the round was called to an end, Rin was quick to apologize to both Koda and the animals. He showed his sincerity, then promptly fled the scene. From there, the 1A team and the remaining 3 from the 1B team walked back together, chatting about the same things as the previous teams. 1A was dreading round. Even Katsuki knew that they wouldn't win this unless Izuku let them. Sure, they could take out every other member, but Izuku would just enter the ghost realm. From there, he'd be untouchable. Shoyuta, the butt, had refused to ban such an action unless one of them were willing to block access to a major part of their own quirk. That round, Shiozaki was caught by Katsuki and Tsuburaba was caught in one of Tsu and Siro's traps. Kamakiri also got a nasty shock from Kaminari. However, in the end, every single one was caught and exhausted by Izuku. The next round was both surprising and not. 1B had done their best, but soon realized that the combination of Shoji's reconnaissance, Izuku's reconnaissance and army, and the 2 girls defending the prior 2, resulted in a near-impenetrable defense they had no hope of defeating. The surprising part was that, instead of fighting until all 4 were captured, the group chose to retreat back to the observation room, essentially forfeiting. 1B wasn't sure what was worse, the fact that they gave up or the fact that they couldn't deny the logic in the decision. Hopefully they'd win the next one. 2-3 loss was still better than a 1-4 loss. For the final round, both sides already had a plan. For 1A, they planned to have Tokoyami take out Bondo as he could fly. Toru would sneak attack Hananuki, unless Tokoyami could get him and Bondo both. Kirishima would take out Tetsutetsu, while Ida would outrun Dodge Manga's onomatopoeia and take him down. For 1B, they would use Bondo and Hananuki to lay traps as they walked, never doubling back onto their own traps. They hoped to continue until they were practically surrounded by traps. Whenever someone was caught, they'd use Manga's attacks to knock them out. If their opponent fell into one of Hananuki's traps, they'd use Bondo's hardened glue to make a platform across to the unconscious person. It took them 5 minutes to find the 1B team. The plan was on instantly. Being as quiet and stealthy as possible, the perfect job for 2 underground heroes in training, Tokoyami and Hagakure snuck up on Bondo and Hananuki respectively. One from the ground, one from the rooftops. At the same time, Toru, who'd snuck past the 2 guards, and Tokoyami, diving from the rooftop, tackled their targets to the ground. The instant they were down, Ida bolted for Manga and Kirishima charged Tetsutetsu, both dodging the traps. Tetsutetsu grinned and charged too, while Manga panicked and started sending wash basins, words, lightning, fire and more hurtling at Ida. Unfortunately for Manga, Ida was now well adept at dodging at speed. He must say, he much preferred his brother's teaching methods to Izuku and his teachers, but he couldn't say they didn't bring results. Fukudashi was down and captured in seconds. Kirishima's piercing attacks easily punched through poor Tetsutetsu's quirk, in non-life-threatening places mind you, making him wince. And double over, unused to taking damage in that form. Kirishima took the opportunity to capture his wrists with tape, then double-checked the depth of the wound he made. Again, it wasn't dangerous, but it was deeper than intended and bleeding a lot, so the was sent to Recovery Girl. Izuku was staring at Kirishima's arms in fascination, having seen spots of something shiny and reflective all along the boy's arms. During the commotion, Bondo and Hananuki had also been captured. One of Hagakure's legs had to be freed from Hananuki's quirk, though. With that, the final round was over. Overall, everyone did well. 1A, your strategy and teamwork are impeccable. Instead, a few of you need to practice fighting solo. You'll also need to become more adaptable for when the plan fails. In other words, improvise, Vlad summarized. As for 1B, your teamwork, quirk control and solo fighting are solid. However, you need more strategy, hand-to-hand combat skills, and combat experience, Shoyuta deadpanned. Yes, sir, everyone acknowledged. They were then dismissed, at which point they all started conversing on how to cover their newfound weaknesses. Hey Kirishima, can I see your quirk for a second? Izuku asked, calling the boy over. Sure, what's up? The redhead happily wandered over. I saw something what you used your quirk earlier. It may be why you pierced deeper than intended, too, Izuku explained. Kirishima did as asked, gasping alongside everyone else as they saw what it was Izuku had seen. Small patches of clear, solid-looking gems formed the skin of his arms and fingertips. Pointed, just as his quirk used to be. Are these what I think they are, Akatani? Kirishima asked hesitantly, tapping at the gems in his arm. Closing his eye and mentally reaching out, Izuku found a weak connection to the gems in Kirishima's arm. It would be stronger if it had actually come from the earth, but oh well. Yes, they are. Congrats, Ijiro, your quirk is slowly turning your arms into diamonds. Considering how much you've been training recently and how much your quirk kept cracking in the Yakuza raid and your spars with Kaken, I'm not surprised. It was a matter of time, honestly, but I'd expected you to go from rock to metal, not diamond, Izuku admitted. Oh. Cool. For my own safety, I think I'll keep that to myself. I'll just say it's just a really strong quirk-made crystal or something, he muttered, staring at his arm in wonder. If it helps you panic less, they resemble the structure of synthetic lab-grown diamonds rather than raw diamonds. This means that they are worth a lot less. Also, only lasers can cut diamonds, so when your quirk finishes the transition, it'll be near impossible for anyone to break them off of you and your defense will be through the roof, Izuku soothed. That does make me feel a bit better, thanks, the boy muttered, reverting his arm to normal. But, what happens if it does break off of him later down the line? Lasers aren't uncommon anymore, really. What does he do with it? Kaminari asked, concerned. Any resource created as a result of a person's quirk counts as their legal and financial property. Meaning, anything that breaks off of him is his. It also means that if anyone takes it without documented proof of ownership, signed by Ijiro or at this point his legal guardian, they can be arrested for stealing and held accountable by law, Izuku explained, making everyone sigh in relief. Good. Now that that's settled, all of you need to get changed into your uniforms and return to the dorms, Shoyuta jumped in, glaring at them all for making him stay longer. Vlad had already left to inform Nedzu so that they could organize extra safety measures for their student. Everyone did as told, returning to the dorms to get some well-deserved rest. Today was a long and strenuous day for all of them. Shoyuta opens the door to his dorm room, no longer patient enough to ignore whoever had been knocking on his door for the past 5 minutes. On the other side stood Katsuki, Shoto and Hitoshi, all holding forms of some sort. No, he said, trying to close the door. Oi, we haven't even said anything yet. Katsuki protested, rather indignant. As much as I hate being awake or going anywhere at a decent time on a weekend, I'm with them on this one. It must be done, Hitoshi reasoned, staring sleepily into his half-empty coffee mug. What do you want? Shoyuta sighed, knowing he likely didn't have a choice. We need to get presents for everyone, including Zuku and Eri. We've got 2 weeks until Christmas, and this way the class can't force us into another class shopping trip, because we'll have already gotten out presents, Katsuki explained, Shoto nodding along. Shoyuta contemplated it a bit, weighing the pros and cons of going. Until he realized, he also needed to get presents for his friends and family. Fine, he groaned. I need to shop too and better now than with a bunch of nosy students. He then signed the papers, closed the door, and changed into his hero costume. We're going to a different mall. This one isn't linked to UA or any known villain organizations, so we shouldn't be found again, the hero explained, looking up the directions. They all piled into one of UA's company cars and drove off. The mall Shoyuta had chosen was massive, even larger than Kiyoshi. The first few stores they passed were sports and electronics stores, none of which held much interest for them. Just as they reached some of the more interesting stores, the screaming started. Oh, for the love of, Shoyuta muttered, taking off towards the sound, the others not far behind him. They run out to see 3 villains riding a wave of carbonated water, snatching bags, purses and items from shop windows. There wasn't a single hero in sight. Hitoshi, you're with me on evac. Shoto, you freeze the water. Katsuki, you cover us. Recover the goods, too if you can, Eraserhead rattled off, taking off towards the closest person. Frostflare freezes the water as told, shocking the 3 villains riding it. Ground Zero used the opportunity to knock out 2 of them with a blast to the stomach each, then recovered the stolen goods. What the hell? There weren't meant to be any heroes here today, we've been watching this place for weeks, the remaining one roared, aiming strange gauntlets towards Ground Zero. It shot out beams of pressurized water in an instant, but he blasted them away. The villain was also pushed backwards by the kickback of the weapon. That's what he gets for using black-marked support equipment. Nonetheless, the BSTRD still refused to give, using the support equipment again and again with increasingly terrible aim. One of the streams almost hit Eraser, and the 2 decided they no longer wanting to do things the nice way. Frostflare slid forward on his ice, using the same move from the sports festival, Flash Freeze Heatwave, to send the man flying into the ice wall. The villain groaned, but didn't get up again, looking rather dazed. Mindjack wandered over to him, making sure he was unconscious, before removing the gauntlets he'd been wearing. Eraserhead then cuffed him and the 2 other unconscious villains while Ground Zero headed over to the evac location to redistribute the stolen goods. Frostflare made himself busy melting the ice. From there, Eraserhead called in a couple other heroes to resolve the rest of the issue. So, I'm guessing today's shopping trip is over? Hitoshi asks, watching the store clerks all bring down their shutters and close their doors. Shoyuta elected to ignore the vaguely gauntlet-shaped lump now present in the purple teen's bag, instead choosing to answer their questioning gazes. Only this class would think of continuing their shopping after handling a villain attack, he sighed, shaking his head at them. No, we aren't continuing. Honestly, you could probably find whatever you wanted online anyway, he finally responded. So, they all piled back into the car and drove back to UA. Hey Zu. Our shopping trip turned into a villain attack again, but this time they were run-of-the-mill with support gear. Wanna take a look at it? Hitoshi called upon entering. Izuku's head whipped around from where he was helping Eri, Mina, and Kaminari decorate a Christmas tree. Yes. Stendall mentioned there were more civilians and villains showing up with support equipment lately and I want to know who's making them, he tapped eagerly, zipping over to him and extending his arms in a give-me motion. Hitoshi simply chuckled and handed it over. I'm surprised Shoyuta let you take it. It's technically evidence after all, Katsuki commented, snorting as Izuku immediately zipped upstairs. They probably wouldn't be seeing him again until dinner at this rate. Hitoshi shrugged and sat down on the nearest couch. Shoto joined Eri by the Christmas tree, helping her decorate the lower branches. Come dinner time, a very tired-looking policeman had arrived at the dorms to pick up the support item, thanking Athena for his assistance before promptly turning around and leaving as fast as possible. What large-scale mission have you given the poor sods this time? Shoji asked, watching him go. It's not that bad. They're Tokyo policemen this time, so it's not like I'm overworking the same ones, Izuku protested, stirring a pan of diced onion with the other hand. That doesn't answer the question, Kaken prompted, chopping up several chicken BRSTs. Detnerat was the source of the support items. They had their brand printed on the internal pieces and everything. The idiots. Upon further investigation, the CEO was found to be the descendant of Destro, the former head of the Meta Liberation Army. A friend of his, a genius in cyber defense, has published several self-help books that are basically carbon copies of the MLA's Bible, and most recently a reprinted exact copy with a new name. It was first written by Destro and is a banned publication. Another friend of his is a member of the Government Educational Committee. He spread MLA-based teachings and books throughout several schools, going all the way up to high school. They're basically induction facilities. Our middle school was one of them, Kaken. They've got a communications expert rallying the mutant quirk population and those with villainous quirks too. They're reforming their army, with several heroes also being members. Honestly, it's a mess. But for now, the police are just organizing themselves before one massive attack on all facilities. Come to think of it, maybe it isn't just the Tokyo police this time, Izuku rants, completely oblivious to all the pale faces behind and beside him as he puts the curry on to cook. Kaken scrapes the cooked chicken and a few chopped veggies into the pot. Well, that's a lot. And yeah, a really massive mess, someone comments behind them with a sigh. Zero, he thinks. Izuku checks on the rice while Kaken starts getting out the bowls and spoons. I'm sending all this to Aizawa-sensei so that he can warn Nedzu and the other heroes, Momo commented from the couches. Ijiro and several others start clearing their homework from the tables while Mina and Bondo head upstairs to call everyone down for dinner. Akatani, you usually make extras of the curry, right? Kamakiri calls, staring at his phone. Yeah, why? We got enough for the teachers? Apparently, Mike-sensei left that stove on, so the kitchen's ruined. Lunch Rush is too angry at them for letting him cook to make something in the cafeteria kitchens, he explained, trying not to laugh. Katsuki didn't even try to stop his laughter. Yeah, we should. But that means there'll be none for lunch, snack portions, etc. tomorrow, Izuku warned. Katsuki puts away the pot and skis to make an extra spicy batch with a pout, resolving to add the skis he wants to his own bowl tonight. Izuku starts setting aside the spare chicken strips he'd made for snacks tomorrow while Kaken made more salad. With all of the mutant quirks they had, not all of them could eat curry after all. In less than 10 minutes the entire staff had arrived in the common room. Unsurprisingly, the place became quite crowded with an extra 14 heroes in the room. Thankfully, one of the storage cupboards had spare seats. Shoji, Sato, Kamakiri and Shishida helped set the table with the dishes, plates and bowls. Nedzu, Hound Dog, Pony and Azui happily dug into the salad and chicken strips while everyone else dug into the curry and rice. The heroes thanked them profusely for letting them join their meal, Mike looking guilty while Lunch Rush pouted in the corner between bites of curry. Several of the teachers were quite surprised at Izuku's cooking skills, seeing as the boy couldn't eat or taste test it himself. Hawks was just happy to be eating with the rest of the family again, having felt a little left out whenever Shoyuta got to join the classes for dinner. Eri was also rather excited to try his dad's cooking, having found her two hero dads were hopeless at anything past breakfast. Even then, Daddy K tended to burn things. So, when do you think the kitchen will be fixed? We've got stew planned for tomorrow, and we should be able to make extra, Izuku offered. It should be repaired in 2 or 3 days. If you'd be willing to accommodate us during mealtimes until then, it'd be greatly appreciated, Nezu explained, happily sipping the tea Momo prepared. I don't see a problem with it, but lunch rush will have to put up with our cooking. It's our kitchen after all, Kamakiri stated, Kaken nodding along. Sounds like a break to me, Lunch Rush stated happily. The student's cooking may not be as good as his, but it's not like it tasted bad. Maybe he could give a few of them tips when he visited. It was close to midnight, and everyone had long since gone to bed, or in Shuta's case, patrol, when Izuku's phone rang. It was his Athena number, and it was once again the chief of police. Feeling a sense of déjà vu, Izuku paused what he was doing. Why hello again, chief? It seems we've been conversing a lot, lately, he answered. I'm well aware, Athena. However, we have information that we cannot legally do anything with but at the same time feels wrong to leave alone. So, we thought it best to hand it over to you. You handled Dobby rather well, and he was known to be incredibly hostile to any that approached, the chief explained with a sigh. Oh? Do we have another vigilante case? He asked, interest piqued. No. Instead, we finally got around to interrogating the League of Villains members that were caught during the UA training camp. You've kept us so busy until now, we just got to it, the man explained hesitantly. Huh? Never expected you to be the type to care once they're behind bars, Chief, Izuku noted. Yeah, well, until now I didn't have another option to help them. And some of it hits a little too close to home, the canine admitted. Alright, who are we talking about then? Well, to start with, we can rule out Muscular, Moonfish and Mr. Compress. Muscular is a murderer and illegal MMA fighter who does it because he can. Moonfish is a cannibal who's now terrified of skeletons for some reason. Compress wanted to follow the footsteps of his father, a MSTR thief. He also holds animosity towards heroes due to the use of excessive force by a hero killing said thief, the chief started. Okay, that leaves Twice, Spinner, Toga Himiko, Magna, and Mustard, right? Yeah. Magna joined after hearing from an informant that the League may have her missing nephew. She'd lost the right to apply for custody of him when her financial situation was exposed, and the parents were arrested. When she finally tracked down where he went, after 2 cases of assault, she found that the foster family had sold him to the boogeyman of the underground. When she finally realized what she'd gotten into and what likely happened to her nephew, she'd planned to leave as soon as possible, Tsuragami explained. If you can get me her full name, I can figure something out, but she'd need to start her life again from scratch, Izuku offered. The chief wisely didn't comment on that statement. Plausible deniability and all that. Next, Mustard. They can breathe a variety of poisonous gases, but they aren't immune to them. His school was one of the MLA schools you mentioned. Being both weak in the eyes for the teachers and a villain in the eyes of society, he cracked under it all and decided to go villain. The training camp was his first and only offense. Shiketsu have a villain rehabilitation program that he could apply for. If he passes, he'll have his pick of any course with openings, including the hero course where they keep openings specifically for that purpose. He wouldn't get to go home until the end of the 3 school years though, as it is still technically rehabilitation work, Izuku explained. Understandable. Spinner's story is the same, I assume he'd be able to apply as well. Yeah. Let me guess, he's the one that hit too close to home? Oh, when this is over, there's a video Nezu has that I think they should see. Could you get it to them? Make sure it has the recording date on it please, Izuku asked. If their stories were all along these lines, they might be happy to know the changes that are coming. Sure? I've had a feeling for a while now that you're planning something, Athena, and I don't know if I should be excited or afraid, the dogman said bluntly. Now, while we've been talking, I may or may not have been looking through Twice file. I could do the same for him as for Magna. In a couple years, there may even be a hero apprenticeship available for him if he applies for it. He can also apply via government forms and the like for permanent support grade headgear for his splitting problem, Izuku explained. There was a sigh on the other end of the line. Right, I'll pass it along. Now for Toga, the man started. She's currently suffering from quirk madness after being barred from drinking blood her entire life. It appears to be a necessity for both her quirk, her herm balance and her diet. Quirk discrimination, neglect, abuse and child abandonment are the crimes we're trying to arrest her parents for, but we can't find them. Hospitals and blood banks are also under investigation for not providing her with assistance or necessary care and withholding medical attention. Her school and the local police precincts are under investigation for quirk discrimination, Tsuragami explained, sounding rather remorseful. Have you got her going through quirk rehab? Once her instincts realize that she doesn't have to fight for her food or survival and that it isn't something rare that she needs to hoard, the quirk madness should go away. At that point, she'll be able to be on a rolling contract with a major blood bank for her diet, and she can also apply for Shiketsu. I'll speak to Vlad King, see if he knows anyone willing to take her in. Same with the others if they need it, Izuku offered. Alright, that's all of them then. I'll pass on the offers and the video and get back to you with their responses, the chief stated, glad the conversation was over and everything was settled. They said their goodbyes and ended the call. Izuku spent the rest of the early morning contacting his information network and logging into countless government and police sites and anywhere else he could think of. He had 2 identities to potentially erase and make, so he had to be prepared. He also had between 1 and 3 adoptions or very trustworthy fosters to put through, because there's no way he's sending 3 traumatized and unaccepted teens into the foster system. Finally, he was also contacting Shiketsu, letting them know they may soon have 3 out-of-season villain rehab students. Boy, was it a busy night. He hadn't even finished stealing and organizing all of the MLA's data yet. But hey, he still had 3 hours until breakfast. That was plenty of time. Breakfast the next morning was an interesting affair. Midnight was not a morning person and Mike hadn't put in his hearing aids. Vlad-sensei had simply shown him the message he sent last night about Himiko and said, mine. At least one adoption had been organized? He thinks? It wasn't his turn to cook today, so he sat on one of the couches in human form, happily sipping on an iced coffee while his soulmate stuck to him as much as possible before he changed back for classes. Meanwhile, his phone was breakdancing across the table with messages from the police departments, who got the data he received from the MLA, the police chief's responses regarding both the league and the video he'd played for him, the information network responding about the fake identity creation, and the normal Athena commissions. Hitoshi stared at it tiredly for a good minute before snatching the thing and trying to hold it still, only to put it down again when the vibrations started making his arms tingle. How long do you think it'll take before someone starts calling me? Unfortunately, I don't think I can put everything off until the afternoon this time, Izuku stated as it finally went quiet. Shoyuta just groaned loudly at him. Whatever you did this time, leave me out of it, Kei grumbled tiredly, the others nodding. Chaos gremlin problem child, Shoyuta muttered, from his spot face down on Kei's lap and the couch. Izuku put his phone on flight mode. He'd caused enough chaos last night, it was time for a day off. True to his word, Izuku did not touch his phone for the rest of the school day. Instead, he spent it doing the normal schoolwork, helping 1B catch up, and hanging out with his soulmates. 1B was especially thankful. Until they started practical training, that is. The strategy training left their brains and egos sore and the hand-to-hand left them bruised and battered. Nevertheless, they'd started seeing results before the end of lunch. His soulmates on the other hand, spent the entirety of dinner, up until curfew actually, happily pressed as close to him as possible, drinking in as much physical affection as they could. Shoto and Kaken also took the opportunity to vent a little, complaining that Nedzu was already forwarding them offers for press conferences or interviews as well as advice on how to handle them. Sho and Kei complained in turn that they'd likely be dragged with to said conferences or interviews as their teachers. Eri was curious about the press and excited over being able to see her daddies on TV. Izuku and Hito just laughed at them, well aware that they were exempt from most public appearances. They weren't teachers and they were underground hero hopefuls. One of them was even a vigilante. They wouldn't be answering paparazzi questions anytime soon. The other teachers, not usually seeing their adorable domesticity, internally cooed at the sight. They were more than happy to mingle with each other and the students, leaving them to their little bubble. Once everyone turned in for the night, Izuku finally turned their phone back on, huffing to himself at the sheer number of notifications. The police had finally gotten themselves organized. They'd singled out all of the MLA spies and subtly separated them from the case. Now they were organizing teams to bring down the schools. Local heroes had been called upon in small numbers to help with said schools while several undergrounders were put in charge of monitoring key MLA members. Several influential heroes, like Present Mike, Fat Gum, Uwabami, semi-reluctantly, and Gang Orca were making subtle shifts to their operations to be more visibly inclusive of the mutant population. This would help calm those riled by the MLA to some extent. Separate teams were created and set aside for the capture of the key MLA figures and the arrest of Detonrat. More powerful heroes were enlisted to ensure their arrest, manage any fallout and, in a separate team, take out the corrupt heroes. Izuku answered the few questions on there about the information and analysis he provided and had some casual conversation and banter with the other analysts present on the case. Then, he switched over to the messages from Tsurigami. Magna and Twice had agreed to his offer, with Twice saying he'd consider Izuku's offer of an apprenticeship. Toga was wary. She was still on her way to recovery and thus believed herself too violent for anyone to want to help her. In other words, she liked the sound of what she was being offered but didn't trust it. She claimed that Izuku's plans for the future wouldn't help her right now, which was true. Izuku responded by telling the chief who'd agreed to adopt her. The girl might be calmer with the knowledge that she was going to someone who'd understand her. Spinner, upon seeing the video, was more than happy to agree. Apparently, both his parents had passed away earlier that year, so he'd need someone willing to take him in. So, Izuku sent out messages to Kei, Mirko, and Gang Orca asking if they knew anyone willing to adopt someone with a gecko mutation quirk. He was once again surprised when Gang Orca immediately stated he'd take him. Apparently, his mutations made it rather difficult to have children of his own and he'd been looking to adopt for a long time. Unfortunately, his intimidating appearance had every decent orphanage and support worker turning him away in a heartbeat. He sent this information off to the chief. Finally, Mustard had also agreed, no questions asked. He still had a worried family to return to but was adamant about not returning to his school. Upon learning that the school would be shut down soon anyway, he was more than pleased. The teen was especially excited at the prospect of entering a hero school, even if it meant he'd have to wait until next year to be released. He couldn't help but message the chief at the end. Anonymous, it is kind of sad, how much I see of myself in them, Chief. Anonymous, Mustard, all the pain and ridicule and anger received for being weak. Anonymous, Spinner, the fear and disgust the instant someone sees my face. Anonymous, Toga, the fear, disgust and even threats of violence at the barest signs of my quirk. Anonymous, twice, being pushed back time and time again. Told that I could never be anything and my dreams would never happen. My own belief at one point that my trauma was nothing but another obstacle, another thing stopping me from being a hero. Anonymous, some call me a villain even after saving them, even after all I've done. It scares me, just how easily I could have become like them. Even more so when I realize just how much damage I could cause. Come to think of it, Nedzu's not much different. Maybe that's why they fear him so much. Anonymous, I think the only real difference between me and them is that they gave up. I stubbornly clung to my dream, because it was all I had to keep me sane and giving up on it would mean giving up on everything I ever fought for. The difference between B and them is that they're will broke. I could have been a villain, Chief, and that thought scares me. Izuku stared blankly at the rant he just posted, the chief reading each message but not getting enough time to respond. The chief starts and stops writing several times, clearly trying to organize his thoughts. The man likely never expected to have a conversation like this with the vigilante analyst. Chief, honestly, it scares me too. I think it scares anyone who stopped to actually think about it. Of anyone that's had a good reason to turn villain, I think you'd trump them all. But I'm glad you didn't break, Athena, not only for all the damage you didn't do but for all the good you've already done. Keep up the good work, woof. We'll help these kids, just wait. Izuku smiles down at the phone screen. Maybe the old dog wasn't so bad after all. Anonymous, thank you. You know, with all they've been through, they're probably going to ask you why I care when no one ever has before. They need to know that there's someone out there who understands, not just cares. That this isn't just pity or because it's right. So, you can tell them. About this conversation, and about the story of Izuku Midoriya. Anonymous, honestly, anyone who looked close enough would figure it out anyway. The death of Midoriya, the rise of Reaper, the fact that Reaper's name is Izuku Akatani and that Athena and Hermes' work never disappeared. Most of it's there, you'll just be filling in the blanks. Chief, understood. I'll let them know. I've already had their guards inform them of the other information, we'll likely have an answer soon. Izuku sighed in relief, setting down his phone and opening his computer to start the last of his work for the night. He had identities to destroy and review, adoption forms to hand over, and hero teams to analyze for a raid. Half an hour later, in Tartarus. Tsurigami speedwalked through the halls, having been called in mere minutes after his conversation with Athena finished. Apparently, the League had an answer for him. He'd been warned that for the sake of convenience, they'd all been gathered in the same room. Which, mind you, is well against protocol, and he'd be having a talk with whoever organized this later. He slowed his pace as he arrived at the right room, watching the League converse with each other for a moment. They were all completely at ease despite the good 10+ guards standing along the walls of the room. Taking a deep breath, he entered. Instantly, all eyes are on him. Sitting down calmly at the desk in front of them all, he looked them all in the eye. I assume you all have your final answers for me, he asked, waiting patiently. One last question, Toga piped up. Why do you care? Why does he care? The other members sat up straighter at that question. I care because not only should none of you had to live like this or be pushed to this, but because it hits a little too close to home in some places. Because I, and every guard I have posted here, am sick and tired of seeing situations like you're over and over again. But now, we actually had a chance to fix the issue, he admitted, shocking the League with his honesty. And what about Athena? Spinner prompted. Tsugarami smiled sadly, plugging his phone into the projector sitting on his desk and prompting them to turn around in their chairs. The guards helped, as the cuffs made it a little difficult. He showed them their conversation all the way until he received permission to explain. The League looked back at him looking sad and rather confused. How does he understand us? Mustard asked quietly. Do any of you know the name Izuku Midoriya? Many looked surprised at the name. That kid on the news last year? People thought he was Athena, right? 'Cause his notes took down Dragon, Magna offered. Everyone nodded along. Midoriya is Athena. He is also dead. But so is Reaper, aka Izuku Akatani. Settle in, because I'm about to tell you all a story, Tsurigame said sadly, relaxing back into his chair. Brayfly, he remembered when Eraserhead had come into the station. The man had called him and Tsukachi into a meeting not long after the Hosu attack, believing they'd need to know in the future. The look on Tsukachi's face when he heard what his closest friend, the symbol of peace, had done was devastating. They'd both been horrified upon learning of Eraser's death. Shaking himself out of his thoughts, he started the story. By the end of the story, everyone had tears on their faces, even the guards, and the conversation they'd been shown made a lot more sense. By the end of that night, every member had taken the offer given to them. Magna and Twice were set free, no record of their existence to be found anywhere on any database. The police legally could not keep them there. If, on the way out, the two found wallets with brand new IDs sitting at the gate entrance, then no one knew about it. Spinner was picked up by Gang Orca as his official foster parent until the adoption papers went through. The placement test for Shiketsu was already waiting when he arrived, ready and waiting for him to fill the next day. The interview with the school had been booked for next week. Mustard was put under house arrest and observation with the police, his family happy he was finally home. He was switched to online schooling until the end of the year, at which point he'd apply at Shiketsu. Toga was moved to a trusted treatment center for quirk madness and quirk withdrawal, where she'd stay for a month before being re-examined and hopefully released to her adopted father, Vlad King. She was quite surprised to find him waiting for her in the vehicle transferring her there. Tsurigame smiled as he watched them go, then packed up his things and left for the day. Meanwhile, back with Izuku, he was already done with the new IDs due to prior preparation. He'd also finished his analysis of the teams the police set up and sent them off to the necessary people. He decided to take a small break, remembering he still needed to buy Christmas presents for his loved ones. Shopping online when you didn't know exactly what you were looking for was difficult, but he found something for each of them eventually. He'll admit, the present he got K was done semi-reluctantly, but he didn't have a reason not to get it for him, so he did. He spent the rest of the night watching the country's cameras and resolving issues with several heroes Stendall found, ignoring the rather interesting language choices the man used when bringing them to his attention. All in all, it was a productive night. In a dingy warehouse somewhere in Japan, Shigaraki screeches in frustration, throwing an empty ramen cup across the floor. He hated this. He was a Shigaraki. He was the leader of the League of Villains. He wasn't meant to be running around like a common thug, surviving off of the pocket change of whatever lowlife set him off or a random civilian walking by. He started pacing, scratching at his neck until it bled. Never mind the fact that his so-called League got arrested on their first mission, and his sensei, the boogeyman of the underground, got beat by a fake of a hero and a teenage child. Kurojiiri was gone too. The BSTRD was probably lying about the backup. And now, he's learned that those DMN traitors, not sensei, of course, have abandoned becoming villains at all. Two no longer exist and the rest are becoming heroes. Disgusting. The most shocking of them all was Spinner. He'd been Tamura's online friend for a long time, even before the League. After all they'd been through, he thought Spinner understood the most out of all of them. He'd understood his rage and his anger and why everything needed to be destroyed. So then why? Why did he defect and decide to be a hero? Either the heroes did something to him or something changed his mind. Probably the former. Either way, he'd find the teen and figure out what happened. He'd fix it, and then from there he and Spinner could restart the League. Making his decision, he called up Jiren, asking the man to organize a meeting between him and Spinner. No matter what, he and the League would destroy this rotten society once and for all. Little did he know that soon a much bigger concern would be coming his way. Shigaraki tapped his foot impatiently and scratched his neck as he waited for Spinner. Jiren had chosen a filthy alley in the middle of nowhere to meet up in and he hated it. To make things worse, Spinner was already 15 minutes late. Just as he started to consider leaving, hurried footsteps approached the alley. "Hey Shiggy. Sorry I'm late, the traffic was a beach," Spinner groaned, breathing heavily. Yeah. Anyway, mind explaining why half the league decided to become heroes all of a sudden? Tamura seethed, eyeing the man. Ah? Well, before we get into that, let me ask you something. You said you wanted to destroy society and the heroes because they abandoned us. You want them to suffer for it. But what happens once you've succeeded? Spinner asked, hesitant. What do you mean? Once it's destroyed, we'll be at the top, able to do whatever we want, Shigaraki stated, confused about where this was coming from. Yeah, I know. It's just that I realized that doing that won't actually change anything, you know? Spinner stated. Tamura's confusion grew. Of course it would change something. Explain. Well, even if we destroyed everything, it wouldn't change what happened in the past. We'd destroy everything in our anger, then have nothing left to take it out on. Not to mention, if society collapsed, we'd still be hated, and there would be even more people like us than ever before. What happened to us would happen again to someone else, but they wouldn't have anything to lash out at either, Spinner explained, looking sad and frustrated. Shigaraki was silent, eyes wide. The started growling and scratching even more at his neck. The was practically drowning in frustration and confusion. Because he realized Spinner was right. Envisioning the life he'd been aiming for, imagining the goal of his life once he'd reached it, he realized that he still wouldn't be happy. The anger wouldn't fade and he had no idea what he actually wanted past that point. Alright, fine. I can see you've got a point. I don't like it, but I can admit that Sensei could have been wrong. I realized that when he got arrested and I'd been thinking it when every single one of our plans failed. But, what does that have to do with being a hero? Tamura growled, reflecting back on all the painful memories of him training, following orders and being punished. All for a goal Sensei set him on. One that was practically useless. To him, the only fond memories were a few kind words, his video games, and Kurogyri. But Kurogyri was captured, his games were just toys he used to escape reality, and Sensei's kind words were exceedingly rare, always resulting in Tamura doing what he wanted. That? I think it would be easier to show you, Spinner sighed, pulling out his phone. Unlocking it, Spinner pulled up what appeared to be security footage of their Tartarus cells. Slowly, on by one and day by day, Spinner showed him every conversation, interrogation, decision and story that went on in that prison. Everything Shigaraki had come to believe about society was shattering before his very eyes. The police listened, and then, even knowing the risks and illegalities, they helped. And when they couldn't, they got someone who could. Heroes, who'd been fighting to put them behind bars, willingly took them in and treated them like family. But, most shocking of all, the heroes were working to change. They were fighting to fix society, lead not by the false symbol of peace, but by a young teen, the very same one that had put him behind bars. The same one that had more reason to become a villain than all of them put together. Spinner watched in wonder as Shigaraki stared at the school videos on his phone screen, of hero students and teachers all over the country, even civilian students, watching the video and taking up the cry, for the future. Shigaraki was smiling. Alright, Spinner. I'll admit that was pretty cool. I can see why you turned coat. Do you think they'll actually do it? Will they be able to force society to change? His friend sounded so hesitant, likely just as scared to trust them as he had been. Yeah, Shiggy. In fact, they already are. That's why there's been such a massive decrease in heroes lately. The agencies that have joined Reaper have been firing any that don't have the true virtues of a hero. Many more have been put in for retraining in ethics and discrimination. When those who were fired refuse to change, they have their licenses revoked by the new HPSC, Spinner explained happily. I see. In that case, tell the heroes I'll cooperate on 2 conditions. They release Kurogyri, and they protect me from Sensei when he escapes. I know he will. I can't help against the doctor, though. I don't know where his base is and he all but split from me when his high end was defeated, Tamura, no, Tenko, stated with a smile. He wandered out of the alley with a wave, leaving a grinning Spinner in the alley. He headed back to his warehouse to grab his things, humming to himself. Today was a good day. Somewhere downtown, people screamed and the ground shook. A giant was walking through the city. Where was it going? Izuku had been happily sitting in his room, not 3 days after the League were freed, when he sensed something appear behind him. Without hesitation, he grabbed his closest knife, this one technically a support tool, and threw it behind him, straight into the side of the intruder. The person gasped, stumbling backwards and hissing in pain as their shoulder entered the light of the window. Turning around, Izuku was surprised to find, based on the get-up, not a member of the League, but an assassin. One seemingly made of shadows, though the fact that they were bleeding suggested otherwise. I may be the first, but I won't be the last. You're hindering our plans with your disgusting call for equality, the assassin spat, holding a hand to his forehead in an L shape. Humming thoughtfully to himself, Izuku bent down and touched the assassin, pulling them out of the shadows of the bed. He couldn't have them escaping, and draining their energy. Once the man was fully unconscious, Izuku put on his gloves and entered his human form, then slung the man over his shoulder and went downstairs. Everyone in the common room watched boredly as he wandered off towards the teacher's dorms, an assassin over his shoulder. Once he was gone, they just sighed to themselves and shook their heads before going back to their breakfasts. Nezu was understandably alarmed upon learning of yet another break into his school. Especially once he realized that the only ways he had available to stop another break-in like that would breach several privacy laws. After all, no monitoring device of any type could be put in the dorm rooms. Especially considering they were minors. Everyone was similarly upset upon hearing that it was the MLA that was targeting him. He was quick to explain that they seemed to be targeting him because of the video going around the schools rather than an information leak regarding their arrest. This calmed them a little, but Nezu was still frustrated that the carefully monitored video had managed to make it into the hands of villains, the League notwithstanding. After a lot of overprotective suggestions, Izuku eventually made a compromise with them. Until the MLA were captured, whenever Shoyuta was on patrol, Izuku would join as Reaper so that they could keep an eye on him. When he wasn't on patrol, Izuku would do all of his work in the corner of the common room. The teachers only agreed to the first half because Izuku had proven to be stronger than all of them put together, and they knew Shoyuta would take his role seriously. Izuku only agreed to the second half because he didn't have any other choice. With that settled, Izuku returned to the common room, where he picked up the deliveries that had arrived for him, much to the curiosity of his soulmates, and headed upstairs to unpack and wrap them. He couldn't risk putting it off only for one of the boys to come in and see their Christmas present. With that done, he grabbed his breakfast and headed out the door with the others for class. The end of the week rocked around, only a week away from Christmas, and the police and heroes were finally ready to take down the MLA. Surprisingly, Izuku hadn't been summoned to help this time around. Instead, he got to watch the news that afternoon, covering the total restaffing or shutdown of several schools, Detenrat, and several other influential companies. 20 heroes and a plethora of influential figures were arrested, too. Unfortunately, the army had been gathering for some sort of rally that day, resulting in mass amounts of damage to Daika City. There was also a fair amount of collateral in Tokyo, resulting from the capture of Re-Destro. Smaller amounts of damage resulted from the MLA school raids, with minimal injuries. The combination of the declining hero populace, the recovery efforts, and the necessary patrols meant that most heroes, even UAs, would be incredibly busy in the coming weeks. Suddenly, Izuku was glad he'd be going back to his patrols as Reaper. He was snapped out of his thoughts by a ping from his phone. Then several more. Chat, League of Heroes. Spinner, so? That assassination attempt you mentioned a couple days ago? That may or may not have been because of me. Spinner, I didn't mean for it to happen. I just noticed a lot of the mutant forums I was part of were getting caught up in this MLA thing. I thought it was dangerous, so I started calming them down. Then, I may or may not have shared that school video of yours with them. I wanted them to understand that things were changing and that everything would be alright if they just waited. Spinner, it worked, but I guess I should have known the MLA would see it. I'm sorry. Batgirl, are you serious, Spinner? Even I know that was a bad idea. I've met tons of people like me here at the rehab center, but I haven't shared it with a single one. Mustard Man, yeah, not your smartest move, Spinner. Glad it turned out alright, though. Anonymous, it's alright, Spinner. No harm done. Besides, they're all in jail now anyway. Spinner, thank you. And I'm sorry. On a separate note, I've been grounded for like a month, and I deserve it, but again it turned out brilliantly so. Anonymous, what did you do? Gang Orca has been spoiling you rotten, you must have done something seriously stupid for him to ground you. Spinner, I met up with Shiggy, cause he wanted to know why we all gave up on being villains. Several people are typing. Spinner, I know it was stupid, but as I said, it turned out brilliantly. He agreed with us. He even said to tell the heroes that he'd cooperate if Kurogyri was freed as soon as possible and if we promised to protect him when AFO escapes. I did stupid, but I did good. Crying face. Anonymous, Sai, I suppose you've already been grounded anyway. It was a stupid idea, but good job, Iguchi. Twice host that, carrot. Who's Magna, carrot. Batgirl, carrot. Mustard Man, carrot. Spinner, alright, I get it. Crying face. Izuku chuckled silently at the chat, then sent Shigaraki's message to Tsuragami. He'd need to interrogate and then fix Kurogyri before releasing him, so he likely wouldn't be the same by the time he released him to Shigaraki, but based on how the advanced Numu, called Hyans, was recovering, He'd still have his memory from his time as Kurogyri at least. He sent as much to Spinner, who apparently still had Tamura's phone number. Though, he apparently now wanted to be called Tenko, as it was his real name. The near-adult was incredibly upset by this, having been told that AFO found Kurogyri so that he could take care of the boy. He was even more upset upon being shown that Kurogyri had started appearing in small amount before he'd been taken in by the supervillain. Oboro's capture and Tenko's saving happened in too close of a timeframe for Izuku to pass off as an accident, as much as he wished he could. Especially considering that the sludge was going after Shoyuta that day, not Oboro. Shoyuta, who had an erasure quirk perfect for controlling a dangerous quirk like decay. Unable to ignore the evidence before him, Izuku started looking into the date and location for Tenko's saving. What he got was a news article of Mizudafu's missing, an incident that occurred over the very same days that Tenko reported no one saving him. On the outskirts of Mizudafu, over the 3 days Tenko stayed in that alleyway, 8 heroes, all of which were meant to patrol that street, went missing and were never found. Those heroes happened to also be the only ones scheduled to patrol that street. Izuku, upon directly getting his phone number, sent this information to Tenko, then the police chief. Izuku then sat for a good 15 minutes, debating with himself. With a sigh, he realized it wouldn't be right to keeping all of his findings and theories to himself. Shoyuta had a right to know about his theories, even if Izuku knew it would upset the man. His theory was simple-ish. AFO wanted erasure, aka Shoyuta. Instead, he got Oboro and his cloud quirk. He'd wanted Eraser to control Tenko's quirk if it ever got out of hand, as it would make raising him easier. Instead, he created the warper Kurogyri out of Oboro. All of this meant that AFO knew Tenko had decay. Likely, in Izuku's eyes, because he gave it to him. This would also explain why decay caused such strong skin irritation for Tenko, his body wasn't designed to hold it. This theory would also explain how AFO knew where Tenko was, and the disappearance of the heroes. Which in itself indicated that he knew the incident with Tenko's family was going to happen. A lot of it was just conjecture with little proof, but everything added up too well for it to be anything else. So, he sent it all to Shoyuta and Tenko, the latter of which had been oddly silent since he sent that newspaper article, along with the knowledge that he would soon be interrogating the man. The date had been pushed back several times thanks to all of the work Izuku kept giving people. After several minutes of waiting, he contacted Spinner to see what was going on. It seemed Tenko was having a violent and tearful mental breakdown of sorts, which Spinner was helping him with as best he could through a phone screen. This soon turned into a group video call among the league. Figuring they had it handled, Izuku left to find Shoyuta. His soulmate likely needed just as much comfort as Tenko right now, and Izuku was going to give it to him. Eventually, Izuku found him in his dorm room, curled up in a ball on the bed, staring blankly at his dark phone screen. "Oh, Sho," Izuku said, swiftly joining his side and wrapping him in a hug, secretly glad he'd thought to fill his energy levels. The man tensed for a second, before relaxing slightly and leaning into him. His shoulders started to shake, his face hidden by his hair. Izuku quickly sent a message to Kigo, Mike, and Midnight, figuring it'd be best if he had both of his soulmates and the two most likely to understand by his side. He sent along a quick explanation of what caused it, too. Izuku kept soul-speaking, whispering comforting words and soothing sounds. He promised the man that it would be all right, that he'd make it all right, and told him it wasn't his fault. The man didn't seem to believe him, but he kept going, slowly reasoning with him and holding him tight. The other three were there within minutes. Their hearts broke at the sight before them, and they quickly joined the man on the bed. They hugged him close, Hawks carefully and gently running a hand through his hair, and backed up Izuku's reassurances. Together, they worked hard but patiently to calm him down and get him settled. Within the hour, they'd managed to get him calm enough to cheer him up, Izuku having already convinced Kaken to make Shuta's favorites for dinner via text, mostly with terrible jokes and old stories, alongside some equally ridiculous and hilarious cat videos. Come dinner time, they were able to prompt him downstairs. At which point the class took one look at him and decided it was movie night, sitting their sensei down on the comfiest couch, bundling him with blankets, and handing him the movie box, before surrounding him at a close but comfortable distance. His soulmates, naturally, got the closest seats. And so 1A, and 1B. Spent the afternoon watching movies with their teacher, eating a rich mushroom stew and snacking on several licorice snacks. That night, before sending everyone off to bed, the hero couldn't help but comment. "If this is how well I'm treated, maybe I should get upset more often," to which he got lightheartedly scolded by Izuku. "Yeah, everything would be alright. They've got each other and that's all that matters." Finally calmed down from his panic attack, Tamura finally noticed the shaking of the ground beneath him. The vibrations were even, but steadily growing stronger. With a start, he realized they were footsteps. As he got to his feet, when had he fallen? A shadow fell over the warehouse. Shigaraki, a voice boomed, right outside his warehouse. Well, good thing he had a truce with the heroes. There's no way they didn't know where he was now. Sighing, he exits the warehouse, looking up at the giant of a man. Who are you and what do you want? He demanded patiently, eyeing the numerous heroes surrounding them. Not a hero then. Probably not a civilian either. In that case, that just leaves the backup Kurogyri left to fetch ages ago. I am Gigantomachia. I serve only MSTR, but you are said to be his heir. I have come to see if a puny creature like you is worthy of being compared to my MSTR. Only if you succeed with a follow you, the villain challenged, voice much quieter all of a sudden. They reared their arm back, ready to swing, only to be cut off. No thanks. Gigantomachia froze, blinking confusedly at Tamura. You see, after Sensei went and got himself caught, I caught on to a plan or two of his. New and old. I also realized that the direction I was headed in wasn't going to get me what I wanted. Not to mention the fact that every plan he gave me failed spectacularly. So, it's safe to say I'm not Sensei's successor anymore. A difference in interests, I suppose, Tenko explained calmly. You won't be my MSTR? You don't follow all for one, the poor man looked so confused. Not anymore. Though, I'm not currently a hero either, he explained. He couldn't afford to cause a scene in front of so many heroes. He could fight this guy, but he wouldn't get anything out of it. I see. Then I don't need to fight you. Where is MSTR? I will find MSTR, geez this man was obsessed. I told you. He got caught. Gigantomachia mumbled something to himself and started walking off, back the way he came. Well, that went well. I think, one of the heroes must, watching him leave. I gotta ask, though, whose side are you on? If you're not a hero yet, but you're not a villain by the looks of it either, another one asked, looking confused. I'm on my own side and no one else's. And I'll stay that way until the heroes hold up their end of the deal. I get back the last of my family and protection from Sensei, and you'll get all the help you could ever want in tearing the BSTRD to shreds, Tenko promised darkly. So, a civilian then. Now that we've found you, we can talk to UA and see about you getting that protection. As for the other end, the hero hesitated, not sure what he could say. Reaper already informed me about that. I'll stay here until UA is sorted out, it's not like I need to hide right now, Tenko stated, waving his hand dismissively. After a few moments of murmured conversation, the heroes nodded and took off. With a sigh, Shimura returned to his sleeping bag on the floor and started reassuring his panicking soulmates. Yes, soulmates, what else would they be? That he was fine. He'd forgotten to hang up when he left. Now, here's hoping he doesn't have another villain show up anytime soon. At least he knows Kurogyri didn't abandon him. In the afternoon of the next day, Izuku was trying his hardest not to laugh as he watches Shoto, Kaken and his other limelight classmates train for interviews and press conferences, led by MT Lady. Tokoyami and Shoji were doing a better job, but even their shoulders were shaking. Hitoshi wasn't even trying, receiving several glares from said classmates. Toru was also giggling while Koda looked nervous on their behalf. You do realize that with you being the head of an agency later down the line, and a massive one at that, you'll have to deal with the media, too. Shoyuta commented dryly. Yeah, but I've already figured out what I can and can't delegate to others. What I can't delegate will be done with my hero costume on and hood up. I've already done the training with Night Eye. Still, I'm glad I'm not the nervous antisocial wreck I was when I started here. That would have been a nightmare, Izuku explained, watching as Kaken finally found a balance between his usual personality and media-friendly behavior. Shoto was learning to elaborate a little more, but he was also managing to speak as little about himself as possible. Perfect. Ida, on the other hand, was learning that long-winded answers or speeches drove away reporters and/or media. He elaborated too much. Eventually, everyone figured out what they were meant to do or say. Which was great, considering Shoto and Kaken had an interview regarding their debut tomorrow. Once the lesson was over, the last one for the day, they headed back to the dorms, where Shoyuta and Vlad announced that they would be doing another round of work studies. Though Shoyuta blatantly admitted that it was just the government trying to cover for the severe decrease in heroes. This time however, they would have to figure out who to internship with on their own. After much deliberation, Izuku decided to go with Shoyuta. He'd be able to introduce Izuku to the paperwork and legal side of underground heroics rather than just patrol. It would also introduce him to the underground heroes in the field. Hitoshi decided to go with an underground hero called Siren, who had a quirk similar to his. Hawks decided to take in Kaken and Shoto, as their heroes were both busy. After a fair bit of calling around, Izuku managed to organize for Eri to stay with the wild pussycats during the internships. Koda was roughly her age, so hopefully the two would get along well together. Neither of them have had much opportunity to interact with others their age. It was only a few days before the work studies and everyone was excited. But not just for the work studies. It was Christmas. Eri's eyes were shining as she stared at all the presents underneath the tree. Once everyone had gathered around, even the teachers, presents were handed out. Everyone had been given a classmate or teacher to shop for Christmas. Izuku had gotten Sato Lunch Rush's most recent cookbook, making said hero blush in the process. Mina had gotten him a horn care kit, which he'd never thought to get for himself. They'd never gotten damaged, so he'd always just washed them with soap and water. Momo got Nedzu a rare type of tea. After all of the Kris Kringle presents were handed out, it was time for the personal presents. Shoyuta got him a skull-themed smoothie cup, Kaken got him a SWCH game called Stardew Valley. It looked interesting. Shoto got him a new set of support tools, Hito got him a stack of his favorite notebooks, and Kei got him a set of pens and sketching pencils. They all laughed as they watched Shuta's eyes light up when he opened Izuku's gift. A black sleeping bag, with the inside lining looking like a black cat. Kei got him a giant cat-themed coffee mug, with the tail forming a straw. Kei got a documentary series about foreign birds, but Izuku's gift was hard to beat. A falconry set, complete with the keys to a large aviary, currently sitting wrapped in the teacher's dorm commons. The happy squeal Izuku received was more than worth the trepidation of bringing a pet into the family. Kaken got new weights from Shoto, some action movies from Hito and a new album from his favorite band from Izuku. From Izuku, Kaken and Hito, Shoto got a mix of crime novels, movies and TV series. Izuku got Hito and fluffy purple cat Udi, which he put on immediately. Shoto got him a mug matching the one Shoyuta got, but purple. Kaken got him a new set of headphones. And finally, Eri got spoiled rotten with teddies, art supplies and cute clothes from the 6 of them. She didn't have any pocket money yet, as she didn't like shopping, so she did them each a drawing. Izuku had every intention of putting it in the photo album. With presents out of the way, everyone gathered around the diner tables for the Christmas feast. Lunch Rush helped as Izuku, Kaken and Kamakiri brought out dishes of roast chicken, salads, roast potatoes, gravy and home-baked bread rolls. Everyone cheered and thanked them for the food before digging into the massive feast. Izuku wasn't sure how they fit all 54 students and teachers around those dinner tables, but they did. Though, when Mirio, Nijire, and Tamaki arrived, they had to sit on the couches. And of course, what kind of feast came without dessert? Once everyone was done with their dinner, Izuku and Sato brought out Christmas cake, trifle, ice cream and cookies as well as several soft drinks. Nedzu had to stop Midnight Sensei from fetching the alcohol. They spent the afternoon playing party games and watching several Christmas movies without a care in the world. Everyone was fast asleep by midnight, draped over almost every surface. They even found Kaminari under the couch, and Izuku had to help the teachers get everyone back to their rooms. As Izuku retired to his own room that night, he had just one thought. Best Christmas ever. With work studies fast approaching and everyone buzzing with excitement, Izuku almost forgot about the new arrival coming that morning. Almost. With the League of Villains officially disbanding, Shigaraki has agreed to assist us in the fight against his sensei, aka AFO, in return for protection for him and the eventual release of his guardian, Kurojairi. We agreed to this as only the government believe that Tartarus will hold him for long and we aren't going to let someone die because we don't get along, Shoyuta explained to the class, Tamura standing silently beside him, gaze fixed on Izuku. As such, from now on he will be a ward of UA. For the sake of safety and peace of mind, he will be staying in the teachers' dorms. If you want to blame someone for this mess, blame Izuku. Now, Shigaraki, you are welcome to mingle with the classes until the movers finish setting up your things, he finished, walking to a desolate corner of the room and curling up in his new sleeping bag. Tamura had to suppress a full-body flinch at that. Mingling? With a room full of students he was trying to kill a month ago? Is he crazy? Stiffly, he walked over and sat on an unoccupied couch. Their eyes followed him. He stared at them, they stared back. Finally, after several tense minutes of staring, Reaper was the first on to move. Having been standing in the kitchen, he dishes up a plate of pancakes, then walks over and sits it down in front of him alongside a pair of artist's gloves. Taking the hint, several others start dishing up breakfast as well. Soon enough, the entire dorm was acting as if nothing happened. As everyone else started digging into their food, Reaper, or is it Akatani now, came and sat next to him. After several more minutes of silence, Tenko finally broke. Okay. I know you're the one that organized all this for us in the first place, but what's with the sudden hospitality? Seriously, it didn't make sense. Never mind the fact that he'd already put on the gloves and started on the pancakes. You no longer work for AFO, have just as much reason to hate him as we do, and are on board with our place for society's future. In my eyes, that makes you an ally. Besides, I helped Spinner, Mustard, Toga, Twice and Magna. Why wouldn't I help you? Reaper answered, the mask on his face translating his tapping. Suddenly, Tenko realizes just how comfortable the kid was right then. His hoodie was pushed down, his gloves were on, and he was in his human form. This was a level of vulnerability he'd never seen in the vigilante before. The scar tissue and missing eye that took up the left side of his face was on display for all to see. The tight gloves made the crooked shape of his fingers glaringly obvious. The lack of wings and the glove covering his hands made it impossible for the teen to drain him in that state. It was only then that Tenko realized it. The heroes truly intended to honor their truce. They were really willing to let him become an ally. I see. Fair enough, then, he said lamely, tucking back into the admittedly delicious pancakes. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Akatani pull out several boxes of medication, carefully reading through them. So, the itching, dryness etc. Does it affect just your skin, or your eyes and whatnot as well? He asked seemingly randomly. Just the skin, why? A box was tossed into his lap. Quirk intolerance meds. Designed for those whose bodies have negative reactions to the chemical reactions produced by their quirk. Your chemical reactions are likely what stop you from being able to decay yourself. The negative reaction in your case would be because your body wasn't designed for the quirk you hold, Akatani explained, leeching the life out of several apples. Reading the back of the box, he found that he was right. These ones were specifically designed for symptoms like his. So, he could have stopped the itching any time he wanted, the BSTRD. Thanks, he grumbled, tucking them into his pocket. You're welcome. Just so you know, there are stronger versions if those don't work. They're prescription-based though. Apparently, they're dangerous for those without the condition, Akatani admitted, writing down the name of it and handing it over. He grunted in acknowledgement, piling his utensils and napkins on top of his plate. Anyway, it's about time for us to head to class. Nedzu said to tell you that if there's anything you wish to learn, you can let the teachers know and they'll organize something for you, Akatani offered, grabbing Tenko's plate and standing up. Before he could respond, the teen was already walking into the kitchen and putting everything into the bins and sink. Is talking to him always a one-sided whirlwind of useful information and help? Because so far, that's been every single conversation, Tenko asked to no one in particular, completely bewildered. There were several snorts and snickers around the room. You get used to it eventually. Besides, it's either that or getting caught up in his plans and chaos. We're all along for the ride, a tired-looking purple teen deadpanned. A feeling of dread started seeping in as everyone in the room nodded along. What had he gotten himself into? The next day had everyone separating, heading to the agencies of their respective heroes. In Izuku's case, that meant getting to stay at home, after a bit of dusting, with Shoyuta for the week. Izuku would work and clean during the day while Shoyuta slept, then at night they'd head out on patrol. He just wished that they could patrol the immediate area, which had almost no underground heroes to protect it. Instead, they'd be patrolling his old routes, where there were more underground heroes for him to network with. This way, he could get a rough idea of the names and locations of most underground agencies. Useful information, considering the fact that underground heroes as a whole were hidden from the public. Shoto and Kaken were staying with Kigo at his agency nearby but patrolled regularly during the day. Occasionally, they'd drop by and pick up any leftovers for lunch, which Izuku always made a point to wake Shoyuta up for. He wouldn't eat, otherwise. The two of them were struggling to keep up with Hawk's pace, even if he'd slowed himself down compared to usual, causing no small amount of frustration. They got there eventually, though, their reaction times fast enough to wipe out a gang of villains before they had the chance to attack, leaving the leader to Hawks. Hito was staying with Siren in an apartment not too far from his and Shuta's patrol route. In fact, they often met up or ran into each other on patrols despite purposefully planning around each other to keep their areas covered. Siren had a habit of veering out of their patrol area to handle incidents they noticed, even when other heroes were patrolling that area. This often caused conflict with other heroes and left their own patrol undefended until they returned. They weren't necessarily a bad hero, they were just too eager to help and had trouble staying on track. Nevertheless, they were a great help to Hito when it came to quirk development. They were able to show him how to sense other minds in the area and even get a round idea as to their mental state. One thing they all found, however, was that now that they had their licenses, heroics involved a lot of paperwork. In fact, it felt like half the job was just paperwork. Upon seeing this, everyone's excitement for their future jobs dimmed, just a little. Not that it would change their minds, of course. But mountains of paperwork, both heroic and agency management, now often featured in their nightmares. Their mentors just watched them and laughed. Eri, on the other hand, spent the week exploring the forest with Koda. At first, the boy had been jealous of all the time she got to spend with Izuku, but he realized that it wasn't something that she had control over. Then, he wasn't sure how to interact with her. Upon realizing that she was in the same boat and had nothing to do except color in, he dragged her outside to play. From there, the little boy showed her all his favorite spots and the pussycats were left to happily watch them chase each other around the territory. The two became close friends, with Koda even trying to teach her how to swim. He was scolded for the dangerous behavior by the pussycats, of course, especially considering it was the middle of winter. Thankfully, the two didn't get sick, running out to play in the snow the very next day. All in all, Eri had a wonderful time away from her family, never once feeling lonely even when she missed them. Soon, they'd all return home and talk about their adventures over dinner. The return from internships was peaceful, with everyone gathering around the dinner tables eating, chatting, and sharing their experiences from the week. Tenko had quickly found himself more comfortable with the students than the teachers, deciding to spend his mealtimes with them rather than in the teachers' dorms. However, he couldn't help but notice that Akatani was more distracted than usual. "What's up with you? You're so quiet you're starting to blend into the walls like some sort of NPC," he asked, sitting down next to the teen. Not that he cares about the little hero in training. That's just absurd. Just figuring out what I'm going to ask tomorrow. I'm interrogating Kurogyri. After I set him free, I'm hoping that the right words could, I don't know, jog his memory or something. Make him come back faster. He has a lot of information we need, Izuku admitted. Tenko may have picked up the Electric Fool's book on Morse. And he may have forgotten to return it. But he only read it because he was bored. That's all. It wasn't noticeable to most, but when the Anti-All Might Numu attacked Eraserhead, Kurogyri glitched for a second. He was this Oboro guy's soulmate, right? And, just like yours, the guy's soulmark never scarred over. You could probably use that, along with the truth. Kurogyri always knew how someone was lying, somehow, Tenko offered. If this Oboro guy really was Kurogyri, then he wanted to help him. As Akatani said, the high-end Numu are just twisted versions of a person's soul. Kurogyri and Oboro are one and the same, sensei's just controlling them. They promised to give Kurogyri back after this and he'll be dead if he doesn't get all of him. That's, actually a pretty solid idea. Thanks. In that case, all I need to do is get him to talk to me once he's aware. There's no doubt he'll care for Shoyuta, but he'll probably care about his family among the League, too. Shimura was pretty sure Akatani wasn't actively talking to him rather than voicing his thoughts, but he responded anyway. Then show him you're with us, or we're with you. Whatever. We're all meeting up tonight since Vlad organized a trial day for Toga among the public. Come hang out with us, snap a photo at some point, and show it to him tomorrow, Tenko offered. Okay, so sure him, he wants to get to know the heroling. Considering he's the reason the entire league is now on the path to heroism, he has more than enough reason to, anyway. He's not soft, though. Not at all. Sure. You guys got anywhere you're planning to go? If not, I could teach you all how to free run, Izuku offered, getting a grin in response. Tenko quickly got out his phone and started typing, likely sending the idea to his league. Tonight was going to be fun. That night, Izuku, Tenko, Ken, Vlad, and Shoyuta all met up at the gates, waiting for the others. Twice and Magna arrived first, followed by Iguchi, Spinner, and Boten, Mustard, then finally Toga, dropped off by the one in charge of her recovery. So, free running anyone? Izuku asked with his mask. The league instantly grinned while the two heroes groaned. Oh. Mind if I join? Dabi called, wandering in from the left. Who the hell are you? Tenko asked, eyeing the burnt man warily. Vigilante Dabi, aka Todoroki Tuya and Izuku's first zombie. At your service Krusty, Dabi flourished, clearly in a teasing mood tonight. He held out a hand for Tenko to shake, which he hesitantly took. They both gasped as their left shoulders lit up under their clothes. Well, looks like we found the last one. Quite the strange way to meet one, though, Iguchi cheered. The others happily gathered around, exchanging handshakes with an extremely shocked Dabi. The man happily watching as every one of his animal-based soul marks colored in. I'll admit, I never thought I'd meet my soulmates. Mostly because I thought I'd accidentally burn the marks before I ever found the people they were connected to, he said sadly. Well, you've found us now. And you're not getting rid of us. Toga cheered, clinging to him. Somewhere in another realm, the fates smiled. The wicked man had twisted and torn many of the fates they'd woven, but now a new fate was being spun and new bonds were forming. Somewhere in Tartarus, a misty figure shifted, body itching, wholly unaware of the new marks staining the pale skin below the fog. Grinning, Izuku led them all to an alley and up a fire escape. It was time to teach them free running. He ran, jumped, braced and landed, then showed them how to roll if their momentum was too much. This was going to be fun. And fun it was. The 10 of them jumping from roof to roof, alley to alley, cheering and whooping happily into the night. And if Izuku paused every now and then to take a photo, Spinner and twice trying to pull mustard out of a dumpster, Shoyuta dangling Dabi by the leg trying to take back a jelly pouch, Magna patching up Toga's knee, Tenko hiding and laughing as the others try to find him in an abandoned building, then no one had to know. His favorite was a photo of all of them, gathered in a takeaway joint, laughing and chatting and stealing each other's food. Even Shoyuta was hiding a grin. It was a great night, and Izuku found himself looking forward to showing these to Kurojairi some morning. The next day, Izuku left bright and early for Tartarus. Vaguely, he wondered to himself if Hisashi was in there somewhere, but he quickly dismissed the thought. That's not what he was there for. He calmly sat down in front of Kurojairi, who blinked at him likely surprised. I'll admit, you weren't what I was expecting when they said I had a visitor, Hiroling, the Numu admitted. No, I suppose not. Then again, many things have changed since your capture, Kurojairi, and I doubt you'll be expecting much of anything I have to say today, Izuku agreed. Oh? How intriguing. I'd assumed you heroes would want to ask questions of me, not give me information. Unless you're asking for a trade? In which case, I'm afraid I can tell you nothing unless young Mstr Tamura or All for One permits it, Kurojairi was surprisingly honest. We had a feeling that was the case. Instead, I am here simply to give you the information I have gathered, both on you, and on your ward. From there, we will give you the power to follow no commands but your own, we've found a way, and then release you back into the care of Tenko, or do you know him and Tamura? To do as you please, Izuku explained, unconcerned by Kurojairi's increasing confusion as he spoke. Why would you seek to inform me about myself? Or about my ward, let alone release me to him, Kurojairi's calm demeanor slipping a little. Because if I'm right, you have no memory of your time before working for All for One yet have a strange sense of recognition towards Eraserhead. Because you don't know the details of how Tenko came into AFO's care, nor the reasons behind him now turning on AFO. Nor, I imagine, the fact that the League are now aiming to become heroes, Izuku answered easily. You are not lying? Kurojairi trailed off, looking even more confused than before. You'd think he told the Numu that water was orange. Izuku simply smiled back at the creature, pulling up the photos he'd taken with Tenko and the others the previous night. Explain, Kurojairi demanded, eyes still glued to the images displayed. His ward looked so happy, as did his many friends. It looks like they found another one while he was away, too, though they were in desperate need of a healer, perhaps a dermatologist. Those burn scars looked incredibly cumbersome to live with on a daily basis. Do you want to start with yourself or your ward? My ward. It is always my ward, in my eyes, he takes precedency over even my MSTR, though I often have little choice on that front. Kurojairi looked sad when he said that. And so, Izuku explained everything. Tenko's quirk, his family, his kidnapping, rescue, his reason for being a villain, his speech, the saving of the League, Tenko's decision, the deal he made in exchange for Kurojairi, he gave it all. I see. And where do I fit in all of this? Where did I fit into AFO's schemes? So far, I've had a relatively small role in their plans, while simultaneously being trusted with almost everything, Kurojairi admitted, growing curious about the gaps in his memory. Of the time before AFO. Izuku, rather than verbally explaining, chose to hand over one of his precious notebooks, translated of course. This one was dedicated entirely to Kurojairi and the disappearance of Oboro Shirakumo. He plugged a flash drive into the hologram projector on the table, displaying the video of Oboro's disappearance, highlighting the sludge that tried to swallow Shoyuta and succeeded in swallowing Oboro. However, it seemed that the notebook wasn't necessary, as the end of the video had Kurojairi freezing. The mist surrounding the Numu seemed to glitch, fade and darken at random. Oboro Shirakumo. Sho, Zashi, Nem, Tensei. Tenko. I remember, but it's all flashes, distorted images and faded memories. Can we fix it? I want them back, all of them. The people and the memories. I can feel it now, there's more of me somewhere, but it's locked away, buried. I want to be whole, Kurojairi near pleaded, frustration mounting as the pieces of memory he'd managed to pry from the fog slipped through his fingers like sand. I can and I will, no matter what. However, you will likely be unresponsive until you recover once I do. Is there anything you want me to pass on to people while you do? Izuku offered, glad that things were going so well. Kurojairi was silent for a moment as he thought. Tell Shoyuta, Zashi and Nem that I will come find him once I've recovered. Let Tenko know that even if Oboro comes back, I'll always be his Kurojairi. Always. As for the heroes, he glitched a little, but pressed on, tell them that the doctor is Kyudai Garaki. They're under Jaku General Hospital. All the Numu are developed there. He managed to force the words out, though it was difficult. I'll make sure it gets to them. Now, I'll set you free, Izuku reassured him. The high-end leaned forward, and Izuku laid a bare hand on his shoulder just long enough to release the extra quirks back to their owners in the afterlife. Izuku wasn't aware he'd had too many near-invisible quirks. Warp Gate, however, seemed to be the result of Cloud and another quirk combining into another. They wouldn't leave Oboro, having become part of his soul in place of his original quirk. He wasn't sure what that meant for his mission to free all of the quirks, but at the very least it didn't seem to be hindering his recovery, which was surprisingly already noticeable. With a smile on his face, he gathered his things and returned to UA, messaging the police chief, who was currently busy helping interrogate the MLA, about the information on Jaku Hospital. He also sent a message asking Tenko, Shoyuta, Present Mike and Midnight to gather in the common room to meet him when he got back. Finally, he sent a message to Nedzu warning that the police may soon ask for Izuku's cooperation on the Jaku raid, as he remained the most effective way of defeating them without unnecessary collateral. Safe to say, there were tears all around when he got back. Their friend was free and would soon be on their way home. Tenko also held up his end of the bargain, admitting that Garaki had contacted him when Kurojairi left to find Gigantomachia. The doctor had promised him power even stronger than Sensei's, with the cost of 4 months of pain-induced hell. Even back then, he'd been skeptical when he heard he was being given Sensei's quirk, not a copy, but the original. Sensei would never willingly give away his power like that. Now, after all the explanation of souls and quirks, he was almost certain that somehow AFO had figured out a way to transfer his soul into Tenko. Akatani had been quick to back up that theory, though even he wasn't entirely sure how it would work, nor did he want to know. That night passed peacefully, with Izuku researching the hospital and planting a spy, simply because he could, then helping the police organize everything for when they have enough evidence for the raid. He had a feeling tomorrow would be another busy day. But then again, that was really every day at UA. It's been a month since Kurojairi's interrogation, and Izuku was proud to say that things had been going well. The informant he slipped in had managed to get a photo of Garaki and a tiny Numu in a hidden elevator in the mortuary of the hospital a few days ago. They also showed a photo of said elevator's buttons, which had one more than the number of floors documented in the hospital blueprints. Said extra button was locked behind a fingerprint scanner and keyhole. He and the police had already organized the task force for the raid, and the latter were now scrambling to get everyone together and resources prepared. The raid would be in 2 days. On a much happier note, Oboro was finally fully recovered and due to be released from Tartarus that afternoon. Tenko and the League had been hanging out with everyone in the common room waiting for him all day. Nedzu had, of course, already prepared a room for him. Midnight, Present Mike, and Shoyuta were also hanging around. Tenko was both excited and nervous to see the man again. Not that he'd tell anyone that. Oboro would, of course, be different from Kurojairi. But at the same time, he would still be the man that raised him. He would still care about Tenko. He promised. He was also nervous for an entirely different reason. It was true that he promised to cooperate with the heroes to take down Sensei, but after getting to know the heroes and how serious they were about change, he wanted to be part of it. Twice and Magna would get away with becoming hero apprentices in the future because their villain and civilian identities no longer exist, but Tamura Shigaraki, heir of All for One, was a much more difficult person to erase. It wasn't possible for him to use the same method to join the heroes. But what other options were there? He refused to just sit by and watch as they fought tooth and nail for this change. He was no fool. Sure, the heroes were going along with it and some civilian students were going along with it, but the rest of society wouldn't change so easily. Especially not when so many of them were benefiting from it or able to use it to make themselves feel better. He knew that if anyone could find a way, it was either Akatani or the rat thing. The latter always made his hair stand on end. There was something off about it, he was sure. And Akatani? Well, he didn't have many reasons to accept Tenko. Even his current hospitality was well outside the norm. So, really, the question was whether or not Tenko was willing to risk asking. He'd like to believe that Izuku, heck maybe even the Heralings, was one of them now, but the other may not see it that way. But why else would he go out of his way to make them so welcome without asking anything else in return? The young adult growled in frustration, pleasantly surprised when he didn't need to itch. This was getting him nowhere. He'd just ask Kuro, Oboro once the man was settled in. Yeah, Kurogiri always knew what to do. So, Tenko walked over to one of the couches and sat down. He pulled out his handheld console and resolved himself to wait. Oboro fidgeted nervously as the policeman lead him across UA. His school, was it his school anymore? He'd have graduated already, looked very strange compared to the memories he had of the place. There was more security, more grounds and classrooms, the school itself even seemed to occupy a larger area too. He hadn't even seen the edges of it yet, aside from the main gate, of course. Then again, the school wasn't the only thing that changed. He was older now, both mentally and physically, and wasn't that a shock? With a criminal record, a son, Tenko was his not sensei screw that guy, and a whole lot of trauma. His skin was paler, and his body was littered with scars. If he focused, he could use his old quirk but its base would never be the same again. Heck, he knew how to be a bartender. The last time he was himself, he was halfway through 15. A second-year high schooler training to be a hero. He also had a lot more soulmates. Before, he had a romantic with Zashi, and a romantic platonic, they weren't sure yet, with Shoyuta, and a platonic with Namuri. Now, he had all of those, plus the familial, parental, with Tenko and 6 others. Not that he was complaining. The more people to love, the merrier. And finally, his friends had changed too. Zashi, Sho and Nem were full-blown pro-heroes, had been for almost 12 years now. Shoyuta was a tired underground hero who'd already died and came back to life. Hearing from the kid that Shoyuta hadn't survived that attack was horrifying. Zashi had his own radio station and worked as a Twilight hero, not the Limelight hero he'd been aiming for, and never formed the agency with Nem that they'd been planning. Wait, was he even still single? Or did he move on with someone else? The thought hurt more than he'd like to admit. Namuri had her own agency and was also a Twilight hero. He was glad she got to teach art here, she'd always loved the subject. Tensei had an agency, too. He had the record for the largest number of sidekicks in the country. He was so glad Reaper had helped with his legs. Not to mention, all 3 of them were teachers. That was certainly something he hadn't seen any of them doing. Shoyuta had even found all his soulmates. He'll admit, he was a little sad when he heard how Shoyuta had reacted to finding them both, but it was all better now. So yeah, a lot had changed. Most of it was positive, but he had to wonder how everyone would react to his presence. His friends and boyfriend hadn't seen him in years and he'd even been their enemy, even if he couldn't control his actions, and his son Ward had never seen his bare skin, let alone his face before. If he was right, then Tenko's friends were his other soulmates and they'd never really gotten to know his either. Would Sho's soulmates like him? Would Zashi still want to be together? Would Tensei's little brother even remember him? Could he still be a hero? So many questions and possibilities. In short, Oboro was a bundle of nervous energy. He'd spent the entire walk to the dorms in silence, stewing in his thoughts as he fidgeted. He didn't even notice he'd arrived until one of the officers cleared his throat. Not even a moment later, the doors to the dorms flew open and he was tackled by 2 colorful blurs, 2 more following behind them at a far more sedate pace. Looking down, he realized he was being hugged by a blubbering Namuri and Hisashi. Smiling to himself, he saw Shoyuta and Tenko to his left, watching silently with small smiles on their faces. The former's eyes looked suspiciously wet. His did, too. Took you long enough, Tenko grumbled, voice lacking any heat. Welcome home. Yeah, sorry about that, but I'm back now, he replied, forcing himself not to cry yet. Hisashi and Namuri finally let him go and Shoyuta lead them back inside, ignoring the pile of students peeking their heads out the door. Somewhere deeper inside, he heard someone start calling to gather for dinner, voice brash but amused. Before Oboro arrived. It was now approaching dinner time and Oboro still hadn't arrived, everyone was getting impatient. Izuku kept having to find things for Shoyuta to do so that he didn't wear a hole in the carpet with his pacing. This made making dinner considerably slower, but no one seemed to mind. Even Kaken wasn't grumbling that much, and he was helping with said cooking. It didn't help that they were making food for the League, Oboro, Mike, Midnight, Shoyuta, Hawks, emotional support, and the police officers arriving on top of the normal 40 students. That was 15 more people, not including the other teachers, who'd be by after dinner. Izuku lived by the words, the more the merrier though, and Lunch Rush had been kind enough to bring extra ingredients from the cafeteria kitchen. The real struggle was making enough space for everyone. Shoji, Koda and Shishida were able to put the couches outside, good thing it wasn't raining, so that everyone else could set up fold-out party tables and chairs. Momo made the decorations, Kaminari and Mina hung them up with help from Dark Shadow and Aoyama found table covers and coasters from somewhere. A ping came from the corner where Shoyuta was standing and he pulled out his phone, his sticky beak friends reading over his shoulder. Suddenly, they were bolting for the door, Tenko not far behind. Chores done, the other students curiously followed. Kaken huffed as he watched them all try to peer out the doorway at once. They finished the final seasoning and dishing up of the meals a moment later. "Oi, you nosy FS. Gather round. Food's up!" Kaken yelled oh so elegantly. Shaking his head, Izuku started grabbing plates, bowls and utensils. Tonight was going to be a long but joyous night. 2 days later, the heroes gather for their final briefing just hours before the raid commences. Alright. A final reminder for everyone, we're after Kyudai Garaki and the destruction of his Numu laboratory. We will meet in our pre-assigned locations in 3 hours to commence the raid, Tsukachi started. Our infiltration team consists of Reaper, Hawks, Eraserhead, Sir Night-Eye, Ectoplasm, 13, Snipe, Mirko, Gran Torino, and Kesajiri Man. The backup and hospital evacuation team has Backdraft, Crust, Keto, the Wild Pussycats, Manual, Native, Present Mike, Rocklock, Ryuku, and Washington. Finally, the city evacuation team will consist of Burnin, Nijire-chan, Momentium, Ingenium, Creati, Anima, Mindjack, Frostflare, Tentacle, Lemillion, Lizardy, and Vine. Their backup will be Hawk's sidekicks, who will be patrolling the edges of the city, he listed, tone serious and posture stiff. When no questions were asked, they were dismissed. They all scattered, eager to get ready before heading to their respective areas. 3 hours later, every single one of them was in place. All of them had done remarkably well in getting there undetected, but that was to be expected. As heroes, they often had to hide in plain sight, from the paparazzi, villains, civilians, anyone really. As soon as they received their signal, a single beep over their comms, heroes swarmed the hospital. Half of them surrounded it as the backup and evac teams, the other entered the hospital catching the entire staff by surprise. Izuku's group continued straight through the hospital, ignoring the civilians and their sister teams' calls to evacuate. Hawks was up the front, sending feathers into and out of every doorway they passed. It took not even 3 minutes for them to find the doctor, who was wandering the halls completely oblivious to the commotion, until he spotted them, that is. The man shrieked in terror at the sight of them, taking off down the hallway. He didn't make it very far, however, as he quickly fell over and started shriveling up. Shoyuta had used his quirk on the man. De-aging quirk. Not yours, I presume, Izuku commented, stepping aside so that Sir Night-Eye could cuff the man. Upon his capture, Mirko, Kesajiri, 13 and Snipe start calling down the hallways for people to continue evacuating due to the presence of villains in the compound. Police and a few of the backup team swarm the rooms, helping the doctors get their patients to safety. Guys, we got a problem. Mirko calls from further ahead, pulling a struggling Numu out of a side room. Not a second later, more of them start plowing through walls and the floor, even bursting out of storage cupboards. To their surprise, several of the Numu ignore them and chase after the police officers, aiming to kill Garaki, much to the doctor's terror. He clearly didn't know about this. Izuku quickly dashes over to them, tapping each one with a bare hand. They drop to the floor like puppets with their strings cut, which wasn't a poor analogy really. The police quicken their pace, hauling the villain away as fast as their legs would carry them. Meanwhile, the heroes turn back to the enemies at hand. They work together as a team to immobilize, restrain and free every Numu on the floor. Hawks and Eraser swear as they hear fighting start up outside, but they had to stick to the mission at hand. So, they all run over to one of the floor's holes and jump into the basement. Hey! We got him. Open the van, Mike snapped to attention as two officers burst out the main entrance of the hospital, a shriveled-up old man in tow. The police with their team do as asked, and the doctor is swiftly squirreled away. The two are just about to return to their posts among the infiltration team when the front windows are blown out, several Numu pouring through aiming for the van. He and the other heroes surge into action, each doing their best to take down the Numu as they go. They resorted to lethal attacks, well aware that Reaper wouldn't be able to help them for a while. Mike was just about to yell at one of the last remaining Numu, a black one with a huge mouth and no nose, when the thing opened its mouth, a bright white sphere of energy building in it. Oh shit, he swore. Mike, all of a sudden, Crust was rushing forward, quirk active. The man stood in front of him, blocking the blast. However, his quirk wasn't enough it seemed. The beam shot straight through him, though the man had bought enough time for the blonde to dodge. The beam hit Hisashi in the side rather than the chest, where it had been previously aiming. Throwing up a fair amount of blood, Mike screamed at the creature, as little too pleased when the thing exploded, body having been vibrated apart. He was less pleased when he realized Crust wasn't going to get back up. The beam had pierced the hero's chest instead of Hisashi's. The other members of the backup team finished off the Numu, and one of the police collected Crust. The paramedics swarmed him, already starting their speeches on why retreating was a good idea. They were far too used to heroes trying to keep fighting with their injuries. "Don't worry, I ain't gonna fight you this time. Can't afford to die anymore. Not when I've finally got someone to go home to," the voice hero grinned, letting them load him into the ambulance. Flashback. Oboro, Hisashi, Nem, Shoyuta, Shuta's soulmates, and the League sat in the common room, which had been returned to normal when the welcome party was over, now that the other students had gone to bed for the night. The air was rather awkward. "So, where do we start? And with who?" Oboro prompted, startling several of them. "Can I call you Dad now? Since I don't have to worry about Sensei killing you for it," Tenko blurted out, cheeks a little red as he spoke. Hisashi watched as his soulmate's eyes softened near instantly. You could practically see his heart melting at the words. "Of course you can, Tenko. I told you, for you I'll always be Kurojairi," he reassured, smiling. The boy's eyes looked suspiciously wet at that. "Okay, so my turn. Sho, Nem, we're still good, yeah? I know none of what happened is my fault, but I figured I'd ask. Emotions aren't rational, after all," Oboro asked hesitantly, despite putting in the effort to look them in the eye. "Of course we are, Oboro. We never stopped being your friends and we never will," Shoyuta huffed, tone making it clear how stupid he thought the question was. Namuri nodded enthusiastically. "Always," she agreed. "So, very important but less important detail, I'm still single. There's no one else like you after all, Burrow," Hisashi jumped in, cheeks red and eyes hopeful. "God, please tell him Oboro's feeling hadn't changed." "Oh hell yes?" Oboro cheered, suddenly scooping him up a putting zashi in his lap. "Mine," he stated proudly, nuzzling his head into the space between his boyfriend's neck and shoulder. Hisashi let out a surprised squeak, face going bright red and all the eyes on him and the snickering. "I'm only calling Oboro Dad." "You'll have to earn it," Tenko states, smiling at his father figure's joy. "Okay, with that done, I've got a few people to introduce you to," Shoyuta started, his soulmates perking up. He introduced Izuku and Kigo, who introduced Bakugo, Todoroki, Shinso and Eri. The little girl was adorable. Then, Tenko introduced his soulmates. Based on the way he introduced them, Oboro had a feeling the burnt one was going to be more than a friend. Finally, Namuri admitted that the cat he had in high school had grandchildren at this point, before passing away. One such grand kitten was living in her dorm room. He couldn't wait to meet the kitten. She sounds like just as much of a troublemaker as her grandmother. The rest of the night was filled with peaceful chatter. And if Hisashi and Oboro retired to the same room that night, then no one needed to know. End flashback. The group of heroes land heavily in the basement of the hospital. Izuku have to stabilize 13 who landed on an uneven surface. They whined, lifting her gore-covered boot. "She's landed on the doctor's warp Numu." The poor thing was completely pancaked under the weight of the hero and their suit. Just as they're taking stock of their surroundings, the containment capsules around them start lighting up. Within seconds, the Numu were waking up and breaking out of their cells. It was a mix of high and low-end Numu, roughly 20 of them total. Backup team reporting. The hospital has been evacuated. One hero casualty, one major injury resulting in their retreat to a hospital. The rest are minor injuries, Mandalay communicated to them, making them both relieved and concerned. Who had they lost? Was the second person stable? The Numu started attacking, forcing them to set the thoughts aside. "Hey, what are these hallways for?" "Wait, those holes are where the Numu came from the floor, sheet," Mirko commented, looking at a hole in the ceiling, leading to a former patient's room above. "Right, we'll have to block those off. Reaper, you stay in the middle, we'll try and force them your way," Night Eye ordered, watching as Izuku froze all the normal Numu. He made controlling the dead look so easy. Then again, maybe it was? The teen freed the quirks of the 15 low-end Numu and watched as the high-ends ran for the blocked exits. "Reaper, those lights and computers look like they're doing something weird." Hawks points to a wall lined with a supercomputer and hundreds of contained quirks. The quirks were being moved somewhere and the computer files were preparing to be sent to a different computer. Most worrying of all, however, was one particularly sinister quirk heading for a crimson-colored Numu. One much larger than the others. Racing over, Izuku cancelled the data transfer easily. Cancelling the movement of the quirks would take hacking him he didn't have. Instead, he aimed a massive fireball and the special Numu's containment cell and the attached machines. Then, he destroyed the wall of quirk capsules. He watched, rather relieved, as the quirks descended and ascended to their appropriate owners, frowning as AFO floated off to its very much alive owner. "Heads up, Reaper," Shoyuta called, throwing one of the high-ends his way with his capture scarf. Izuku caught it easily and released the dead quirks, letting the creature fall to the ground groaning. Ectoplasm and Torino were the next to send them his way, which were both taken out just as swiftly. Kesajiri and Snipe sent the next one to him. Mirko then sent the last one. Once the high-end Numu were all defeated, they started passing them up one by one to the police, who'd stayed by the hole they fell through. The police then left to hand the creatures over to the waiting vans. Izuku started hacking into the computer as the others got ready to leave, doing a final comb-through of the lab. He retrieved all of the quirks that had been transferred and set them free, then downloaded all of the information on Garaki's supercomputer. It took several flash drives, but he managed. Just as he finished, he saw movement out of the corner of his eye. They'd missed a Numu, this one a blue-gray color. It had both hands and feet on the floor. He watched in horror as cracks and dust rapidly spread from its position. Sheet. Widespread decay. Get out now. Izuku roared in everyone's minds, as far as he could reach. He channeled as much of the hottest fire as he could upwards, incinerating the roof above them. He was immune to the quirk, but the others weren't. Thankfully, he heard them taking off. He saw Ryuko's shadow as she picked up his team. Izuku hissed in pain as the dust and rubble of the hospital started falling on him. He needed to get to the Numu and fast. If he didn't, the heroes would have time to escape. Within minutes the entire city would be wiped out. He reached out mentally to the Numu, only to find it was a high-end. He couldn't control it, and Tenko was still alive, so he couldn't freeze the quirk. With a snarl on his face, Izuku forced himself to stand up under the weight of the rubble. He limped over to the Numu, which had clearly moved further away than earlier. Dodging debris and dust piles, he kept moving as he healed. Eventually, he started sprinting at it, only for it to sprout a tentacle out of its back to pull it backwards away from him, hands and feet never leaving the ground. Most of Jaku would be dust at this point, he just hoped the others made to out. The city evac team never called out the evac completion. Finally, Izuku caught up to the thing, a few moments without rubble being all he needed to take to the air after the thing, no longer needing to run through sand and rust or lunge in random directions. The creature had run out of hospital to drop on him. Reaching out his hand, he grabbed the thing by the face, then wrapped his wings around its body, draining it and freeing its quirks at the same time. The decay copy self-imploded instead of returning to Tenko. It was only a copy after all. Sighing, Izuku surveyed the area around him. The hospital was little more than a handful of rubble piles, and beyond it there was only dust as far as the eye could see. Groaning to himself, he put on his gloves and picked up the unconscious Numu. Then, he took to the air. The Numu was surprisingly light, so he tucked it under one arm and used his comms with the other. "Hey guys, you alive? I'm heading to the city evac point, I hope you all made it there," he tapped out, also hoping that the signal could travel to them. Any signal towers were gone along with the city. He'd nearly drained himself with the fire attack earlier and all the healing, so his was relying on just his wings for flight speed. If he was lucky, they didn't need him. Reaper. Oh, thank goodness. Aside from Crust, who died during the raid, we're all alive and at the edge of the city. 2 remaining members of the Shai Hasaikai were among the citizens, however. They took the chance to shoot their last 2 erasure bullets at the heroes. Eraser and Lemillion were hit. Eraser head, he removed his own leg below the knee to stop it from taking effect. Lemillion, his quirk is gone, there's nothing we could do. There were no civilian casualties and Present Mike was heavily injured in the raid but is stable. We could really use your moral support, Ida responded, trying hard to remain professional. I assume the members were caught and on their way to prison? Because if not, you'd better hide them from me when I get there. I can see the buildings now, so I'm almost there, Izuku tapped, practically seething. Not at Ida, of course. Just at the situation in general. They're already on their way to prison. Also, Eraserhead's injury was cauterized by Burnin, so his life isn't in danger. The paramedics are helping as best they can until the ambulance arrives. Oh. Hawks is on his way to you? Ida clearly hadn't expected that last bit. Indeed, a red blur was rapidly approaching his position. Not 5 seconds later he was being almost knocked out of the sky as K crash-tackled him in a hug. He couldn't really hear his soulmate over the wind, but he was able to get his wings under him a second later and the Numu was snatched by a few red feathers. It was clear from his face that Kigo had been worried about him and was likely internally panicking over Shuta's leg. The hero led the way back to the evac station, where several 100,000 people were being processed into temporary accommodation. However, the other heroes seemed to have that handled. So, Izuku let Kigo drop the Numu on the police while he swooped down to the medical tent, beelining for Shoyuta. His soulmate breathed a sigh of relief up seeing him. Izuku, you're alright. You scared the shit out of us when the building collapsed on you. Not to mention the fact that you took so long to destroy that thing, Shoyuta scolded, looking even paler than usual and posture stiff with pain. How do you think I felt when I heard you cut off your own DMN leg? And one of my closest friends lost his quirk. I didn't even know if you guys made it out of the wave. Izuku responded, equally distraught, not caring about how muffled his mask's voice sounded. Shoyuta grimaced at that, looking away. Hawks carefully raised his hand and flicked his mask's voice filters and speaker, making layers and clumps of dust fall off and out of it. Izuku would need to give it a wash later. Okay, so we were both worried. But it's all right. Aside from my leg and the expected blood loss, I've only got the usual dry eye. Everyone but Mike is all right, too. A week or two off duty is all I'll need, Shoyuta tried to placate, knowing from previous experience that blowing of his injuries didn't work but trying anyway. And you are going to take that week or two of duty off, aren't you, Shoyuta? Izuku asked pointedly, giving him the look. Fine, the hero grumbled, looking rather exasperated. As if looking after his own health was something irrational. Good. And, if you manage to actually rest during that week or two, I might even make your prosthetic myself rather than getting you the normal ones that break every other fight, which, by the way, is all heroes injured on the field usually wear. Izuku sweetened the deal, knowing that if he didn't, the man would try to teach with only one leg even while the stump was still healing. He and Hawks watched as the man clearly weighed the pros and cons of going along with his request. After several moments, the man sighed again knowing he'd lost. Izuku and Kei simply grinned. The paramedics, who'd been watching the entire conversation, chuckled at them before loading him into the ambulance. Kigo joined him while Izuku headed off to check up on his other soulmates. Later that night, over at Tartarus, alarms were blaring, and people were scrambling and the ground shook with even but rapid vibrations. The shields went up and backup was called, but it wasn't enough. With a thundering roar and the sound of buildings becoming rubble, a massive form plowed straight through all of their defenses and ripped the soil and roofs straight off the underground cells of some of Japan's most dangerous villains. Master. 3 found you. Gigantomachia cried, ripping the quirk suppressant cuffs and restraints straight from AFO. Cackling, All for One floated up into the air and spoke, rallying all the villains in the prison to his side. Oh Tamura, it seems you've been quite the naughty boy while I've been away, he must. However, he was practically drowned out by the bellowing roar of an enraged dragon. Izuku? Hisashi snarled, taking off into the night. Ah, yes. Reaper, AFO must, smile fading. Hades' brat. The boy seemed to wield the powers of Hades himself. He was dangerous, too dangerous. He'd need to kill the boy, and soon. Over in the UA dorms, Izuku sneezes twice, surprised to find the people sleeping around him, consisting of the majority of the first year and teacher dorms, completely undisturbed. The next morning found Izuku waking to the news of Tartarus's fall. It was currently unknown how Gigantomachia got All for One out of Tartarus's lowest level without flooding the prison with seawater. What they did know is that roughly 200 villains had escaped the prison, the rest being shot dead on sight or crushed under the rubble of Tartarus's semi-collapse. With so many villains on the rampage, Izuku frankly didn't trust the hero wards of the hospital to be able to keep the UA teachers safe. Neither did Nedzu, it seems, as the Stoat was more than happy to give him a pass to go with Hawks to pick the two up and bring them home. If only it had been that easy. The two of them had to stop no less than 5 times in order to stop various villain attacks happening along the way, all of them being people taking advantage of the country's state to do as they please. With the recent decline in hero numbers, the destruction in Jakku and the fall of Tartarus, heroes were spread thin, and the people's trust were wavering. This led to a rise in villain activity, as they believed that there was no one around to stop them. Izuku sent this observation off to as many heroes as he could, warning them of what was to come. Then, he continued on his way to the hospital. Thankfully, the hospital agreed with their safety concerns upon arrival and signed the 2 heroes' care over to Recovery Girl. Several rounds of healing quirks had already been administered, so it is safe to transfer them. However, they were still on orders for bed rest much to their dismay, meaning they weren't allowed to help with the current crisis or continue teaching. Upon getting them situated in UA's medical ward, Oboro was instantly at Mike-sensei's side. Seeing that the blonde hero was sufficiently distracted, Izuku and Kigo got to work distracting Shoyuta from his plans to leave bed, mostly with plans and blueprints for his new leg. Thankfully, it worked, with Shoyuta inputting a few requests of his own now and then: dark, no reflective surfaces, sturdy enough for him to fight and roof hop, parkour etc. Maybe a hidden blade like what was in his costume's shoes, while Izuku tweaked the design here and there, mostly figuring out materials. The man was finally starting to nod off around half an hour later. Healing takes a lot out of a person, making them sigh in relief. Izuku had phone calls to make and takedowns to plan, and Kigo was taking over Shuta's responsibilities as homeroom teacher. As soon as Shoyuta was completely asleep, they went their separate ways. Izuku instantly headed for the dorms, calling up Sir Night-Eye. Akatani. I'm surprised to hear from you so soon. How are things going? I saw your message about the increase in villain activity. I have my sidekicks fanning out and nipping it in the bud as much as possible, the hero greeted, getting straight to business. Good. I'm actually calling to see how Lemillion is doing. He handling it okay? Izuku asked, sitting down in his chair and checking the numerous messages from Stain. He's handling it as best he can, I think. You can tell he's a bit rattled and his usual aura of life and joy is strained. All his humor is forced. Despite this, I can tell he's just as determined as he ever was. He said he's going to prove that people can be heroes without quirks, then threw himself back into training, the hero explained, voice filled with worry for his familial soulmate. I see. If he wants to do that, then good on him. But I was thinking we could give him another option, though with how things are going it'll be just as dangerous as being a quirkless hero, Izuku hedged, not wanting to destroy that dream for a second time, nor upset his friend. Another option? Night-Eye sounded so confused, Izuku just had to laugh. Don't tell me you forgot. One for all, Mirai. With his heart and the amount of muscle he has, he'd be perfect for it. You decided that years ago, Izuku chuckled, hearing a sharp intake of breath on the other end of the line. Of course. The only reason we didn't offer it to him was because he had a quirk and it'd be too dangerous. But now, he doesn't have one, he could take it. Though, I can't say I'll be anywhere near as forceful as I used to be. A quirkless hero would be great to see, and with AFO still alive. I'm not exactly eager to throw Mirio into that mess, Night-Eye admitted softly. He'd grown so fond of the blonde teen over the years, he hasn't been the next All Might in Mirai's eyes for a long time. I know, but all we can do is ask. We lay everything out on the table for him, and then let him decide for himself what's right for him, Izuku explained, tone soft, idly opening the most recent of Stendall's messages. His eyes went wide. It was a news article. The search is over. Small Might found dead in a crater, the headline read. Apparently, the man had been found just south of AFO's last sighting. The image of him was beaten and bloody, his corpse laying in a slightly transformed state. It looks like the man failed to make it even halfway to his All Might form. Izuku? You still there? I asked if you wanted to video call so you could help explain things. Mirai's voice cut him out of his thoughts. Yeah, I'm still here. I'd love to video call. But first, you might want to check the news, Izuku stated, glad he didn't have to worry about his voice shaking. There was a confused grunt on the other end and the sound of typing before a horrified gasp. Oh, Toshi. I knew you were a fool, but to go after all for one so long after you passed on the quirk, what were you thinking? Could you really not just leave it to the next generation? The hero asked himself, voice barely a whisper on the other end of the line. Mirai, if you need time, we can always do this tomorrow, Izuku offered, knowing the man would need time to grieve. No, it's all right. I severed my ties to that man a long time ago. It hurts, but not as much as it could, or maybe even should. He was a friend and an idol, but those feelings have long since faded over the past 5 years. I've been mourning the man he used to be for a long time, he sighed. All right, you're sure. I'll set up the video call, you go get Mirio, yeah? Izuku offered, knowing the walk to the boys' room would give the hero a few moments to himself. Mirai agreed and hung up, so Izuku got to work. Once the video call was set up and waiting, he started handling the messages Stendall sent him more seriously. The vigilante had taken to the streets a few times to take out the more run-of-the-mill villains where heroes couldn't patrol. The man had also informed several other vigilantes he knew of what was going on. He'd also found the suspected locations of Muscular and Moonfish, while Lady Nagant and Overhaul appeared to be preparing to contact the heroes about something. Mr. Compress had been recaught by Best Jeanist during yet another round of thievery. The two were laying low, wary of heroes and villains alike. Garaki was confirmed dead, evidence leading to an attack from AFO. Likely for failing. The big bad himself was nowhere to be seen, making Stendall increasingly frustrated. And finally, a bit of information that was expected but no less unnecessarily terrifying, Dragon, aka his father, Hisashi Midoriya, was hunting for him, waiting for him to leave UA. It kind of made him wonder how the man hadn't found him heading for the hospital today. Oh, and Endeavor was after him, too, but that didn't matter. The man had been terrified of him last time, and he'd do it again. Humming thoughtfully to himself, Izuku was just about to organize the takedown of Muscular and Moonfish when Mirai finally connected on the other end of the call. What happened? You look like you're in work mode, and that's never good, Miro asked, sitting in a chair beside Mirai. Stendall reports on the escapees' movements. I've got it handled, don't worry. That's not what we called you here for, anyway, Izuku explained briefly. Mirio looked confused for a moment, but before he could ask, Sir took a deep breath and started telling the full story. Mirio was confused at first but listened attentively to every detail of OFA's messy past. His eyes were wide by the end. Wait, so this quirk? You're offering it to me, he clarified, dumbfounded. Yes. However, it won't be a walk in the park. The quirk will be even stronger than it was with All Might, which means it'll likely be even harder to control. Not that you aren't used to difficult quirks. But it also comes with the heavy baggage of AFO being after you. Even if fighting him is now my responsibility, Izuku reminded. The only reason it wasn't given to you in the first place is because it shortens the lifespan of those with quirks. Their body doesn't have space for one for all, so it breaks, Mirai explains, as best he could. Wait, so only the quirkless can handle OFA, and yet All Might said the quirkless can't be heroes? When he would have been one himself? Mirio looked incredibly confused at that particular piece of hypocrisy. The two of them simply shrugged at him. Can I have some time to think about it? I feel this isn't something that shouldn't be decided right away, the teen asked. Of course. Think about it as much as you like. Honestly, you could probably talk to your friends about it too if you wanted. OFA will likely disappear when AFO dies. You see, in between transfers, OFA's quirks, yes, multiple, have no body holding them in the realm of the living. And AFO's quirk isn't there to force them to stay in their holder's body either. No, what's keeping them here is their longing to end AFO. Their mission. Once it's complete, I believe OFA will leave on its own, Izuku explained. He did this both to reassure Mirio about talking to others about his decision and to emphasize that the quirk likely wouldn't be permanent unless OFA's ghosts because attached to Mirio. As he waits for Mirio's response, he watches as a single golden orb floats into the pendant around Mirai's neck. It seems Yagi has decided to join the rest of the holders, despite having no quirk to add to the stockpile. Izuku tries to stifle a silent laugh as the collection of mixed colors try, and fail, to push the golden orb back out. Come to think of it, OFA's strength was fading from All Might long before the man transferred it. How else was he able to use the full power of his quirk without shattering the bones of his weakened body? After all, just because his body weakened doesn't mean the quirk did. No, it seems the soul of the past users were slowly siphoning away the strength of OFA from Yagi. Whether to protect his body or because they were dissatisfied with his actions would have remained a mystery had he not seen that sight. What are you trying so hard not to laugh at, Akatani? Mirai prompted, making Izuku realize that Mirio had already left. Sorry, Mirai. It's just that All Might's soul is joining OFA, but the other users are trying to push him back out. It seems they aren't succeeding though, a shame, he explained, eye shining with amusement. Mirai chuckled, clutching the pendant for a moment before tucking it back into his shirt. Izuku could have sworn he heard the man whisper, "Give him hell," as he did so, but the man had far too calm an expression for such a request, right? Anyway, apparently Mirio had agreed to rely on his friend's advice if he needed it and left for lunch, so he and Night Eye spoke about work for a bit before hanging up for the day. 2 hours later, Izuku was sending off capture plans for Muscular and Moonfish. He'd already set up a meeting via the ever-present Jiren with Overhaul and Nagant. Now, it was just a matter of what he wanted to do about Hisashi. On one hand, he could call Ryuko's agency to handle the villain and act as the bait. On the other, he could give the man the fight he wants. After a few minutes of thinking, he decided on both. He called up Ryuko and made the plan. He'd get Jiren to tell Dragon and endeavor to fight him in the remains of Jaku after dark the next day. Then, he and Ryuko's agency would take down Dragon together, likely with Endeavor who'd be too proud to work with a villain. Hisashi would then be sent to an overseas prison to be contained until Tartarus was repaired. Australia had one similar to Tartarus built where the Cockatoo Island jail used to be. It was smaller than Tartarus, but no less secure. Endeavor would also go there once Izuku beat the CRP out of him again. Finally, once they were all defeated and he'd come to some sort of agreement with Overhaul and Nagant, he would go after AFO again. But all of this was a problem for tomorrow's Izuku. He'd organized the takedown of 2 villains and had plans for the other 6, that was enough for today. So, he spent the rest of the day with his family. The next day, Izuku contacted Jiren. The meet-up with Nagant and Overhaul would be at midday, at one of the only neutral cafes in the area. They'd insisted on meeting as early as possible in an area they wouldn't be ambushed at. They were clearly impatient for whatever it is they'd get out of the meeting. Then, late that night, Jiren would tell Endeavor and Dragon Izuku's location, separately, of course. Izuku hadn't even had to ask, the informant straight up refused to meet the two of them in the same location. Safety first, the man had quoted. Honestly, that was fair. Two short-tempered tanks with access to fire and the ability to level cities that also happened to hate each other was a disaster waiting to happen. With that handled, Izuku spent the time between dinner and lunch working on Shuta's new leg. School had been cancelled for now, all their teachers busy with patrol, paperwork, and relocation efforts for those who'd lost their homes during Jaku, Kamino, and various other villain attacks as of late. As it was, they were mean to be second years by now, but it seems that'll be postponed for a bit. At least until things with AFO and the expected aftermath had settled down, which he suspected would take a while. The government had already ordered the early graduation of the third years, needing all the help they could get in the villain invasion. The few teachers available had been assigned to speeding up the education of the second years as much as possible. They were mostly being taught laws and rescue protocols, as they already had a decent amount of combat ability. Though, they didn't have as much experience as the first or third years. Apparently, Nedzu had put his foot down when the government asked about the first years, compromising for the current second-year situation. It was greatly appreciated by 1A and 1B, but they knew not to count on this continuing for much longer. Japan was simply too short on heroes not to mobilize whatever they had. So, while Izuku no doubt focused on the biggest threats, everyone else trained and planned and learned to the best of their ability so that they were ready to face the small fry when the time came. If this meant convincing the second years to sneak Momo's mini cameras into their classrooms to steal their lessons, then so be it. If it meant helping Mirio train with the numerous new quirks that sprouted from OFA and putting up with him verbally responding to the voices in his head, then so be it too. Izuku arrived at the cafe at noon on the dot. Overhaul and Nagant were already there and waiting. So, what did you call us here for? Nagant started, not bothering with pleasantries. You tell me. I've here because you were tracking the heroes during their few off hours, trying to get close enough for a meeting. I simply organized one for you, Izuku replied, looking rather calm for someone meeting two A-rank villains. The two stared at him surprised. I want to make a deal. If you give me the chance to see the boss, to say sorry and make sure he's alright, then I'll hand over Tartarus camera footage of the incident, Overhaul blurted, looking increasingly worried, panicked even, over the state of his boss. The head of the Yakuza group, according to Izuku's investigations, had practically raised Kai. Last the man knew, the boss was in a deep sleep, no doubt caused by Chisaki's quirk. However, now that the villain no longer had his hands, how did he get the video without them? He wouldn't be able to undo what he did to the man. Last Izuku knew, they were doing the surgery to fix the damage to his boss' brain in Tokyo Private Hospital. I'll see what we can arrange. Last I knew, they were trying to undo what you did to the man. Be warned that I have no idea how said procedure went. Matters of the brain are tricky after all, Izuku warned. Chisaki went pale but nodded anyway. Both eyes then went to Nagant. I just want to know what the hell happened while I was in that hell hole. I come out to find that we've lost roughly 70% of our heroes, weeded out all of our corrupt heroes, All Might had a manhunt out for him, some villains became heroes, and the commission, it's gone, she rambled, panicked. Izuku had heard from Stain about what happened to Lady Nagant a long time ago. The world had probably been flipped on its head in her eyes. Nothing was as she understood it anymore. So, Izuku explained everything. His goal, his personas, his plans, and his allies. The enemies he'd faced and defeated, as well as those he was yet to defeat. The crimes of All Might, the fall of the Commission, the villain that was Endeavor, the fall of Stendall, the story of the League. The ex-hero was shell-shocked by the end, as was Chisaki. All his time, the latter had been blaming quirks for the fall of the Yakuza and every other issue he faced. Nagant had been blaming the Commission. And yet now, the bigger picture had been painted for them. The quirks may have been the tools used to cause the issues, but in the end, it was the people behind them that chose to use and rely on them like that. The Commission may have been encouraging and capitalizing on the situation, greatly so, but in the end it was society and the image painted of heroes that caused the situation in the first place. The child in front of them was going to change everything. He was going to tear down and replace society piece by piece and through it reshape the country as a whole. And with how much attention the current situation was gathering from overseas, he may just spark a change in the rest of the world, too. I see. I'm afraid to say that I can't be of much help to you in this endeavor, Akatani. My Yakuza has been all but dismantled and with it any influence I had over the other groups. With both it and my quirk gone, I have no power to offer you to assist in your goal. Not to mention, after this I'll likely be put back in prison. I'll wish you good luck all the same, Overhaul sighed, looking down where his hands used to be. I would like to be part of these future plans if possible. I've always wanted to save and nurture others, but heroism never fulfilled that longing in the way it should. Now, I believe that is going to change. If I'm not thrown back in jail, that is, Nagant practically pleaded. Considering the crimes of the chairman, we could probably change your charges as they were incorrect and there is proof of manipulation in court. It states that you killed a hero, Izuku agreed. What would I be charged with then? Nagant asked confused. Murder of a civilian would also get her arrested, just not in Tartarus. Excessive use of force against a villain or criminal as a hero on duty. You were in your uniform that day, which tells me the event occurred somewhere between the start and end of your shift, Izuku stated, as if it were obvious. Wait, that results in only a fine, right? Nagant asks, for once liking the fact that the laws were so skewed in the hero's favor. And a review of your hero license credentials. The new commission changed it. If you fail, you have to go through retraining. Fail 3 times and your license is revoked, Izuku added, grinning to himself. But my license was already taken. If I have to review my credentials or go through retraining, succeeding even on the second attempt would mean, her eyes went wide. It would mean you have all the credentials and training you need to apply for a new hero license, Izuku finished for her. Tears of joy gathered in the corners of her eyes. The boy in front of her had just offered to hand her life back to her on a silver platter. Well, if that concludes our business for today, then I'll be on my way. Chisaki, if your boss didn't make it, I'll exchange your information for his burial location. Nagant, I expect you to study hard to pass those credentials before your trial. There's a public library with a large selection of up-to-date law books 3 blocks to the left of the exit, Izuku suggested, standing up and turning to leave, draining his untouched fruit salad as he did. He didn't acknowledge their hasty agreements as he walked out the door, Kigo and Shoyuta quick to join him from their hiding places across the road. As he walked, he called up the dog chief. Not again Athena, the dog greeted. Izuku laughed near silently, the other two chuckling. It's not that bad this time, I promise. Besides, I already gave you plenty to do with all those capture plans for the Tartarus villains, he protested. Aha. Sure. Anyway, what is it this time, the chief woofed, much more casual with the teen ever since the League gained their freedom. Overhaul has the footage of the Tartarus break-in and wants to exchange it for a meeting with the former mafia boss before him. The man was like a father figure to him and was in a coma due to Chisaki's quirk, which he no longer had the power to undo. He's understandably worried. If the man didn't survive the surgery to undo the damage, Kai is willing to exchange the footage for his burial location, Izuku stated, shocking the chief. That can certainly be arranged. The boss is alive and in one of the best retirement homes in Tokyo, he agreed. Okay, then there's only one last thing. One of the many files I sent you about the commission details the manipulation of Lady Nagant's charges prior to her trial. With this proof, a retrial should be in order, no? And since the victim was confirmed to be one of the major criminals of the HPSC and she was on duty when she attacked, Izuku prompted. Of course, the credential review. You really think of everything, don't you, Athena? The chief chuckled. I'll get right on it. You'll have the meeting and retrial dates by the end of the week. If the two villains would conveniently be captured about a week before both dates, I'm sure things would go quite smoothly, the dog chief not so subtly suggested. Was that hound dog sensei chuckling on the other end? No. That was really none of his business. All right, I'll keep my eye on the emails then, Izuku stated before saying his goodbyes and hanging up. The three of them then had a rather leisurely walk back to UA. They'd have gone on a date if they could, but with Dragon and Endeavor after Izuku, it was too dangerous. They did drop by their house on the way back, saying hello to Dabi who they found cleaning the windows from the inside. Shoyuta and Kigo also picked a few fruits to snack on during the last few minutes back. Once they arrived at UA, the two heroes headed off to their paperwork while Izuku headed back to the support classrooms to finish off Shuta's prosthetic leg. The man was currently using crutches to get around and Izuku was very tempted to revoke his prosthetic privileges after he followed him out today. Alas, if he didn't give the leg to him it'd just sit around uselessly forever and he'd have to hear Shuta's complaints about getting standard grade prosthetics after he already helped Izuku design a better one. So, he sat down and got to work. After building the prosthetic-based suit for Ingenium, who was now back to full hero work without complications, the leg was laughably easy. He had it done by the end of the day. It'd have taken longer if May hadn't been nice enough to cut all the metal pieces and find the standard wiring for him. The girl was quite the blessing in disguise when she wanted to be. Once he was done, he dropped the leg off for Granny Chio to help Shoyuta with, then rushed off to get ready for the battle that night. Shoyuta stopped him in the halls to wish him luck, not that he'd really need it, before heading towards the nurse's office. 1A, 1B, Kigo, Oboro, Nedzu and even the League were there to see him off at the gate. They knew that Izuku was physically strong enough to fight both Endeavor and Dragon and win, but years of pain, suffering and torture at the hands of Dragon, while no longer debilitating due to his therapy with Hound Dog, meant that this fight would be a much more difficult and meaningful fight than usual. Izuku would make it back to them safe and sound, and they didn't care that he'd never do so alive. They all cared for him regardless. Izuku arrived in Jaku an hour before the fight was set to start. As per the plan, he didn't acknowledge the presence of the other heroes. Instead, he trusted that they would be where he needed them. Across the soon-to-be battlefield, Ryukyu, her sidekicks, Pixie Bob, and several of Endeavor's former sidekicks lay hidden underground. Tiny breathe holes were the only indication that they were even there. Even he didn't know the precise location of every member, Pixie Bob being in charge of their positioning. Not 5 minutes after he touched down, Endeavor flies in. Dragon was nowhere to be seen, meaning he was correct in them not working together. Before I burn you to a crisp and turn the entirety of Hero Society against me, answer this. How is my son? Endeavor asked, nothing but rage and vengeance in his eyes. Of course. Always so obsessed with his masterpiece. Which one? The zombie, the nurse, or the soulmate? Izuku snarked, hoping to throw the man off his game. Indeed, the man balked. The what? He roared. What? Didn't know your second youngest was in med school? I only have 2 sons. And last I checked neither of them were zombies, NG snarled. Well, that's a lie. Even heard of a vigilante named Dobby? Wields blue flames, sarcastic personality, burn scars everywhere and a penchant for defacing Endeavor wares? Izuku kept egging him, watching a near-endless stream of emotion splay across his face. Found him stabbed in the chest in the middle of an alley. After that, I had my first and only zombie. He sat there laughing as I single-handedly took down one of your biggest benefactors. Now, he and his family are living through the happiest time of their lives without you. What a great dad you were. Endeavor's face went ghostly white, then nearly as red as his flames. He leapt at Izuku with a roar, swinging wildly with fists and flames. Just like every fight previous, Izuku stole the flames he threw, turned them a crimson-tipped black, and threw them back at the hero. However, the villain dodged this time. The ex-hero charged in, flames gone, and relied on brute force over flames. He howled in pain a moment later as the flames were redirected straight into his back from where they'd flown past him. Izuku took the rather loose gloves of his skeletal hands, waiting for his enemy to charge in again. I will beat you. That regeneration of yours can't last forever, and it takes time for you to do so. So, I'll just keep hitting you until you don't get back up. Then, I'll go find Tuya, the man breathed out. Just keep punching till the enemy stops moving, huh? God, you're starting to sound like All Might. And so, what if you find him? What are you going to do, Todoroki? He moved on from you along with the rest of your family. Now, there's something worth the title. He's part of 2 others, too. He has no reason to give a shit about you anymore, NG, and his families won't give him up without a fight, Reaper taunted, sending another volley of fireballs back at the man. All of Endeavor's plans were flawed and half-baked at best. Finding Tuya wouldn't change the fact that the entirety of the Hero Society was after him, or the fact that his greatest rival, the person he based his entire life around, was dead. It wouldn't change the fact that his family hated him, and the public knew of all his misdeeds. Knowing that Reaper's regeneration had a limit and that he was immune to fire doesn't mean that the man could hurt him. If he couldn't even reach Izuku, he didn't stand a chance of breaking his bones. Touching Izuku also meant being in range of both his draining ability and his flames. Reaper, on the other hand, had figured out his tactics for this enemy a long time ago. Endeavor's flames couldn't hurt him and actually saved him energy by creating his ammo for him. His brute strength could break his bones, so Izuku kept his distance. His was immune to most flames, so Izuku used the only ones that could. He was strong enough to force his way out of earth and cement of buried but was weak to his own heat. So, if Izuku had any available, strong metals could be used to capture him and he wouldn't be able to melt his way out without getting burned. His Hell Legions were too weak to fight Engi, but Cerberus was still an option. Endeavor also had no resistance to his draining ability. Currently, Izuku did not have access to metals. And Cerberus's weight would risk collapsing the hiding spots of the other heroes. Technically, they could also fight him, but Izuku would rather conserve their energy for facing Dragon. So, Izuku kept shooting fireball after fireball, attacking the former hero with his feathers when he could. He entered the Ghost Realm when he was about to get hit, equal in energy consumption to taking the hit, but less painful and time-consuming, and used any exposed part of his body to drain the man when his exited behind him. Slowly, bit by bit, the villain slowed. He had burns everywhere and was swaying on his feet from exhaustion and blood loss. Just as their battle reached the half-hour mark, Endeavor finally fell. Within moments, Burnin, Kido, and several police officers were swarming him. They cuffed the man, gave him first aid and carted him off to either a police van or the ambulance. Izuku honestly wasn't paying much attention to that though. No, he was much more interested in the basket of fruits, veggies and tree branches that had been shoved into his hands. He happily drained the vegetation and set the basket on the ground in the ghost realm. It would likely become collateral in the fight to come otherwise, and it was a rather nice straw basket. He just hoped he remembered to fetch it later. He sat down for the next half hour and waited for Hisashi to arrive. The man arrived within minutes of the appointed time. Already in his dragon form, he didn't even bother to land before spitting a column of flames down at his son. Seriously, did the man just come after him without doing any research at all? Izuku gathered the flames, turning them into hell flame, then sent them back at the dragon. Hisashi let out an ear-piercing screech of pain. The flames targeted the thin membranes of his wings, sending him crashing into the ground. Now, he was just an overgrown salamander. Burnin, Kido, Pixie Bob, Ryukyu, Nijire-chan, and several other sidekicks all burst out of the ground and swarm him. They launch attack after attack, even after the villain stands back up. Most rely on long-ranged attacks while Ryukyu grapples with the villain and Izuku uses his fire against him, preventing its use on the other heroes. Despite knowing he could take down Hisashi easily, Izuku still felt terrified the moment he saw Hisashi. Knowing he was off his game, he kept his distance from the fight itself. He watched as his plans and analysis were once again used to take Hisashi down. It was ironic, considering how long the villain had spent in the basement with him, trying to torture these exact kinds of analysis out of him. The man was stubborn, and it took almost a full half hour before his finally passed out, shrinking into his human form. At which point, they easily slipped the HNDCFFS on him and carted him off to the same place as before. Slowly, Izuku looked down at himself. After a few moments of reflection, he realized he'd gone that entire dreaded battle, both of them, without taking a single hit. He took out Hisashi without taking damage. With a grin, he collected his pretty basket and flew home. He had family to see and a new leg to examine. If he took his time, knowing they wouldn't let him out of their sight once he was home, then they didn't need to know that. It had been a month since the battle against Dragon, and everyone was starting to get frustrated over the lack of news on All for One. UA and several other hero schools had taken to housing the public while the rest of the escaped villains were caught, including the lesser villains that had been broken out of other jails, to keep them safe. However, now they were having the issue that the people were refusing to leave until AFO was taken care of, or in some cases until their houses were rebuilt. Some were so selfish that they were demanding UA let them stay in their new homes in the mock cities. They didn't even care that their presence was disturbing the hero course's training. There was one particular argument that everyone, including the rest of the public present, shut down immediately, which was some people trying to force Izuku and possibly even the rest of 1A off of campus for their safety. Thankfully, Nedzu was able to shut down most of their arguments. The contract they signed in order to enter the school stated that they were permitted to live on campus due to the compliance of the school in the evacuation efforts for those affected by the escaped criminals resulting from the fall of Tartarus. It also stated that the people would leave UA upon the villain's arrest. The public was not permitted to influence or hinder the running of the school in any way during their stay. Since the lesser jails were broken into by the Tartarus inmates, Nedzu let them stay until they were caught too. AFO did count as a Tartarus inmate, so the people were allowed to stay until he was caught. However, the rebuilding of homes and infrastructure and housing until this is complete was not part of that contract, nor was in under the hero's jurisdiction. The government was in charge of any and all relief efforts and rebuilding. Otherwise, the heroes would have too much control over Japan. The heroes were permitted to provide donations, public support and safety supervision during this time. Due to the contract, the public had no right of ownership over the school's property, and refusing to leave once AFO was caught would count as trespassing. Trying to kick the school's students out of the premises was a breach of contract and also not in the public's jurisdiction. The most surprising occurrence was Uraraka's lecture to the public, pointing out the lack of morals or ethics they were showing the people that had been taking care of them all these years. And how selfish they were being to try and kick mere children out onto the streets without any support, while still expecting them to fight the strongest supervillain the world had ever seen. Her audience was understandably cowed and extremely guilty. This was only exasperated when the non-hero students of the school backed her up, citing their promise to help the heroes build a better future. This snowballed into the students sharing the now famous speech of Izuku's. He'd never intended for that one speech to spread this much or gain so much traction with the public, and the police chief leaking the backstories of 90% of the major supervillains for the past 10 years. Every single one linked back to the flaws in society that Izuku's speech had highlighted. After that, the people were much calmer. The occasional fight broke out when the bigoted assholes benefiting from society's flaws spoke out, but the heroes or hero students were quick to put a stop to it. Those people soon realized that their behavior wasn't going to earn them any favors. The people started welcoming the heroes home after patrols, thanking them or giving them medical attention, sometimes giving them something to eat. The students and staff had their own food supplies, but the gesture was appreciated, or even cheering them on when they saw live broadcasts on the TV. It was only 3 days after Uraraka's speech and the other students' support that Izuku finally realized why things were going so well. 20% of the world's population was quirkless. Another 20 to 30% were mutants in some shape or form. Add to that the weak or villainous quirks, and you've got more than 50% of the world's population. However, because the quirkless were below the mutants and the mutants were below the villainous, who were just below the weak, none complained because they all had the thought, at least I'm better than them. Now, however, they had the opportunity to not have to put up with the discrimination at all. They wouldn't have to put others down to keep their place in society. Things were going to go a lot smoother than he'd even imagined. Sure, the rest of the population might not give in easily, especially since most of them were in a position of power, but at least they had the majority on their side. Now, if only they could find AFO. Then they could send these poor people home and get the government to finally step in with the relief efforts. At the 2-month mark, they finally had some progress. Not necessarily good progress, but progress nonetheless. AFO had tried to get his hands on Tenko but was teleported away by Oboro, who came around the corner just in time. The two had been out at one of the few grocers in the area that were still open and supplied. Oboro claimed that he'd warped the man to somewhere off the east coast of Japan, in the middle of the ocean. Tenko also pointed out that AFO seemed confused over Oboro using Warp Gate instead of Cloud. This honestly shocked Izuku. Though AFO knew everything about the combining of souls and soul fragments. The villain must have known that the two quirks combined into one, replacing Cloud with a combination of the two. So why did he think Izuku could separate them? True, had someone had their quirk removed and replaced by another, Izuku would be able to send the quirk back to the right owner, but Warp had, after some time, fused with Cloud, becoming part of Oboro's soul. Removing it would create a soul fragment, no different to what AFO does, so why did the villain expect Oboro to use Cloud? Maybe the villain didn't analyze the situation properly. Regardless, now they knew to watch the East Coast for AFO's return. Once they did, Izuku would be there in an instant. Everyone else would be handling evac and any goons he brought with him, likely Gigantomachia. He was quite proud of his friends. Led by Night Eye and Nedzu, but not without their own input, they had already formed a plan to take down the giant. Izuku's plan mostly involved making sure he didn't escape, dodging the long-range attacks, and tanking the melee ones to free the quirks. He'd free the life-saving and healing ones or long-range ones first, depending on which he could get a hold of in that short time window. Without the doctor or his special mask there to help him, AFO relied solely on quirks and a life support machine to keep him alive. Taking away those quirks and damaging the machine would both kill AFO and set the quirks free. He'd already warned the heroes, police, and government what would happen to the villain once all the quirks were gone. The villain was over 300 years old after all. Unsurprisingly, they no longer had any qualms with killing AFO. So now, they were back to waiting, training, and in Reaper's and the heroes' cases, patrolling. 3 days later, AFO finally showed up on their shores. The supervillain didn't even bother landing on a different island to hide himself again. Instead, all reports had his path going directly to Dagoba Beach of all places. How ironic, the worst supervillain washing ashore at a mountain of trash for his final battle. Everyone rushed to gather in the surrounding areas and the last citizens of both Shizuoka and Muzutafu were evacuated. With less than an hour left until All for One's touchdown, Gigantomachia and several other villains, strong members of what remained of the various jailbreaks, finally made an appearance. From all their roaring, searching and gloating, it seems the only one they were interested in fighting was Reaper. They mostly tried to ignore the other heroes present. As per the plan, Izuku stayed out of the confrontation. He watched proudly as his peers put their plan into motion. Kamui Woods, MT Lady, Seraphine, Best Jeanist, and several other heroes tangle the giant's legs as soon as he begins to charge. Hananuki and his doubles, courtesy of Twice, then soften the ground around him, sinking him back into the earth. Kurogyri then warps Red Riot, Mudman, Sugarman, Real Steel, Tentacle and several other strength-based heroes up to Gigantomachia's mouth. While they start prying his mouth open, using ropes provided by Creati to hold on, Miro is using OFA to hold down the giant's hands, which the restraining team, Cementos and Plamo then fix in place. After a good 15 minutes of struggling, the Jaw team, which had been blown around a fair bit by this point, succeeded in getting his mouth open, throwing in copious amounts of sedative. Not long after, the others come back from their battle with the goons. Mindjack had done most of the work, with Frost Flare and Ground Zero wiping out the rest. Once they arrived back at Gigantomachia, who was finally starting to slow and fall asleep, Frost Flare covered him in a giant glacier, the cold making the giant fall asleep even faster. It only took a few minutes after that for the villain to fall asleep, at which point he shrank down to a more manageable size. His hands were still stuck in the glue, so by the time he finished shrinking his feet were not longer stuck in the ground. Honestly, they were quite glad, as they wouldn't have enjoyed having to fish him out of the softened ground. They quickly got the cuffs on him and carted him off in vans to the closest airport. He'd be in Australia's version of Tartarus in a matter of hours. They couldn't risk him waking up if they waited. They now had half an hour until AFO arrived. 1A and 1B took it upon themselves to gather as much vegetation as possible from the surrounding area, claiming that most of it would have been destroyed in the coming battle anyway, so they might as well use it. They divided it among themselves equally, then perched with the other heroes on several high-rises surrounding the beach. Their job in this battle was simple, but not easy. They would provide energy, via either vegetation or themselves in limited amounts, to Reaper so that he could continuously fight. They would also ensure that AFO could not escape the area until the battle was over. Students from the other hero schools in the nation formed another ring around the first one, in charge of keeping out any reinforcements that may arrive to help the supervillain. Tenko and Mirio were even willing to act as bait to keep the villain there, much to Izuku's displeasure. However, they proved to be rather stubborn on the issue, so Izuku was forced to let the subject go. The next 20 minutes passed in tense silence. Hawks and Anima were the first to notice him, shouting out warnings as the boogeyman finally came into view. The villain didn't even bother to land before shooting his first attack. It was a large, incredibly messy conglomeration of quirks in the rough shape of a beam, and it completely decimated the trash beach as well as several buildings. Thankfully, everyone had been able to dodge it. Reaper had been in the ghost realm himself, so the attack went straight through him. Idly, he couldn't help but notice the haphazard sparks coming off of AFO's life support gear, as well as the villain's irregular breathing. It seems the machine didn't like AFO's little trip to the ocean floor. Oh well. All the better for Izuku, really. AFO had been monologuing to Mirio and Tenko about something, but Reaper wasn't really listening. No, he was walking up behind AFO, who'd finally landed in all his gloating. As soon as he was in position, he exited the ghost realm, temporarily shorting out his comms and AFO's apparatus. He really needed to figure out a way to stop that, and pressed his exposed palm into the back of AFO's neck. Really, the gear shorting out should have given the villain plenty of warning. Instead, the move worked like a charm. In the brief moment of contact he received before AFO launched himself away, he was able to take away the death-cheating quirk, the passive regeneration quirk, and 2 ranged attack quirks. He also absorbed some energy. Reaper. Hades' latest representative, right? Not to mention the analyst Athena and informant Hermes. Quite the naming convention you've got going on there, AFO acknowledged with a frown. He looked surprisingly unfazed by the now missing quirks. Then again, the death-defying quirk only worked once he was killed, and the regeneration quirk would likely only heal new damage. It wouldn't be doing anything against the damage he'd already received from All Might. Finally, he likely had dozens of ranged quirks, so the few that he took probably wouldn't even be noticed. As if you're one to talk. All for one for all, taking your quirk name as your villain name, Izuku retorted, dodging another long-range attack. The BSTRD had taken to the air again and was taking pot shots at his peers whenever he dodged. So, Izuku took to the air, too. He rapidly closed the distance between them, a spike from the villain clipping him in the shoulder as he flew. A massive, mutated fist was swung his way. He dodged it, trailing his hand along it as he continued his path towards the villain. Another 50 quirks were freed, along with another chunk of energy. Freeing quirks en masse was easier and more effective than trying to pick out individual important quirks to free. This time, AFO actually reacted to what was freed. He fell to the floor, wheezing. A few of his ranged attacks fell apart and the radio waves blocking their comms dissipated. Taking the opportunity while it was there, he set a fireball hurling into the villain's life support device. The villain's wheezing grew worse, his coughs turning wet and his body shaking. Roaring, the villain practically exploded. Quirks flew in every direction in a massive wave of destruction. Various mental quirks competed with each other in their minds, canceling each other out and resulting in a massive migraine for all of them. Sound-based quirks made their ears bleed and illusions created formless shapes all around them. With a start, Izuku realized that AFO was attacking blindly. He'd likely lost whatever quirks were letting him see in Izuku's last attack. So, he darted forward once again. He sent waves of fire and demons and the various shields that had been summoned around the villain, some had even spawned in useless locations. Smashing through them, he finally got his hands on the villain's face. He only held it for a second or two before being blasted backwards, Best Jeanist being kind enough to swoop over and catch him, but it didn't matter. The damage was done. Another 50 to 60 quirks were freed and the final chunk of life energy had been absorbed from the villain. As his body healed from that final attack, Izuku grinned. He watched as the villain slumped over dead on the ground, thousands of orbs of light pouring out of him. Their number, combined with the pure excitement of the escaping fragments, made it so that even ordinary mortals could see their glow, if only for a moment. They descended into the ground, absorbed by the earth, where they'd be sorted in hell and finally move on. Looking over to Mirio, Izuku was surprised to find that but Might was the only one leaving. It seems One for All had decided to stay with the boy. For a little bit longer. Shakily getting to his feet, Izuku looked up at the helicopters that had been filming the entire battle from the sky. He raised his arm in the classic victory pose, forming flames above him in his three iconic words. For the future. The entire nation erupted in cheers and tears of joy and the heroes all gathered around him with smiles on their faces. Across the world, people watched in awe, asking about the identity of this new hero and the meaning behind the words he burned into the sky. The chopper left, knowing they'd never get an interview with an undergrounder, or even be able to land at the scene with all the work the heroes had left. Once they did, Izuku absorbed as much as he could from the vegetation provided, then helped discard the rest. AFO's corpse was scooted to the morgue by heroes and police, where his would be cremated and buried in a predetermined location. According to Shigaraki's will, AFO, any and all assets that they could not prove were illegal in nature was handed over to Tenko. Izuku and Cementos did what they could to repair the buildings damaged in the attack and returned Daboba's sand to its beach. Once it was done, everyone returned to UA to celebrate. They were welcomed back with cheers, food, medical attention, alcohol and several hastily made decorations put up by the thousands of civilians present. By the time Recovery Girl got down to see them, they'd already been patched up and healed by several minor healing quirks. So instead, she joined them in their partying. Several party tables and food stalls had been set up in the foyer, most of which came from UA's event storage rooms. The tents were the same as the ones used during the sports festivals, while the cooking supplies and machines came from the public, who mostly had them due to various other Japanese festivals that occur during the year. They ate and drank well into the evening, with Shoyuta and Vlad keeping an eye on the students. They couldn't have minors, no matter how mature they are, getting into the alcohol. According to several families, roughly half the civilians in UA had already started packing up their things to go home. These were the ones that were certain that the heroes would win, and decided they might as well get a head start on keeping their agreement. As soon as the heroes' victory was broadcasted, the government rolled out several relief efforts and teams throughout the country to start recovery efforts for the nation. The people currently occupying UA would move to various warehouses, bunkers, hotels, etc. on the other Japanese islands as they were less affected by the whole situation. Villain attacks and crime did skyrocket, and they did have a minimal amount of heroes around to protect them, but the mass damage and casualties of the main island did not occur there. In other words, they had the space and security to house the people temporarily. Those whose homes were still standing and structurally sound were permitted to return home. Those who'd owned farmland and were not able to save their CRPs or animals would be reimbursed with the emergency seed bank and imported animals should they apply. Construction companies would be employed to rebuild the island's infrastructure and heroes were permitted to help however they could. Citizens were encouraged to use their abilities and quirks to help one another recover from the tragedy, but were reminded that laws on quirk violence, theft, etc. were still in place. Any land someone owned would still be theirs, including the infrastructure. Any apartments were to be rebuilt relatively the same and contracts were to be renewed at the same rates. Stores were to restock their inventory using their own funds. All of these rules and temporary laws were put into place at the same time. A notice was also put out that all heroes and students that fought in the battle against AFO would be rewarded. Despite this, everyone knew that the hero's work was far from over. Izuku in particular knew that his mineral manipulation and Cementos's quirk would be put to good use in the coming months. As with the manpower he could summon. That night, he stared out of his dorm room window with a smile on his face, watching the people below slowly pack up their things and migrate to the other islands. The thousands of lights below shining like stars. A river of people moving on towards a brighter future. Turning around, he He smiled softly at his 5 soulmates and his child all sleeping peacefully in a pile of blankets on the floor. Yeah, the future really did look like a bright one. One he'd fight for no matter what it took. He wondered what it held in store. Standing up, he turned the lights off and sat at the edge of the pile, laptop in hand. The rest of the night passed peacefully. It had been 3 years since All for One's defeat, and much had changed. Classes 1A and 1B had graduated the previous year, as had their friends from the other schools. Most of the homes and businesses had been rebuilt, even Tartarus was back, stronger than ever before. Mirio, Amajiki and Hato had all gotten married, as had present Mike and Kurojairi. Tenko and Tuya had finally started dating that year, while Ida and Achiko were engaged. Izuku, his boys and their daughter all moved back into their home. Eri loved it. Kaken, Hito and Shoto combined their 3 rooms into one so that Eri could occupy the other half of the attic. At first, they were going to move Izuku's study up there, but they knew Izuku's non-existent sleep schedule would keep the 3 awake. Honestly, Akitori, Kigo's pet falcon, did that enough. She was so loud, they could hear her from her aviary in the greenhouse. Hito and Sho eventually wore Izuku down and convinced him to let them adopt a cat. The little furball had been lovingly named BSTRD. The menace loved to pounce on Izuku and Kei's feathers whenever they least expected it and would bite their ankles to welcome them home. They were pretty sure he had a quirk, as he'd survived touching Izuku on numerous occasions and seemed unfazed after startling Shoto or Kaken into using their quirk. Despite this, he was an absolute darling towards Eri. They'd all gotten closer than ever over the past few years. They finally got to go on the dates they'd always promised once the country's recovery efforts died down. They even took Eri to a few movies. As soon as they were all 18, his soulmates practically pounced on him. He'd expected it, but that doesn't mean he was ready. Keeping 5 boyfriends satisfied, even if he had help from the other boyfriends, was no easy task. Not to mention Shoto and Shoyuta were far bigger than they'd been expecting. He'd never before been so glad he had a human form to touch them all with. He was fairly certain either Kei or Sho was going to pop the question soon, while Kaken admitted he wanted to wait a few years. Or until they were less busy at the very least. In fact, that was probably the biggest change of all. As soon as Izuku graduated, he received a great number of donations. All of which were encouraging him to get started on his dream. U.A, the government, various heroes, hero schools, Tenko Shimura, and even a former Yakuza boss all contributed to the funding. Thanks to them, Izuku was able to set up his agency in Muzutafu, right where a certain apartment complex used to be. The building was huge. It had some of the best security in Japan, training rooms and lockers for its heroes, guest rooms, utilities, a cafeteria and several kitchens. Several support workshops, meeting rooms, offices, several floors of analysts and PR personnel, not to mention the management floors, informants, lawyers, and the medical wing. The underground heroes had several secret entryways into the building, and a floor that they would share with the Twilight heroes. However, the Twilight heroes had no way of accessing any information stored on or in the underground heroes section of the floor. The Limelight heroes had the same restrictions. Izuku was in charge of running the overall agency and all recruitment decisions were run by him first. So was anything the informant picked up on. Shudo and Kaken were in charge of the Limelight heroes and their PR teams. Any major issues were relayed back to Izuku. Hitoshi was in charge of the Twilight and Underground heroes. There were so few of both that he easily kept up with the workload. Management and security went to him before they went to Izuku. In less than 6 months, after the original agency was set up, they had their first branch agency. It was run by Froppy aka Azui, and it was down in Chiba. They currently had the following heroes. Reaper, Mindjack, Frostflare, Ground Zero, Froppy, Creati, Tentacle, Tsukuyami, Dabi, Duster, Tenko, Magna, Twice, Gentle, Lady Nagant, Red Riot, Pinky, Real Steel, Vine, Chuyi, Gale Force, Loud Cloud and Gavadan. For interns, second years, they had Mustard, Spinner, Crimson Lady, Toga, and a few others they hadn't met before. Their other staff and clients' resources consisted of various former UA students, General, Support and Management, Hermes, Stendall, La Brava, Security, Kai Chisaki, who disappeared after meeting his father figure and handing over his information, who worked security, and several civilians. All in all, everything was going well. The rest of 1A, 1B and their other hero student friends were waiting until the agency spread to their areas. Izuku had even managed to create a system even Nedzu and La Brava couldn't crack, which connected every hero and hero agency together across Japan. It recorded patrol patterns, any reported crimes, crime types, hero types in the area, alerted to any unprotected areas, alerted any heroes that failed to finish their patrol, and more. This helped everyone coordinate so that every part of Japan was constantly covered, with police being present whenever there weren't enough heroes to cover an area. Every city had a rough balance of hero specialties, too. The streets were much safer now. Overall, Izuku was proud of all he'd accomplished. In the next few years, he could see the future he'd always envisioned would take place. Meanwhile, the occupants of Hell are celebrating. Hades watched his son proudly from his throne, hand gently petting an overexcited Cerberus. The human boy had done well. AFO's screams were music to his ears, as were the wails of many souls who had finally been sorted to the correct locations. The demons drank and feasted, dancing around fires and tormenting the Dmed. Somewhere in the world, the fates smiled. The gods grinned and many souls wept with joy as they finally joined their loved ones in the sky. Izuku Akatani was the savior of many, of both the living and the dead. To return the favor he had no real reason to complete, they would watch over him and his people. He would be blessed by the gods. God, who would ensure the fulfillment of his dreams once and for all. Soon, he would never again need to call those famous words. For the future.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.